Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 106, Rayun Fields. An hour had passed into the second exam. Hanabi led her teammates through the Rayun Fields in their search for their exit. The clouds seemed to go on endlessly, with no end in sight. As Dode had mentioned, there were indeed multiple cloud formations connected to the ground that appeared to resemble trees and mountains and other landmarks, but everything maintained the same white, gray, and black coloration. This place is a fucking maze. Katsumi mentioned, shaking her head. I'd get lost up here if I was by myself. Same, but that's gotta be the point of this exam. This is probably one of the hardest places to navigate. Kanji noted. He then looked at Hanabi. That sound right to you? Yeah, it is. She admitted, frowning. I mean, my Byakugan lets me see further ahead, but in the end, yeah, a lot of this stuff looks the same. The crackle of thunder boomed through the air, interrupting Hanabi's words and causing the Hyuga to yelp. The three looked upwards, noticing the clouds directly above them were starting to collect and darken in color. Guys, watch out! Hanabi shouted, jumping to her left. Both Kanji and Katsumi followed her lead. Just after they leapt, a large lightning bolt fell from the clouds, striking where they had been. The clouds continued to shift as they broke apart, turning into individual smaller black clouds. Is this a trap? Or some type of jutsu? Kanji asked. Hanabi shook her head. I can see a bit of latent chakra, but that's in all the clouds of this entire field, and I think it's there to maintain the shape and structure of the fields. It's nothing. Guys, now's really not the time to be talking about this shit. Katsumi called out. Keep moving. Kanji and Hanabi both nodded their heads as they continued to move around, narrowly avoiding more lightning bolts. The smaller lightning clouds continued to move closer towards them, forcing them to keep moving. There. Hanabi pointed in the distance to a gray cloud formation that resembled a stone arch. Under that, Team 9 hurried their pace, continuing to jump around and avoid the lightning bolts until they reached the arch. As they huddled underneath it, the lightning bolts continued to strike at the arch with no seeming end. How long is this going to last? Katsumi asked. Thunderstorms are usually 30 minutes to an hour, assuming this is a normal thunderstorm, that is. Kanji shook his head as he sat down on the ground. One particularly large thunderbolt hit the arch hard, causing it to shake. Hanabi yelped and Hebihiro hugged her neck tight. Katsumi stared at the clouds, gritting her teeth. We're going to make no progress if we have to pause for an hour every time there's some lightning. She hissed. We need to find some way to move freely forward. Already working on it. Both Hanabi and Katsumi turned their heads to Kanji, who pulled out sealing papers from his pocket and an ink pen. Oh yeah, Naruto-sensei said he was teaching you Fuinjutsu. Katsumi's eyes lit up as realization dawned on her face. You know that protective winds jutsu he uses, don't you? The Yamanaka nodded his head. I'm not as good as Naruto-sensei when it comes to Fuinjutsu, and I need to get more in the habit of pre-making seals, so please give me patience, okay? I'm going to try and make as many as possible, so we don't have to stop like this again. Both of his teammates nodded their heads as he continued to work on drawing his seals perfectly as lightning continued to batter into the arch. Welcome, Jonin-senseis, to Cloud 9 Outpost. Dode declared. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He, along with the other Jonin-sensei, had been escorted to a watchtower at the summit of Mt. Kitaweru, Kyumigakure's second highest mountain. The watchtower was a 6-story building made from wood and rock, with each subsequent floor getting smaller in height. The building was painted black with a yellow wooden roof. At the very top of the watchtower was what appeared to be a cloud road that connected to a long, never-ending sea of clouds, Rayun Fields. Per tradition, Jonin-senseis stay here during the duration of the second exam for them to greet their genin when they pass. We do have rooms here and some accommodations to make your stay entertaining and productive. However, you are under no obligation to stay if you wish to leave. Dode noted. Please, inform me if you intend on not staying here. In such a case, I will send a shinobi to alert if your team passes the exam. With those words, Dode unlocked the door to the watchtower. Many of the Jonin proceeded to start walking into the building. You know, this place looks like the tower in the Forest of Death. Funny, huh? Makes it feel like home. Anko noted, chuckling. She then winced as she clutched her side. Ugh. Are you sure alright to be here, Anko-sensei? Naruto asked. You only just got clearance to leave medical, so dash. I did get clearance, so you best believe I'm not staying another day in a medical wing here. She hissed. She took a deep breath before her pain subsided. I'm fine. Really? My body still just has a little last-minute healing it needs to do. Nothing that resting here and waiting for Kurene's brats won't fix. We probably should go in and find our rooms, then. Ebisu said. Naruto nodded his head as he watched Temari, Karen, and Misora all walk into the watchtower. Yeah, we can dash. Naruto? Should have realized you'd be here. Naruto, Anko, and Ebisu turned their heads as one of the two Uegakuer Jonins walked over. Both Naruto's and Anko's eyes widened in acknowledgement. Hey. Risho. Naruto greeted, grinning. Standing directly in front of him, dressed in red samurai armor over his Uegakuer uniform, was Kurogane Risho. The Jonin smirked back. You know this man, Naruto-san? Ebisu asked. Yeah, he's a friend of mine. Naruto said, chuckling. It's been forever since I saw you last. Didn't realize you had a genin team, Risho. I don't. He said, shrugging his shoulders. But the Jonin assigned to IWA genin Team L is indisposed at the moment, so Kurotsuki asked me to fill in. Ah. I forgot Kurotsuki is Tsuchikage now. Naruto's eyes widened in recollection. We got a lot to catch up on, you know. Risho nodded his head, we do dash. You four. Are you all staying here, correct? Dode asked, calling their attention. If you are, hurry up inside then please. I need to make notes of all the shinobi that have agreed to stay. Yeah, old man. We're going. Anko rolled her eyes. Dode huffed in response. The three Konoha shinobi and Risho all walked towards the watchtower's door. As they were about to enter, Ebisu turned his head towards Rayun Fields, frowning. The scope of this exam does seem rather ridiculous. The Forest of Death, if I recall, is only 20 kilometers length from one side to the other. Yet this cloud graveyard is 100. He noted. They'll manage. They have 5 days to navigate it. Anko said, shrugging her shoulders. Yeah. They got this. Naruto told himself, his eyes narrowing at the clouds and his hands tightening. You got this, guys. I know you do. Kanji, you're the fucking best. Katsumi declared, grinning as the protective winds around her body began to fade when the thunderstorm ended. Oh, hardcore praise coming from Miss Inu Katsumi herself. I'll take it. Kanji said, grinning back. Team 9 continued back on their search once again, no longer being restricted based on the weather. They moved quickly through the clouds, following Hanabi's lead. Another 30 minutes of travel passed before they reached a cloud formation shaped like a small mountain. Both Kanji and Katsumi eyed it curiously. You think a key could be in something like this? Katsumi asked. There isn't one in this one. Hanabi shook her head. I can see inside there and seem some small caves and crevices people could hide into here, but I don't see anything hidden in there. Kanji crossed his arms. Well, I guess a place like this could be good for shelter when we go to sleep later tonight. Possibly. Katsumi brought her right hand to her chin in thought, do we even know what time it is? Hanabi shook her head, this place seems to stay consistently lit because of lightning from the upper clouds. I don't think we have a way to really tell what time or day it is. That's gonna be so confusing. The civilian-born Kunoichi rolled her eyes, we need to dash. Ah. Hanabi's eyes lit up as she saw something in the corner, I see a team in the distance. They're from Kumo. A Kumo team. Katsumi's eyebrow raised slightly, do they have a key? I can't really tell, but it wouldn't hurt to approach and see. If anything, they may know the layout a little better than us. Hanabi said. With those words, Team 9 hurried off to the east. As the sun finished setting over Kumigakure, Oya's hero looked out upon the village from a mountain cave. Standing to his side were 3 shinobi. One was a light-skinned young man with green eyes and short brown hair, styled in a ponytail, wearing a Kirigakure shinobi uniform. A second was a pale-skinned young man with long bluish-purple hair and blue eyes, wearing an Uegakure shinobi uniform. The third was a lanky, pale-skinned young man with curly brown hair and brown eyes, wearing a Kumigakure shinobi uniform. You all know your roles, yes? Oya's hero asked. The 3 men all nodded their heads. Good. I was told from Zetsu that Akatsuki already has set things up nicely for you all to enter thanks to your moles, so you should have no problem getting into Raun Fields. Make sure to kill a shinobi or 2 each so that way word can get leaked back about meddling from the villages. Report back to the hideout after completing your objective. I'll send Fusion and Chino out to get you stragglers if you don't hurry on back, so make sure to come right back, alright? Yeah. The purple-haired, IWA shinobi, replied, rolling his eyes. With those words, the 3 shinobi disappeared, heading off for Raun Fields. As they disappeared, Oya's hero stood still for a moment, looking back at the village. A wistful look developed in his eyes as he sighed. You seem preoccupied, Oyashiro-san. The beige-haired man tensed up and reached for a kunao. From the other corner of the cave, Kabuto emerged. Ah, I recognize your face. You're one of Pain's subordinates. Oyashiro's body language lightened slightly, but he still gripped his kunao. Correct. Name's Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto bowed his head. I was hoping to meet with you and discuss a few things. His eyes narrowed. What about? You enslave shinobi with Kekii Genkai. Kabuto noted. I would like to know more about what Kekii Genkai you have in your possession. Don't take this the wrong way, kid, but your master is my client, not you. So, I don't feel the need to tell you. Oya's hero said, his eyes narrowing directly at Kabuto's. His eyes then morphed, turning red in coloration and developing a black iris and a purple pupil. So, go on now and just leave me be. Kabuto tensed up slightly and his body grew still as he gazed back into his eyes intently. A smirk developed on Oyashiro's face as he took a step forward. Before you go, though, why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? Oya's hero stated, chuckling to himself. Let's get a good look into your mind and see what one of Pain's subordinates is like. Kabuto's body fell apart, turning into a pile of snakes. Oyashiro's eyes widened as he took a step back, gripping his kunao tightly. A few more seconds passed by as Kabuto, once again, emerged from the cave, clapping his hands slightly. Did my eyes deceive me, or did I just see the Katsuri Yugan? Kabuto noted, grinning. I'm rather impressed, Oyashiro-san. Is that how you have so many slaves under your possession? Using your dojutsu's hypnotic genjutsu to add to your collection? Or do you use its other abilities to simply force them to work with you? The arms dealer gritted his teeth as he looked back at Kabuto with his eyes, who was now not meeting his gaze. I got to admit, kid, I didn't realize I was talking to a snake clone, I guess that was. Kabuto's eyes lowered to the kunao in Oyashiro's hands. He shook his head. I already said this, I'm not here to fight. I'm here to ask a few questions. That's all. You're an ally to Pain-sama, so I would never think of taking you down. I promise you that. So please, may we talk? Oya's hero continued to glare at Kabuto for a moment. Finally, he nodded his head. His eyes turned back to their normal coloration and he pocketed his kunao. Fine. I'll answer some questions, if you'd be willing to answer some of mine. He said. Sure. Kabuto nodded his head, smiling. If you do not mind, I'll go first then. What Kekii Genkai do you have in your possession? Kabuto asked. A variety. Oya's hero answered. Some nature release Kekii Genkai, such as swift release and boil release. Some body modifying Kekii Genkai, such as the Kingamo clan's spider augmentations. And some more technical ones, such as a Kurama clan brat with their enhanced genjutsu Kekii Genkai. Oya's hero shrugged his shoulders. What about your Katsuri Yugan? Kabuto asked. Are you a Shinoi clan member or did you transplant that eye into yourself? Oya's hero scowled in response, not answering. Fair enough. Kabuto shrugged his shoulders. My next question dash. How about you answer a question of mine? Oya's hero interrupted, his scowl deepening, why do you need to know all this junk, kid? I am somewhat of a Kekkei Genkai collector, myself, although not in the way you are. Kabuto admitted, adjusting his glasses. I'd much rather obtain the bloodlines for myself, if I were to be honest. Oyashiro's eyebrow rose slightly, obtain them for yourself. On cue, Kabuto reached into his shoulder, pulling out a shoulder bone and holding it like a kunao. Oyashiro's eyes widened. Before he could say anything, Kabuto snapped his finger and a pink crystal developed around the bone. He then snapped his finger a second time, causing the crystallized bone to explode. The Kagaya clan's Shikatsumayaku, the elusive crystal release, and was that explosion release as well? Oya's hero asked. Yes. Kabuto nodded his head. That's just some of my collection. I'd like to make a professional relationship with you, Oyashiro-san. One that extends longer than your contract. I'd be willing to pay you as well. Oya's hero grinned in response, you said your name was Kabuto, yeah? Well, Kabuto-san, I think you and I are gonna have a very profitable relationship. Let's head somewhere a little more comfortable and keep this conversation going, just so I can understand what services you'd like to purchase. Kabuto grinned back as the two men walked into the cave to further their discussion. Ugh, this exam sucks. Katsumi groaned. Team 9 laid their heads down as they got themselves comfortable on the cave floor inside a cave in the cloud mountain they saw. The Kumo team they tracked proved to be a useless lead and appeared to be even more lost than they were. After wasting hours following them, the group decided to turn back and continue their own independent search for another couple hours before deciding to call it a night. Do you all think it's even nighttime right now? Or is it sometime midday? Kanji asked. I don't even know. I think it is nighttime, cause my body's exhausted. But it could just be because we still haven't found anything. Katsumi groaned again, laying her head face down. Hanabi looked down slightly in response, sorry. The civilian-born Kunoichi turned her head upward to face her teammate, what are you sorry about? Hanabi, we'd be even more lost without you. A sigh escaped her lips as she looked up at the cave ceiling. If anything, I should be the sorry one. I've been useless this whole exam, I think. Kanji shook his head, that's not true. I mean, it kinda is. Both of you got out of the first exam on your own merits. Hanabi had to send Hebihiro to give me the clue out, and if it wasn't for him, I don't know how long it would have taken for me to find out what to do. And then in here, Hanabi's Byakugan is how we have even a fighting shot at this thing, and your Fuinjutsu is the only reason we don't have to stop every time the weather acts up. A sigh escaped her lips as she brought her head down into the ground, maybe if you had a more well-rounded third teammate, you'd all have more progress done. No. Hanabi said confidently, drawing attention to her, there's no need to get discouraged like this, Katsumi-san. It's only day 1. We still have 4 more days. I doubt any team has actually passed yet. She's right. Kanji spoke up, pulling himself up. Not a chance anyone else has passed. We'll manage. And hell, it'll probably be because of you. Katsumi snorted in response, yeah. Sure. I'm being serious, you know. Cause if we get into a fight, you're the one who's going to probably bust us out of it, you know? Not that Hanabi and I wouldn't fight, but you're probably the strongest of us in a fight. Kanji noted. Hanabi's got an itch, I got mine, and you got your own. Together, that all leads us to be a cohesive genin team. He's right. Hanabi nodded her head, smiling back. We're more than a cohesive team, we're a great team. Yeah. We are. Katsumi nodded her head. She slowly pulled herself up to a sitting position. Sorry, not trying to be down. Just kinda down, I guess. It's just reminding me of times back in the academy, when I was the dead last. Just don't like feeling like I might be dragging you both down too. The Yamanaka shook his head, nah, I get it. You're being self-conscious. I deal with that shit every day. The civilian-born Kunoichi's eyebrow rose slightly. How so? Kanji shrugged his shoulders. Well, I just kinda mentally deal with the fact that I'm a painfully average shinobi from a painfully average background. I'm from a clan, yes, but I'm no one special to it. I'm expected to become a chunin, but I'll probably stay it for the rest of my career and then either live a normal, boring life, or be a statistic and die in the next Great War. W.H. Watt. Hanabi blinked before she stared at her teammate in horror. How can you say something like that in such a calm manner? 'Cause it's just the reality that's going to happen. The most likely reality, at least. Kanji shrugged. But that's the thing, that's not what I want, so I need to push those thoughts away. Damn right you need to, because that's all bullshit. Katsumi stated, shaking her head. Kanji, again, shrugged his shoulders. I mean, I'd like to think that, but statistics suggest dash. Fuck your statistics. You're too annoying to let something like that hold you down. Katsumi interrupted. Besides, if I listened to statistics, then I should amount to nothing. I both have no shinobi background whatsoever and was the dead last dot. She snorted for a moment before her eyes softened again on her teammate. So, really, don't let yourself think bad like that. Kanji smiled back in response, rubbing the back of his head. I don't really know what to say. Thank you, Katsumi. Katsumi smiled back. You both are amazing shinobi and will become even better. Hanabi said, smiling back. As will you. Katsumi replied. Hanabi's eyes then moved up to the ceiling and she bit her lip, which caused Katsumi's smile to turn into a frown. Oh come on, you can't be doubting yourself too. You're a goddamn Hyuga, rookie of the year of our graduating class, and graduated 2 years early. I mean, yeah. Hanabi continued to bite on her lip hard, drawing a little blood. She winced for a moment before speaking, but that doesn't feel like much, considering my family. Not when my clan always compares me to my sister. Naruto-sensei's girlfriend? Kanji asked. Hanabi nodded her head. I love Hinata-san. Always will. But like, she's become a big-name shinobi in the village, trained by our top jonin, received training from Sandaime-sama before he died, and helped end my clan's branch seal alongside our cousin, who is now the clan heir. And like, now I just feel like I'm always being compared to her. A sigh escaped her lips. And I'm not. I never will be. I'm not as good as she is or will be. Yeah, but you're being too hard on yourself. Kanji said, shaking his head, you're looking at all of her achievements now. You're still just a genin. Give it time and you'll match her. So don't compare yourself like that already. It's kinda hard not to. Hanabi admitted. Alright, this conversation is getting depressing. So let's make a deal. Katsumi said, pointing her finger at Hanabi. You will stop comparing yourself to your sister and acknowledge that you're Hyuga fucking Hanabi, the top of our class and the girl who is kicking so much ass so far in this exam. She then turned her attention to Kanji. And you'll stop thinking of yourself as this average shinobi or a statistic or whatever lame shit you called yourself and admit you're going to be a great shinobi. She then gripped her hand on her chest. And in return, I'll be less down on myself right now and be the confident, badass I can be. Okay. Fine. Kanji nodded his head, chuckling. If that's all it takes for you two to admit the truth about yourselves, then fine, I'll be more confident about myself. I'll try. Hanabi said, smiling back. Good. Katsumi grinned back. The three genin continued to chat until exhaustion kicked in and knocked them out. A sense of relief swallowed the three as they fell into a deep, needed sleep. The next day came quickly. Team 9 left the safety of their cloud cave and began moving through the cloud graveyard once again. The group moved from landmark to landmark they could find, moving through thunderstorms and fighting off large birds that would occasionally attack them. From cloud-shaped pillars to a cloud-shaped shack in the middle of the fields, they examined everywhere they found. Unfortunately, they could not find a single key. Hours went by quickly. Before they knew it, half the day went by and exhaustion began to creep in once again. We probably need to find another shelter for the night, huh? Kanji noted. I'll look for one. Just after one more stop. Hanabi said, frowning. Team 9 continued to move forward, approaching what looked like a 3-story tower made of gray clouds. As they grew closer to the tower, Hanabi noticed a team arriving at the landmark and starting to explore it. There's a team from Kumo over there. Hanabi's eyes widened as recollection dawned on her. Wait a second, it's those jerks from the first day. Oh, you mean Urusei, Teranei, and whatever their one's name is? Kanji asked. Katsumi snorted in response, surprised you even remembered those two's names. I know I didn't. As they made their way closer to the tower, Hanabi's Byakugan was finally able to pierce the inside of the tower. She could see the building inside was equipped with stairs and had real items inside, such as chairs, paintings, and other decor. She could also see behind one of the paintings on the first floor of the tower had a key hidden right behind it. Guys, there's a key there. Hanabi declared. What? For real? Katsumi's eyes widened. A grin then developed on her face. Finally. You said that Kumo team is already there investigating the tower, though, huh? Kanji asked. Hanabi nodded her head. Yes, they are, but they haven't found it yet. But we can't just wait for them to leave or try and ambush them after they find it. Yeah, I know. We'll just need to fight them now. Katsumi said, her grin widening as she cracked her knuckles. Let's take down a couple of assholes then. Any luck? Urusei called out from the second floor of the tower. None yet. Teranei admitted, sighing. She then turned her head to her other teammate. How about you, Nibi? Negative. He said, scowling. However, I believe it has to be here. Keep searching. Keep searching, he says. Teranei rolled her eyes as she continued to look around the tower. We'll be looking here all day and wasting more time at this rate. Nibi did not respond to his teammates' words and, instead, continued his own search. He looked around the walls of the Cloud Tower, noting the paintings on the wall. The paintings depicted the story of the Shodei Reikage, the first showing how he unified the shinobi in the mountains of Kaminari no Kuni into one organization village. These paintings aren't Cloud's constructs, they were put here. Why? This place has been altered. Nibi noted as he walked over to the first painting. One depicted the Shodei Reikage as a young boy, creating a cloud in his hand for the first time with his Kekii Toda, and took it off the wall. There was nothing behind it, which only caused his eyes to narrow. These were placed here. Therefore, it's only logical to assume that something else could have been placed here as well. The man then walked over to the second painting, one of the Shodei Reikage as a young adult, standing in front of a crowd of people, and took it off the wall, revealing nothing. He then moved to the third painting. His eyes narrowed on the painting of the first clapping his hands together, creating clouds all around a village in the mountains. As his hands went to the painting, a kunao flew directly towards him. He reacted quickly, pulling out a kunao of his own and blocking with it. Teranei. Urusei. We're being attacked. He called out. Immediately, Teranei jumped to his side, gripping a kunao of her own. Huh? From where? Urusei called out from his position on the second floor. Before he could respond, the Kumo genin was kicked in the back. He choked as he fell forward off the balcony of the floor, landing directly on the first floor in front of his two teammates. Ugh! He groaned. Idiot! Nibi's scowl deepened. Kunao rained down from the second floor directly at the three Kumo genin. Nibi stepped forward and made 5 hand signs before clapping his hands together. Lightning style, static barrier. Separating his hands, Nibi channeled a massive amount of lightning chakra into both hands. He then unleashed them in the air in opposite directions as 2 balls of chakra. As the lightning chakra moved away from one another, the air between them was filled with lightning, forming a barrier. The kunao collided with the electric barrier, getting sent flying back up. Focusing on the second floor, the 3 Kumo genin stopped Team 9. If you 3 want to walk away from here, leave. Katsumi said sharply, crossing her arms. Konoha Shinobi. Urusei's eyes narrowed as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a scroll. You think you can threaten us? You're making a big fucking mistake. Think we need to teach them a lesson. Show them what happens when they mess with Kumo. Teranei said, gritting her teeth. Nibi said nothing, he just continued to quietly glare at the Konoha genin. Alright, if that's what you want. Fine. We'll just force you all out of here. Kanji said as he took a step forward and dropped 2 sealing tags, Fuinjutsu, Protective Winds. The ceilings activated just as they connected with the electric barrier, creating a flurry of winds that, together, created an opening to the first floor. Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi jumped down to the ground level of the tower. As they landed on the ground, Urusei unsealed his scroll, creating a poof of smoke that covered the Kumo team for a moment. Just as the smoke cleared, 3 large cannonballs flew through the air at Team 9. Whoa! Katsumi gasped as she, Kanji, and Hanabi ducked just in time. Was that a fucking cannonball? What? If you all really wanna fight that bad, then fine. Let's do this shit. Urusei commented. The smoke finally cleared up, revealing that he was still holding another cannonball in his left hand. With his right hand, he made a hand sign, ninja art, ricochet jutsu. The 3 tossed cannonballs and the one in Urusei's hand began to glow for a moment. Upon making contact with the wall of the tower, instead of crashing through or burying itself in the wall, the 3 balls bounced back, flying directly at the team again, who once again barely dodged. One hit from one of those things and we're probably knocked out, assuming it doesn't kill us. Geez, what a dangerous weapon to just throw around like that. How the hell is he able to just use those so casually? Kanji noted. The shot-put balls continued to fly into the wall again, only to bounce back. We'll have to keep an eye on those the entire fight. Kanji's thoughts were interrupted as Teranei charged forward. The Kumo Kunoichi was gripping a sharp katana in her hands as she charged forward. Kanji tried to jump back, but was unable to move away fast enough. Before Teranei's attack could connect, Katsumi jumped in, blocking her blade with her own sword. The two then held still for a moment, locked into a stalemate. You wanna fight with Kenjutsu? Kumo has a long history of swordsmen. Teranei noted, gritting her teeth as she pushed back against Katsumi. No way some trashy Konoha bitch can swing a sword better than me. Yeah, but that doesn't mean shit about your Kenjutsu. Katsumi noted, pushing back. She pushed back with enough force that she gained an advantage in their stalemate, and I bet I'm better than you dash. Katsumi ended her clash with Teranei as one of Urusei's cannonballs came soaring through the air, forcing her to jump back. Nibi reached into his jumpsuit and pulled out a staff. He then pointed the end of his staff at Katsumi, lightning style, lightning ball jutsu. The end of his staff began to radiate lightning elemental chakra before it released a barrage of small lightning orbs directly at Katsumi. She bit her lip down as she took in a deep breath. Wind style, drilling air bullets. Katsumi breathed out a barrage of air bullets that collided with Nibi's lightning orbs, completely piercing them and dissipating the lightning. His eyes widened for a moment as he jumped back, avoiding the remaining air bullets that flew his way. Before Katsumi could release another barrage of air bullets, another cannonball flew through the air towards her, causing her to jump back. Teranei and Urusei then charged forward at her, Teranei gripping her sword and Urusei extending his fist out. Kanji reached his pocket and tossed 2 kunai with sealing tags that landed directly between Katsumi and the oncoming Kumo genin. The seals lit up before they released a flurry of winds that cut into both Kumo genin, forcing them backwards and cutting them both slightly. They both hissed in pain. Thanks Kanji. Katsumi called out. No problem dash. The Yamanaka was interrupted by a large cannonball, that forced him to duck. A sigh escaped his lips. Okay, those things are getting really annoying. I'd apologize, but we aren't trying to keep things convenient for you. Nibi commented as he used the shunshin. Kanji's eyes widened as Nibi appeared directly behind him. Shit, he's fast. Nibi's staff became encased with lightning as he swung down at Kanji. Before his staff could connect, Hanabi jumped forward, extending her right hand. Hebihiro lunged forward from her hand, like a whip, and surrounded Nibi's arm, preventing him from striking down at Kanji. What the hell? Nibi's eyes narrowed on the snake. Get off me. The lightning around his staff moved to his body, shocking Hebai Hiro. The snake hissed in pain as he retreated back to Hanabi as the Hyuga closed the distance, trying to palm strike the Kumo Genin. He stepped back, avoiding the attack. Hanabi then tried to jump back after him, but she was forced to duck as another cannonball flew at her. As Nibi moved further away, Katsumi jumped directly at him, swinging her sword. He turned his head in time and vanished with a body flicker, using the Shunshin, and narrowly escaped. She then turned her head right behind her and opened her mouth, releasing a barrage of drilling air bullets from her lips. As she predicted, Nibi was right behind her and her air bullets him directly in the chest. The Kumo Genin's eyes widened as he was sent flying backwards. Urusei jumped back, making sure to catch his teammate. That hurt a lot. Nibi hissed as he spat out a small bit of blood. Don't think we'll let you hit any of us again like that. We aren't expecting you to. Katsumi shook her head as she gripped her sword tightly once again. Unless you all smarten up and get the hell out of here, we're planning to keep on beating your asses into submission. All right. Finally. We found the key. In the middle of a cloud-shaped canyon, a team from Kirigakure emerged from one of the caves, holding a silver key. All right, now we just got to find our way to the exit. Then we'll be out of here. One of the Kumo Genin noted, grinning proudly. As the three began to hurry off, a lanky man with curly brown hair and brown eyes, wearing a Kumigakure uniform, watched over them. A sigh escaped his lips. Damn Oya's hero. I really don't feel like killing kids, but it's either my life or theirs. He'll kill me if I don't do my job and I'm not going to end up dead anytime soon. The man sighed. Not yet, at least. Not until I finally get a taste of what it's like to be free. He continued to watch them move further and further away from him. He shook his head and his eyes narrowed. Least I can do is make this as swift as possible. Sorry, kids. With another sigh, the Kumigakure shinobi disappeared in an instant. Before the Kirigakure Genin team could react, he was already upon them, Kunao at the ready. This fight has already gone on long enough. Let's just annihilate them already with an all-out offensive. Urusei called out as he made a hand sign. Instantly, his cannonballs changed direction, flying back towards him. As they rushed back to him, Urusei caught each one of them, juggling all four of his cannonballs. Seriously, those things are heavy. How is he throwing them around like that? Kanji questioned. As Urusei continued to juggle his cannonballs, his hands started to glow, turning red in color. Soon, fingers and the palm of his hand were covered in flames. Fire style, cannon fire. Urusei swung his first cannonball forward, creating a massive burst of noise as the cannonball was launched forward. Team 9 was forced to jump to the side to avoid the cannonball, but the ball rocketed past them with such force that it created a shockwave, sending all three further back and knocking the wind out of each of them. Upon making contact with the cloud tower's wall, the cannonball ricocheted back towards Urusei. As it flew back to him, the muscular boy grinned as he turned to face Katsumi and swung his second cannonball at her. I've had it with this fucking technique. She hissed as she made a hand sign, Earth style, rising rock jutsu. A massive boulder rose from underneath the ground directly between her and the oncoming cannonball. Unlike earlier, the cannonball buried itself into the boulder, not ricocheting it off. Huh? How the fuck did that thing block one of my cannonballs? Urusei said, scowling. We are in Raiyun Fields, with no visible earth. The only earth she could be manipulating is from the mountaintops below the clouds. Is that girl really that proficient with earth-style ninjutsu? Nibi questioned. Unlike her two teammates, Teranei did not seem fazed at all by the boulder. A grin developed on her face. Instead, you think earth-style ninjutsu is going to help you up here? Against a team with a lightning ninjutsu specialist? You really thought that would make a difference, huh? Nibi seemingly took the cue and immediately held up his staff, lightning style, lightning ball jutsu. He launched more lightning orbs forward into the giant boulder, causing it to explode upon impact and scatter stone everywhere, revealing Katsumi once again. The brown-haired Kunoichi immediately made hand signs, earth style, earth clone jutsu. The scattered stones came together, 12 different clones of Katsumi. 8 of the clones made another hand sign and, using the transformation jutsu, turned into 4 copies of Kanji and 4 copies of Hanabi. "Alright, good thinking there, Katsumi." Kanji grinned. He then exchanged a look with both the real Katsumi and Hanabi. "Now, let's back these guys into a corner and end this." The 2 Kunoichi nodded their heads in response before they charged forward, alongside the clones. "Coming at us with clones isn't going to stop us." Teranei rolled her eyes as she held up her sword in the air. Nibi and Urusai. Her 2 teammates nodded their heads, jumping over to Teranei's side. Nibi held up his staff in the air, crossing it with Teranei's sword, and Urusai held up one of his cannonballs, directly underneath their sword and staff. The 3 weapons then started to glow with lightning chakra completely surrounding them. Lightning style, coordinated thunder bomb. The lightning of their weapons combined with one another before surrounding their bodies and forming a triangular lightning pattern on the ground. The lightning then scattered around them, flying directly at the approaching Konoha shinobi. Team 9 and the clones continued to move, dodging the lightning blasts as they made their way forward. A few scattered bolts managed to strike at a few of the clones, causing them to fall apart instantly. One straight bolt managed to hit Kanji, causing him to hiss in pain as lightning rushed through his body, forcing him to a standstill. "Heh, so that's the real one of him." Urusai grinned. Still holding up a cannonball with his right hand to maintain the jutsu, Urusai tossed another cannonball with his left hand, causing another shockwave as it rocketed towards Kanji. Before the cannonball could hit him, Hanabi and Hebihiro jumped towards the Yamanaka. Hebihiro opened his mouth, releasing a deluge of water that hit the cannonball with enough force that it knocked it off its path, forcing it back to the ground and to ricochet back to Urusai. Hanabi then opened her mouth, ninja art, poison senbon. Hanabi spat out a barrage of poisonous senbon from her mouth, directly at Urusai's face. The muscular genin scowled as he gripped another cannonball and swung it directly at her face. The cannonball flew forward with enough force that it overpowered the senbon, destroying them as it barreled towards her. As Hanabi jumped out of the way of the cannonball, Kanji held out his hands, mind transfer jutsu. The Yamanaka's jutsu connected with Urusai and the Kumo genin's eyes widened. A second passed by and Kanji had taken over his consciousness. Urusai. Nibi's eyes narrowed at his teammate. Before Kanji could even respond, he noticed that the cannonball that Urusai had thrown was flying back towards him. A grin developed on his face as he broke formation with the rest of the Kumo team to make a hand sign, release. As quickly as he took control of Urusai's mind, Kanji's consciousness left his body and returned to his own body. Urusai regained consciousness and proceeded to shake his head, trying to get his bearings straight. The hell was that dash? Urusai was interrupted by the feeling of his cannonball crashing into chest, with no time to catch it. The Kumo genin was sent flying backwards and choked out blood before his body smacked into wall and into one of the paintings of the Shodai Reikage, causing it to fall to the ground and shatter the frame. Urusai's body then collapsed as he entered unconsciousness once again. Urusai. Teranei called out, breaking formation to check on her teammate. Damn it! Nibi cursed under his breath. The 3 Kumo's genin cooperation ninjutsu had now come to a halt and the lightning finally ceased. Now being able to move more freely, Katsumi and the remaining clones rushed forward at Teranei. The Kumo Kunoichi, noticing Katsumi's approach, glared as she turned her direction and gripped her sword tightly. The clones rushed at her first, but Teranei made quick work sidestepping and slicing through them, causing the earth clones to fall apart. Within a few seconds, all that remained was the original Katsumi and Teranei, who were now locked in a stalemate. You're not going to win this. She hissed as she began to channel chakra into her blade. Lightning style, current sword. An electrical current rushed through her sword, which was now emitting lightning chakra, as she continued to struggle against Katsumi. The Konoha Kunoichi hissed as Teranei began to overpower her in their clash. Stray lightning bolts from her blade would rocket off into Katsumi's body, causing her to hiss as the lightning shocked and burned her skin. Yes. I will. Katsumi grit her teeth in response. In the corner of her eye, she noticed that the stone remains of her earth clones were still present in the area. Channeling her earth elemental chakra, Katsumi managed to force a few stones over directly at Teranei. Just as the Kumo Kunoichi was overpowering her and about to defeat her, the stones rushed over at Teranei's leg, tripping her. "What the hell?" she gasped. Katsumi quickly took advantage of the staggered Teranei. Tilting her sword around, she slammed the hilt directly into the Kumo shinobi's neck, hard. Teranei hit the ground hard, falling into unconsciousness. 2 down. She noted before turning to face the final Kumo genin, 1 left. Nibi grit his teeth behind his face mask. His eyes moved from Urusei to Teranei for a moment before he held up his hands. "All right, we forfeit." "You'll leave, then?" Hanabi asked, eyes narrowed on the man. "Take the key that's most likely here and let me and my team leave in peace," Nibi requested. Team 9 nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Nibi then walked over to Urusei's body and picked him up, followed by Teranei's. Now carrying his 2 teammates, the Kumo genin rushed out as fast he could. Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi all continued to watch as the Kumo genin fled the scene. Once they were sure he was not going to return, the 3 finally relaxed. "Hell yeah!" Katsumi grinned, as she gave a thumbs up to both her teammates. "Great work, guys." "You as well," Kanji said with a smile as he returned her thumbs up with one of his own. "You took real good charge back there. And now, we got it." Hanabi spoke up as she walked over to the 3rd painting, the one Nibi had reached for before their attack. Behind the painting was a small compartment that displayed the silver key. Hanabi grabbed the key and gripped it tightly as she turned her attention back to her teammates, beaming. "We did!" she cheered. "All we gotta do now is find the exit and we'll officially be done with this exam." Katsumi's grin widened even further. "Can't wait to get back and tell Naruto-sensei all about this." As nighttime fell over Reiun Fields, Oyashiro's bodyguards met up in a cloud forest within the area. "Well, anything interest to report?" the bluish-purple-haired Iwagakure shinobi asked. "Personally, I had some fun. I got to slaughter 2 Kyomagakure genin teams today." "You found 2 teams, Karyu?" the brown short-haired Kirigakure shinobi asked with a raised eyebrow. "I only found 1 Kumo team I managed to kill." "Yeah, 'cause I was really searching, Futsu," the man, Karyu, admitted with a chuckle. "Oyashiro's a jackass, but hey, this is probably the best mission he's ever given us." The curly-haired Kyomagakure shinobi frowned in response. "Why do you think that?" "It's not every day we get to show these punks from the 5 great shinobi nations just how powerful a Kekkei Genkai user can be," Karyu noted, his chuckling growing louder. He then looked at the Kumo shinobi with a grin. "And how many teams did you slaughter, Amuda? With your bloodline, I'm sure you made quick work of them." "I only found a single Kiri team that I killed," the man, Amuda, admitted. "Just 1. Karyu's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're the one with the abilities to cover the most ground and you only found 1. Amuda's eyes narrowed. "That is correct." It makes no difference to me." Karyu shrugged his shoulders. "I mean, we're just doing work for Oya's hero. If you want to half-ass it just to spite him, go for it. Just be careful. I'm not going to cover for you if you get caught and I definitely won't be fighting with you if he sends Chino or Fusion after you. I wouldn't expect you to," Amuda replied. Silence filled the air as the 3 bodyguards prepared to rest. They had another 3 days to try and kill a few more shinobi teams to create chaos. Chapter 107, Swift as Lightning. The gates open. The first team has arrived. A Kumo attendant shouted throughout the residential hallway. Naruto yawned as he forced himself out of his bed. He briefly glanced out the window, noting the moon still high in the sky. After getting dressed, he hurried out to the rooftop of the Cloud 9 outpost, standing alongside the other Jonin. "Do we all have to be here this early?" Naruto mumbled, yawning loudly. "It's tradition here." One of the Kumo Jonin, a man with pale skin and slanted black eyes, wearing a Kyomagakure forehead protector as a bandana around his head, hiding most of his short black hair, hissed. "We, as Jonin Sensei, make an obligation to see and support all shinobi who pass the exam. How would you feel if your team completed it and you weren't there to see them arrive?" The Uzumaki glared in response. "I'm not trying to say dash." Before he could finish his retort, another yawn escaped his lips. Upon finishing, He shrugged his shoulders and turned away from the Kumo Jonin. First team is finishing right at the beginning of the third day. Anko noted, crossing her arms. And apparently, that's pretty good for this exam. Correct. Misora nodded her head. This exam is one that usually finish just in time. Ebisu adjusted his glasses as he looked out at the cloud bridge. I wonder which team will be arriving. I already know it's my team. The Jonin turned their heads to face Karen. The Kusa Jonin was facing the cloud bridge, her eyes closed and a grin on her face. You sure you can tell that? Risho asked. Cause the team I'm sponsoring here is pretty damn talented. I'm sure they are, but I know it's my team. And it's not out of confidence, I can sense them coming. Karen said, opening her eyes. Her grin widened, they'll be here any moment now. Just as she finished her statement, the first three genin rushed down the cloud bridge from Raeun Fields. As they made their way, the Jonin were able to get a good look at them. Karen was right, her team, Meitake, Ayaka, and Gonta, was the group that was arriving. Huh. Karen was right. Naruto noted, smiling as the team came down. The Jonin sensei all applauded as the Kusa genin rushed down. Both Dode and Karen took a step forward as the three stepped down at the top of the watchtower. Dode bowed his head while Karen simply grinned at her three genin. I congratulate you three on being the first team to pass the second exam. Dode said. You have earned your right to compete in the third exams. It is an honor. Gonta spoke up, bowing his head. One we will surely take advantage of. Meitake said. We will make Kusagakuer proud. You already have. You guys did great. Karen said, smiling at her team. I'm really proud of you all. The three genin turned their attention to their Jonin sensei. Gonta and Ayaka bowed their heads towards her, smiling back, while Meitake simply stared past her. Karen's smile faded slightly. She adjusted her glasses. Well, let me show you all to your room here. It's dash. Uzumaki-san, please allow one of my attendants to do that. Dode spoke up, turning attention back to him. I need to discuss something with you, if you do not mind. He then turned his attention to Misora. I would also like to borrow you as well, Kawada-san. If you two do not mind staying here, the rest of you can go back inside. Naruto's eyebrow raised slightly. The Jonin present all nodded their heads as they walked back inside the watchtower. One of the Kumo shinobi present ushered for Karen's genin team to follow him as he led them inside. Naruto walked over to the door, the last of the Jonin to leave, as he turned his head back to Dode. Is everything okay? He asked. Things will be. This is no concern for you. Dode said, bowing his head. Are you sure? Naruto frowned in response. Cause it kinda seems like something's going wrong. Especially since you're asking two of the best sensor shinobi here to discuss something. Dode's eyes narrowed. The elder Kumo shinobi stared back at the younger Konoha Jinchuriki for a few seconds before he finally shook his head, sighing. Fine. In case this theory is correct, some more muscle would be helpful. Dode grumbled, crossing his arms. You can come. I require the three of you in Raeun Fields. In Raeun Fields. Misora's eyebrow raised as she turned to the cloud bridge. What do you require of us, Dode-san? Dode made a hand sign, causing a seal on the door to the rooftop to appear. A small cover of chakra surrounded the balcony, forming a silencing area around the balcony top. Mabi-san sensed a disturbance in Kumo 2 days ago. There were 3 unknown chakra sources, all ranging from high Chunin to low Jonin, that were reported entering the village. Dode noted. We've had shinobi scouring the village, but have not spotted the shinobi. There are only a few locations that have not been searched yet, but one of them is Raeun Fields. You think there's rogue shinobi in Raeun Fields then? Karen asked. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Akatsuki agents. Dode nodded his head. There's a possibility, yes. I don't believe these are actual Akatsuki agents, as their chakra levels were reported lower than known numbers, but I do believe there's a high likelihood they're affiliated in some capacity. So that's why you want me and Uzumaki-san to accompany you into Raeun Fields, yes? Misora asked. You wish for us to confirm their presence? Dode nodded his head. Rayun Field is massive. While we can make faster progress through it than these genin teams going through it, it can still take too long to wander aimlessly. I'd rather organize a small group with competent sensors to find any hostile shinobi. Naruto's hands tightened, and take them down. I don't intend on involving all Jonin here, it would cause more hysteria if these affiliates are not in Rayun Fields. Dode explained. His eyes then narrowed. Please, get any weapons or equipment you three need. Then, join me here in 5 minutes so we can go searching. Naruto, Karen, and Misora nodded their heads and hurried off to grab their belongings. There better not be any Akatsuki shinobi there. Naruto began to grit his teeth as he rushed through the Cloud 9 outpost's hallway back to his room. If there is and you bastards even touch a hair of one of my students, you will fucking regret it. After a brief night's sleep, Team 9 woke up and hurried out of their campsite. Hanabi took the lead as the group rushed through Rayun Fields. So all we got to do is find the exit, wherever that is. Kanji mumbled, looking around. This would be easier if this whole area didn't look the same. I feel like I'm always getting lost. Hanabi mumbled. Again, I'm sorry guys. Hanabi, don't apologize. Katsumi interrupted with a snort. We'd be a fucking mess without you. Hanabi did not immediately reply and continued to look around at the Rayun Fields around them, taking note of every cloud formation they passed. In the distance, they noticed a series of cloud formations that resembled a deep, thick forest. Inside the forest, Hanabi could make out the shape of 3 familiar Konoha genin. Ah! That's Kano Amaru-kun's team. Hanabi announced. They're probably looking for their key. Katsumi's words died on her lips as she turned her attention to her teammate. Wait, Kano Amaru-kun? Where'd that come from? Hanabi blinked as she immediately shook her head, her cheeks starting to pinken. And nowhere. Cause you don't even call me with Chan or Kanji with kun. You're always so stiff and formal with your honorifics. Katsumi noted with a snort. It's obvious why. Kanji snickered in response. Cause she likes him. Huh. Hanabi's cheeks darkened in a deep shade of red. Hebihiro seemed to instinctively slither up, covering her cheeks slightly from view. How did you know that? I didn't. I was just teasing. Kanji admitted, a grin on his face. But hey, guess we get to learn something interesting about you. Really? You and Kano Amaru, huh? Katsumi asked. Hanabi's face somehow grew redder, despite Hebihiro's attempts to obfuscate it, which only caused the civilian-born Kunoichi to chuckle loudly. Don't be ashamed of it. I admit that guys aren't my thing, but Kano Amaru's cute, I guess. I mean, yes, he is. Hanabi admitted, sighing. She took in a deep breath, trying to decide if she wanted to continue the conversation at all. A moment of silence filled the air before the Hyuga continued, but it's beyond that. I really like his energy. He's just so in your face. Someone you will always notice. And I respect that. A small smile developed on her lips. Plus he is really nice. He's always been nice to me. Well, do you want to try helping his team out? Kanji offered. I mean, we said we would help out teams from Konoha. I actually don't think that's a good idea. Katsumi spoke up, a frown developing on her face. He's been in a rotten mood the entire Chunin exams. And he really didn't seem interested in working together in his part of the exam either during Naruto-sensei's training session. I think it might not be worth it. Not while he's being an ass. Hanabi's frown deepened in response, he's still grieving Sandaime-sama. But I don't know why he's channeling his grief this way. People handle it differently. Grief's complicated. Kanji shrugged his shoulders. Maybe helping them out there can start helping him, though. Hanabi bit her lip down as she looked out into the forest. She could see that there was a key hidden inside one of the trees and that Udon was nearby it. She shook her head, they're getting a key. I don't think they need any help. They'll be fine, then. Let's keep moving on then. Katsumi encouraged. Hanabi frowned in response, but she nodded her head. She continued moving forward, leading her team past the cloud forest as they continued to move through the Rayun fields. Ready to move on for the day? Kazuo asked. Konoha Team 6 pulled themselves out of their campsite and stretched lightly. Yuna felt around in her pocket, noting the presence of the key, before she nodded her head. Off to try and find the exit once again, yes? She asked. Tsunemasa rolled his eyes. Based on yesterday's experience, I assume we'll be running around aimlessly and make little progress once again. Perhaps get jumped by another team again. The three had managed to come across their key on the first day, finding it hidden in one of the scattered rain clouds. Upon finding it, they continued to move through the fields, trying to find the exit, to no avail. On the second day, they received a distraction from their search in the form of an ambush from the Shimogakure Genin team, which they quickly defeated and sent running away. This, however, prevented them from finding the exit for another day. No need to be gloomy, Tsunemasa. Kazuo said, shrugging his shoulders. Any team that tries to jump us, we'll kick their asses again. And we'll find the exit this time. I'm sure of it. In the case we haven't, I have already made plans for how we are going to live our lives here. Tsunemasa continued, crossing his arms. There was a cloud formation that resembled a house that I saw, and it's nearby a large rain cloud we can use for a water source. Perhaps we can take residence there. Kazuo's eye twitched as a scowl developed on his face. Okay, seriously, enough with the depressing jokes. We need to get a move on already, damn it. So let's go then. Yuna spoke up, smiling. Don't fight now, just wait until the third exam. We'll have plenty of time to do so. As Team 6 started to move off, they failed to notice a figure in the shadows, observing them. They seem full of life. At the very least, enjoying it more than I am. Amuda noted, sighing. Do I really have to kill them? He stood still for a few more seconds, watching the group continue to move forward. He bit down on his lip as he shook his head. You're a good bodyguard, Amuda. Do as you're told. Amuda repeated Oyashiro's words with a scowl. That asshole will just send Chino or Naoka to kill me if I don't. I may have no attachment to this life, but I'm not letting it end on his order. Not a chance in hell. I suppose Kiryu has a point. I do get to fuck over the great nations with this attack. The man told himself. Try and find something to enjoy about this. My apologies, kids. With those words, Amuda began to approach Team 6. What the dash? Hanabi's eyes widened as a scowl developed on her face. Guys, I see trouble. What kind of trouble? Katsumi's eyes narrowed as her hand went to her sword. Is there an enemy team nearby? Hanabi shook her head. I see someone with Jonin level chakra. Huh? What? Kanji's eyes widened. There's a Jonin here? What's he doing? Is he an exam proctor maybe? Katsumi asked. Like, maybe some proctor making sure no one's cheating or shit. I don't know. I can see that he's wearing the Kumigakure shinobi uniform. Hanabi admitted, her frown deepening. But he's following Team 6. Kazuo, Tsunemasa, and Yuna. Kanji asked, his eyes narrowing. What gives? The Hyuga shook her head, again, I don't know. But they're not too far off. Is something going on, you think? Katsumi frowned. Cause I'm pretty sure I know those three well enough to know that they aren't doing something that would be considering cheating, so this guy following them must be doing something else. Still, they're Genin level. Do you think this proctor's going to do something to them when he catches them? Kanji asked. Hanabi had no answer. The group continued to move forward in silence, Katsumi and Kanji staring intently at their third teammate while Hanabi focused on the Jonin in the distance. After 2 minutes of following, the Jonin seemingly teleported forward, appearing directly on top of Team 6. He's attacking them. Hanabi shouted. Katsumi's and Kanji's eyes both narrowed. Damn it, we need to help them. Katsumi grit her teeth. Is that wise? Hebihiro spoke up from around Hanabi's neck. If this man is Jonin level, will he not overpower you all? He might, but if he really is Jonin level, he'll kill them. Kanji spoke up, shaking his head. Maybe 6 versus 1 will even the playing field. We promised Naruto-sensei and the others we would help out other Konoha teams when they need help. And right now, Kazuo-san, Tsunemasa-san, and Yuna-san need our help. Hanabi declared. With that proclamation, Team 9 moved forward as fast as they could to catch up. Out of nowhere, appeared directly in the center of Team 6's moving formation, pushing them all to the side and forcing them to a standstill. What the hell? Kazuo blinked as his eyes narrowed on the man. Who the hell do you think you are? Your attire. Tsunemasa's eyes focused on the Kyumo shinobi uniform. Are you an exam proctor? What are you doing here? Ending the lives of some Konoha scum. Amuda spoke with a relatively empty tone of voice as he clapped his hands together, lightning style, electric force blast. As Amuda separated his hands, a ball of lightning developed between his palms. He spread his hands completely apart, causing the lightning to scatter all around his body. Kazuo, Tsunemasa, and Yuna all ducked, barely avoiding the lightning that charged at them. What? Kazuo's eyes widened. Why are you attacking us? We aren't enemies. Kazuo was interrupted as Amuda made 3 hand signs before he disappeared in a blur before appearing directly behind him. He slammed his elbow into the boy's head, causing him to groan as he was slammed into the ground hard. Kazuo! Yuna called out as both she and Tsunemasa rushed over to their teammate. Before they could get closer, Amuda made the same hand signs before he moved towards them. Approaching at rapid speeds, Amuda kicked them both back hard, knocking them back. He then reappeared above Kazuo's body before he could get up. The purple-haired genin winced in pain as Amuda dug his heel into back. How? Tsunemasa questioned as he pulled himself off the ground, glaring at the Kyumo shinobi. How are you moving so fast? That's abnormal speed, even for a jonin. Amuda shrugged his shoulders. Why should I bother answering the questions of a soon-to-be corpse? Tsunemasa's scowl deepened as he placed his hands on the ground. I know how. Yuna spoke up, her eyes narrowing. His speed is from a Kekkei Genkai. He uses swift release. Oh? You recognized that? Amuda's eyebrow rose slightly as a chuckle escaped his lips. Yuna nodded her head, a Kekkei Genkai that mixes wind and lightning elemental affinities and allows the user to move at extreme speeds, appearing almost like a blur. It's not linked to a clan, but a few scattered Kyumigaku or shinobi and residents in Kaminari no Kuni have the bloodline. What made Namikaze Minato so infamous was that he could move around a battlefield even faster than someone with swift release, without needing the Kekkei Genkai. A frown developed on Amuda's lips. The Yondaime Hokage was simply a fast shinobi, but nothing compares to the genuine speed of someone born with swift release. You 3 will understand that soon enough. Yuna clapped her hands together. As she began to start using hand signs, Amuda rushed at her once again, elbowing her into the ground. He then stomped down on her back hard, causing her to choke out blood. Do you wish to die first? He asked. Before he could properly respond, Yuna's body broke apart, revealing a swarm of Kikaicha bugs. Amuda's eyes widened as the bugs quickly formed a circle around him. The real Yuna appeared from under the clouds, next to Tsunemasa's side. Kazuo, now no longer being held back by Amuda, jumped over to their side. Thanks for that, Tsunemasa. Yuna said, smiling at her teammate, before she turned her attention to the bug circle. She ran through multiple hand signs as quick as she could. Really? Kazuo's eyes widened as he watched his teammate. You're going to use that jutsu? It's going to drain so much chakra of yours. This guy is clearly above genin level and is trying to kill us. We don't have much of a choice. Yuna hissed as she finally finished her hand signs. She parted her hands, causing a blue orb of chakra to appear. Ninja art, lockdown jutsu. Just as Amuda shook off the Kikaicha, a large circular barrier of chakra surrounded his body, its length going just before Team 6. Amuda rushed forward at blinding speeds, but his pursuit was halted by the barrier around his body. He then punched forward at it, causing the barrier to shake. You think barrier ninjutsu will be able to stop me? Amuda asked as he continued to punch forward at the barrier. The circular barrier continued to shake. The genin of Team 6 all stared in horror as they immediately turned around. We need to keep moving. Make as much distance before this guy breaks out, Kazuo said. His two teammates nodded their heads as they rushed out. Amuda continued to punch forward on the barrier, causing it to shake more and more. Within a few more punches, the barrier started to crack. Try and run as much as you can. I'll catch up to you before you can get away. Dode, Karin, Misora, and Naruto moved as a group through the Rayun fields, searching for any rogue chakra sources. After traveling for a little over an hour, both Misora and Karin felt the first source. I can sense at least one Jonin-level chakra presence, Misora noted. To the east. Dode sighed, it is as I feared. These three rogue presences did enter Rayun fields. Hopefully they have not interfered too much. What's your plan, Dode-san? Karin asked, her eyes narrowing. Do you want to alert more shinobi about their presence? Dode shook his head, I'd rather not start a panic. If these rogues are related to Akatsuki, I don't want them to be alarmed by multiple Jonin from the various villages and potentially change whatever plans they have for the third exam. We need to strike with what resources we have right now. You said you felt a presence to the east, right? Naruto asked. Misora nodded her head. Then leave that one to me. You all find and take out the other two. Can you sense where he is, Naruto-san? Misora asked. Or do you require more specific directions? No need. Naruto took a breath in as his eyes started to change color as he began to channel natural energy. I'll find the asshole in no time. With those words, the blonde hurried off to the east as he continued to channel more and more natural energy. Kazuo, Tsunemasa, and Yuna had only managed to run away for 2 minutes before Yuna felt a rush of energy hit her body. A look of horror developed on her face. Damn it, he's out. Yuna cursed. Already. Kazuo grit his teeth as he ran through hand signs. How much time do you think we have? Tsunemasa shook his head, probably within dash. Before the Abarame could finish his sentence, Amuda appeared directly above the group, his hands covered in lightning elemental chakra. Kazuo, seemingly predicting the move, turned his head upwards. Lightning style, thunderbolt. Fire style, smoke screen gale. Amuda discharged multiple bolts of lightning downwards at the group from his hands just as Kazuo spat out a large fireball that twisted into a tornado. The two jutsu collided with one another, creating an explosion that covered the cloud fields in smoke. That's not going to stop me from kill you three. Amuda shook his head as he snapped his fingers. A gust of wind rushed through the area, clearing the smoke and revealing the genin of Team 6, who were all making the same hand signs. Multi-coordinated light formation. The ground underneath Kazuo's, Tsunemasa's, and Yuna's feet started to change as black seals developed and spread out 5 meters, centering around Amuda's feet. The seals then started to glow light, causing the seals under Amuda's feet to glow even brighter. The brown-haired man tried to move forward, but found his body unable to move. What jutsu is this? He hissed as he struggled to move forward. A jutsu taught to us by Kurane-sensei. It's a barrier jutsu that grows in strength with each person using it. Yuna declared, a grin developing on her face. 500 genin using this jutsu in sync would be able to overpower any of the 5 cage. But for now, all that matters is that 3 genin are able to overpower you. Kazuo added. Amuda scowled as he continued to struggle against the hold placed on him. As he struggled to move, a series of Kikaicha began to fly out of Tsunemasa's body. The Kikaicha flew in unison and in a specific formation, resembling that of a sword. We'll hold you down. My Kikaicha will end you for us. Tsunemasa noted. And they'll feast on you and your precious chakra. Parasitic insect formation, blade cut. The Kikaicha swarm rushed forward at Amuda's body. The beetles at the front of formation, at the blade, bore their fangs as they prepared to strike down on the man. Just as they were about to reach him, however, Amuda's struggling overpowered the genin's cooperation ninjutsu. The light faded away and freed the man. He then breathed out a gust of wind, blowing the Kikaichu away right before they got to him and scattering them. Kazuo grit his teeth, damn it dash. Swift style, after image assault. Before any of the genin could react, Amuda appeared behind each of them, seemingly appearing in 3 different locations. He punched forward at all of them and disappearing to the next genin before the first could even react. The man moved too fast for the 3 genin to remotely follow, giving him ample time to continuously strike down on all 3 of them with hard punches and kicks to the face, stomach, back, and every part of their body. Within seconds, the 3 genin were on the ground, all 3 covered in bruises and all 3 with bloody, cracked noses. Amuda stood directly above Kazuo, his foot on his back. He continued to dig it down further into him, causing him to shout. Ag. He shouted in pain as he choked up blood. Please. Stop. Amuda's eyes focused down on the purple-haired genin with a mixed expression. Konoha's here, to help Kumo. Kazuo grumbled out. Please, why are you doing this? Before Amuda could respond, Tsunemasa and Yuna pulled themselves off the ground. Tsunemasa made a gesture with his hand for his Kikaicho to attack him, but Amuda kicked him back into Yuna, causing the 2 to fall again. He then let out another gust of wind from his mouth into the approaching Kikaicho, scattering them once more before they could reach him. I have no issue with you 3 personally. Only your village. Amuda said, sighing, as he turned his attention back to Kazuo, who was struggling to stand back up. Don't take this too personally. I'm simply following orders. Lightning release, spider web. As Amuda jumped forward at Kazuo once again, lines of lightning chakra resembling a spider web appeared on the cloud grounds, rushing directly at Kazuo's body. The lining developed above Kazuo's body, forming almost a protective layer on it. When Amuda's foot was about to strike at his head, the lightning chakra lining both protected Kazuo from the attack while simultaneously electrocuting Amuda. Ack! He growled in pain as he jumped backwards. Tsunemasa's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. What the dash? Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi jumped into the battlefield. Kanji had his hands on the ground, the lightning spider web being traced back to him. Hanabi rushed over to Kazuo's body, jumping around the spider web, her hands glowing green as chakra pulsed through them. As she approached him, the lightning spider web faded off his body and fell to the ground, adding another lining to it. Kazuo-san, you look horrible. She shook her head as she began using her medical ninjutsu on his back wounds. He hissed in pain for a brief second. Please, hold still for just a moment. You guys are lifesavers. Kazuo, despite the pain, smiled back. How the hell did you do this? That's just a technique Naruto-sensei taught me a while back. Kanji replied, still maintaining his position. Although I did some experimentation and found out that the only thing that electrocutes enemies is the top layer of the spider web, meaning I could use it like that as a makeshift barrier for you. So who the hell is this guy? Katsumi asked as she unsheathed her sword. Amuda's eyes focused on Team 9, a frown developing on his face. Another genin team I'll have to kill. Damn you Oya's hero. Don't bother using your sword, Katsumi-san. Yuna called out, her eyes narrowing on the man again. He has the swift release Kekki Genkai. His speed will make him impossible to beat with Taijutsu or Kenjutsu. Impossible. Katsumi repeated, her eyes wandering. She is correct. Amuda spoke up. As he made a hand sign, observe. Swift style, shadowless flight. Shit. Kanji pulled one of his hands up to make a hand sign of his own, Fuinjutsu, protective winds. Before Katsumi could react, Amuda appeared directly in front of her and kneed her, knocking her into the air. He then disarmed her, grabbing her sword. He then planned on plunging the blade into her chest, but before the blade connected, a seal on Katsumi's clothes started to glow, creating a flurry of winds around her body. Amuda disappeared, effortlessly avoiding the winds. That bastard has my sword. Katsumi hissed. She then turned to look around the battlefield. Where is he now? Think rationally, Katsumi. She took in a deep breath. This guy isn't someone we can't fight on. We have to be smart about this. We have to predict his moves to have any shot in order to counter-attack. Her eyes then narrowed, so, where will he attack? Her eyes focused on Yuna and Tsunemasa, who had finished pulling themselves off the ground. They then moved to Hanabi, who was focusing on healing Kazuo. Finally, they landed on Kanji, who was still holding on his position to the cloud ground in order to maintain his spider web. That's where he's going to free up his mobility on the ground. She quickly ran through hand signs, Earth style, Earth Dragon. As she had predicted, Amuda appeared directly above Kanji and plunged Katsumi's sword into his back. The Yamanaka's eyes widened in pain as he lifted his hands almost instinctively, causing the lightning spider web to fade away. As Amuda tried to dig the blade further into his body, the clouds behind him opened up, revealing a large dragon head made of dirt. The dragon head barreled into his body, knocking him up into the sky. He growled in pain. Using Earth-style ninjutsu all the way up in Raiyun Fields? Using spider web like that and knowing Fuinjutsu? Amuda's eyes moved from Katsumi to Kanji before they settled down on Hanabi. And one of you knows medical ninjutsu? I was under the impression that I was dealing with normal genin, but it seems that's not the case. I'll need to take this more seriously, it seems. Katsumi's Earth Dragon continued to fly through the air towards Amuda's position. The man disappeared in a blur before reappearing on the ground, the dragon crumbling into falling stones. Any of you know a jutsu to hide the ground for a moment? Katsumi called out. Leave that to me. Kurane-sensei taught me a technique her boyfriend knows. Kazuo said as he pulled himself off the ground for a moment. As Hanabi still attended to his injuries, Kazuo made 4 hand signs, fire style, ash pile burning. Kazuo opened his mouth, breathing out a massive cloud of gunpowder that functioned like a smoke screen. Within seconds, the entire battlefield was completely obfuscated once again. Again, that is useless. Amuda shook his head as he breathed out once again, creating another gust of wind. As the wind blew out from his mouth, the gunpowder smoke screen dissipated. As the battlefield was revealed once again, Amuda noticed the battlefield was filled with Earth clones. There were 10 clones of each genin, bringing their numbers up to 60. Increasing your numbers is not going to do much to help you with this fight. Amuda noted plainly as he crossed his arms. That's where you're wrong. Katsumi's eyes narrowed. Katsumi managed to get the jump on him with the Earth Dragon by predicting he was going to attack me. That's how we'll manage this. We can somewhat mitigate the advantage his Kekkei Genkai gives him so long as we attack where he is going to be and prepare for attacks that haven't happened yet. Kanji took in a deep breath. He pulled himself off the ground, wincing slightly at the feeling of his own injury, but managed to push past the pain. It's just one game of shogi. Just need to always be aware of how to keep this guy in check and we'll end this. Ack. Urusei hissed in pain, his entire body burning up. Kyumigakuer Genin Team 26 were all on the ground, sweating heavily. Nibi managed to pull himself off the ground while both Urusei and Teranei looked as if they could not stand up. The team had thought things were looking up on the 3rd day. After licking their wounds and recovering from their fight with Konohagakuer's Team 9, they managed to find another key and had begun looking for the exit. After traveling for a few hours, however, they were ambushed and completely overwhelmed, not even able to land a single hit against their assailant. Had enough, asshats. Standing directly in front of them was Kiryu. The man smirked as he crossed his arms, plumes of lava surrounding his entire body. When you all die, just remember that it was Kinryo Kiryu who ended you all. Kiryu exclaimed, his smirk widening. Now, die. Immediately, more lava plumes began to rise from the ground in a straight pattern, heading directly at the Kumo Genin. Both Urusei and Teranei still tried to pull themselves up and run away, while Nibi closed his eyes, ready for his fate. Before the lava plumes connected, however, 3 figures jumped forward to the Kumo Genin and grabbed them. They then jumped away just in time before they were melted by Kiryu's jutsu. Huh. Teranei's eyes widened. Nibi opened his eyes as he turned his head, how dash. He stopped talking as he took in the appearance of their saviors, they were all being held by shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto. What? Kiryu snarled as he glared at the clones, who the hell do you think you are? As Kiryu opened his mouth, prepared to strike at the clones, the original Naruto appeared directly behind the man. Kiryu turned around just in time to see him and jumped back to avoid getting punched in the face. Despite Naruto missing his punch, however, Kiryu felt a strong pressure hit his jaw, as if the blonde's fist had connected. He hissed in pain as he rubbed his jaw in pain. How'd you do that? Kiryu demanded. I know you didn't just land a hit on me, jackass. Naruto shook his head, scowling. How about you stop asking me questions and start talking about why you feel like attacking innocent genin taking their chunin exams? Ha! Kiryu snorted. This is only the beginning of a revolution. I'm Kinryo Kiryu, a jonin of Uegakuer, and I'm only acting in the interest of the Tsuchikage. Bullshit. Naruto shook his head. Do you even know anything about your Tsuchikage? Kuratsuka wants peace around the world, she wouldn't send an asshole like you to attack Kyumigakuer like this. Kiryu shook his head, don't act like you know Tsuchikage-sama dash. Before he could reply, Naruto disappeared in a poof of smoke, using the Shunshin. He appeared directly behind Kiryu, holding him a chokehold. The man gasped as he tried to resist. I'm best friends with your Tsuchikage and her boyfriend, and her former Jonin sensei is like a brother to me. Naruto hissed as he tightened his grip on the chokehold. You haven't met her once at all, have you? Probably cause you're not even from IWA, are you? Ack. Kiryu growled in pain as he continued to struggle. This man. Nibi's eyes were focused on Naruto in amazement. I realize he's a Jonin and more on this assailant's power level, but still, to be able to get the jump on him so quickly. Get off me you asshole! Kiryu screamed as he channeled as much chakra as he possibly could, lava style, volcanic plume jutsu. Uzumaki Fuin jutsu, hurricane manifestation. The clouds underneath Naruto's and Kiryu's feet opened up as a large plume of lava rushed out of the ground. Simultaneously, a seal on Naruto's body activated, creating a massive tornado around their bodies. The winds of the tornado diverted the lava, causing it to rush through the air at an angle and completely miss them. Nice trick, but that's not going to work on me. Naruto stated. Both the lava plume and the tornado began to fade simultaneously. Kiryu began to sweat as he started really struggling to breathe. He channeled what remaining chakra he could muster into his legs, which became encased in lava. Get off! He internally screamed. As he tried to kick Naruto, the Uzumaki jumped back, avoiding the attack and freeing Kiryu. Now die! Kiryu snarled as he opened his mouth to breathe out a giant burst of lava. Before he could complete his jutsu, Naruto held out his right hand, causing an adamantine sealing chain to rush out. The chain rushed forward and surrounded Kiryu's neck before he could jump away or use his jutsu. The man tried to scream, but no sound was able to escape his lips. A few seconds passed by as Naruto continued to study Kiryu's struggling body. As he noticed the man starting to stop resisting, he finally let go of his grip on the chains. Kiryu immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. Well, that took care of that. Naruto said, sighing. Dude. Urasai's eyes widened even further. The guy who just took us out without a single hit, he took him out without being hit even once. I don't think Tango-sensei could accomplish that. Teranei admitted, staring at the blonde in amazement. A small blush developed on her cheeks. Is that what all Konoha Jonin are capable of? Nibi had no response for his teammates, he simply stared in disbelief. A few seconds passed by as Naruto grabbed Kiryu's body. Making sure that the man was indeed unconscious, he placed a chakra restraining seal on his neck. He then created more adamantine sealing chains, forming a makeshift rope around the man's body. With the man in his custody, he turned his attention to his clones and the Kyumigakuer genin. Are you three okay? Naruto asked. We're. Nibi bit down on his lip. A part of him wanted to ignore the Konoha Jonin's help and brush it off, but he couldn't. The man standing in front of them was the only reason they were still alive. You saved us. Thank you, Jonin-san. Jonin-san. Naruto snorted in response. He shook his head, smiling back at the Kyumo genin. Just call me Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Then thank you, Uzumaki-san. Nibi bowed his head slightly. His eyes then moved to the IWA Jonin in Naruto's hands. Do you know who this man is? You claimed he was no IWA shinobi in your altercation with him, but he is dressed in their attire. It's a long story, but he's definitely no IWA agent. He's a mercenary for hire. Naruto said, shaking his head. But that can be elaborated later. For now, I'm going to take you back to safety. Wait, you don't need to that. Urusei spoke up, shaking his head. We're fine. Naruto shook his head. I saw the end of your fight with this guy, and while the guy in the mask was able to stand, he gestured to Nibi for a moment before turning back to Urusei and Teraneai. You two couldn't even stand. Yeah, you all need medical and you need it now. But what about the exam? Teraneai asked, looking downward. We'll get in trouble if we didn't find the exit on our own dash. Teraneai, he's right. You and Urusei need medical treatment. Nibi interrupted with a glare. The kunoichi continued to look downward, avoiding his gaze, which caused Nibi to turn his attention back to Naruto. You, once again, have our gratitude. Of course. Naruto smiled in response. With those words, the Uzumaki and his clones hurried off, carrying Karyu and the Kumo Genin back. So one of them is down. Hopefully you all catch the other two. Naruto thought. His mind then moved to his own Genin team and his hands tightened as he gripped onto Karyu's body. You three better be safe, damn it. Amuda stared at the group surrounding him, taking in the numbers. He tried to identify which were the clones and which were the 6 Genin he was supposed to kill, but it was impossible. The originals blended in too well and the clones had too many details spot on, including locations of bruises and blood. There's no way he's going to try and attack one at a time. No doubt he's just going to use his bloodline to wipe out all of us at once. Kanji realized. He eyed both the original Katsumi and the original Hanabi. I can try and see if I can stun him momentarily, though. Let's see. Amuda dropped Katsumi's sword on the ground. He then ran through 10 hand signs, swift style, after image shockwave. Kanji immediately made a hand sign, Fuinjutsu, protective winds. Amuda's arms and legs were surrounded by white-colored electricity. He tightened his fists for a moment before he vanished, like a blur. In an instant, Amuda crashed forward from clone to clone, striking at them with his lightning-covered fists, destroying them instantly and causing Earth to crumble. The clones tried to react in time, but they were unable to react in time and were smashed apart before they could fight back. Ugh! Kazuo groaned as he was knocked back by Amuda's fist, his entire body feeling the shock of his punch. Kazuo-Yuna was immediately kicked away as well, feeling shocked as well. Ack! He's too fast. Katsumi was sent flying backwards as well by a punch to the gut. She coughed up a bit of blood as she was sent flying back. As Amuda continued to wail on the group, more seals on Kanji's, Katsumi's, and Hanabi's bodies began to glow. By the time Amuda managed to strike at the original Hanabi, the seal activated, creating another flurry of winds that surrounded her body. Amuda was unable to jump away from the jutsu this time, however, and was cut slightly by the wind, staggering him. First opening. Tsunemasa realized as he made 5 hand signs, demonic illusion, descending hell jutsu. As Amuda finally repositioned himself and prepared to strike once more, an overwhelming heat began to overtake his body. He looked upward to the source of the heat only to see a large fireball flying down towards him. That's not possible. I highly doubt any of these 6 are skilled enough fire adepts to create something like that. Amuda shook his head as he made a hand sign, release. The fireball in the sky vanished and Amuda returned to reality. It was then that he realized he was encased in a smoke screen of gunpowder once again. A smirk developed on Kazuo's face. Unlike the previous time he used this jutsu, only Amuda was stuck inside the gunpowder. He quickly pulled out a kunao and an explosive tag and tossed it. The tag detonated upon impact with the smoke screen, creating a massive explosion. The explosion created a shockwave that pushed back all of the genin a few centimeters while fire completely filled the cloud battlefield. Holy shit! Katsumi's eyes widened as she turned to Kazuo. That's a lethal jutsu, Kazuo. That's my current ace in the hole, but I'll get even more. Kazuo stated, rubbing the brim of his nose. Uzuki Kazuo is going to have so much firepower one day, no one in Konoha will compare. Hanabi's eyes narrowed in on the smoke screen. Her Byakugan could not pick up where Amuda was inside it, which caused her to shake her head. Hebai Hiro, together with me. The snake nodded his head as both turned towards Kazuo's position, ninja art, Poison Senbon. Both Hanabi and Hebihiro spat out a barrage of poison-dipped senbon from their mouths directly by Kazuo. Before Kazuo could even react, Amuda appeared directly behind him and pulled him into a chokehold. The lightning surrounding his fists started to barrel its way into his body, causing the boy to gasp in pain as he struggled to shout. "Fast jutsu, kid, but not fast enough." Amuda wasn't able to finish his sentence as the poison senbon hit his back. Ack. Amuda instinctively let go of Kazuo as his hands went to his back to pull out the senbon. Kazuo immediately took advantage of the freedom and punched him in the face, staggering him slightly again. Seeing an opening, Hanabi rushed forward at Amuda, holding out her palm. She landed a strike on a tenketsu of his, causing Amuda to wince. She tried to strike once more, but Amuda finally recovered again and disappeared. He reappeared directly above her and elbowed her into the ground. Ugh! She hissed in pain. "I must admit, you're all such talented shinobi. You all are very good at predicting and reacting to a shinobi, despite advantages they have over you." Amuda praised, a small sad smile developing on his face. "You all should have had a long, rewarding career as shinobi. If that's the case, then why are you attacking us like this?" Katsumi demanded. "Get off my friend and let her live the life she deserves then." Amuda shook his head. "That's impossible. I have orders and I need to follow them." "What orders?" Yuna demanded, scowling. The Raikage wouldn't dare risk attacking Konohagaku or shinobi like this. Again, Amuda shook his head. "You wouldn't understand. Raikage-sama has his reasons." "Or does Akatsuki have its reasons?" Kanji questioned. Amuda's eyes widened at the word, which only confirmed his suspicion. "You're not even with Kumo, are you? You're with the Akatsuki. These kids know the client? Damn it, Oya's hero, what kind of organization are you working with right now?" Amuda grit his teeth for a moment before he took in a deep breath. A frown developed on his lips as he looked at the 6 genin with another look of sadness. "Looks like I have another reason to kill you, then. I am sorry." A squad of Shimogakure genin were cornered in the Reun fields. 2 of them were completely unconscious from their own wounds while the third, a kunoichi with long black hair and brown eyes, was standing directly in front of her teammates' bodies and their assailant. Her pale white skin was completely covered in red burns and the white jacket she wore over her uniform looked like it had been severely burned. Standing directly in front of them was Futsu. The young man looked at the girl with no emotion on his face. He simply shook his head as he took a step forward towards the kunoichi. Please. Kiri and Shimo aren't enemies," she pleaded. "I don't know what orders your Mizukage gave you, but my parents are rich in Shimo. I'll pay you if you leave us alone." Futsu shook his head. He took in a deep breath as he made a single hand sign, which caused the kunoichi to start sobbing. "Please. I'll do anything." She closed her eyes. "Just don't kill us. Boil style, skilled mist jutsu." Futsu opened his mouth, breathing out a thick cloud of corrosive gas from his mouth. "Fire style, fire dragon bomb." Before the gas could reach the Shimo genin, however, a stream of fire rushed from above directly into the gas. Upon impact, the corrosive gas quickly scattered and dissipated. The Shimo genin opened her eyes tentatively in time to see Kawada Misora jump into the battlefield, gripping her scythe. "You use boil release, Unfortunately for you, I have trained a shinobi who uses your Kekii Genkai. I know precisely how to counter it," Misora stated, her grip on her scythe tightening. Futsu said nothing, his eyes only narrowed further. Misora briefly turned her head away from him, facing the Shimo genin. A small smile developed on her lips. "I promise, things will be okay. I will keep you safe," she told her. The Shimo kunoichi rubbed away her tears. Please." Futsu proceeded to charge forward at Misora, making the same hand sign before breathing out another corrosive gas cloud. Misora immediately turned around and spat out another stream of fire directly into the gas, dissipating it. She then made a singular hand sign. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist developed over the battlefield that completely obstructed Futsu's vision. The young man glared as he spat out a deluge of water from his mouth at where Misora had been. To his surprise, the water hit nothing. She managed to pull the genin out of the way too, even the ones unconscious. Futsu shook his head. This will be more troubling than I anticipated. Are you looking for me? Misora's voice sounded throughout the mist. Futsu turned his head, looking for her, but could not place her location. Try as hard as you'd like. You won't find me or the Shimo genin. You're simply trying to psyche me out. Futsu spoke up for the first time, a scowl present on his face. This won't hold me back. I haven't been blinded yet. Blinded? Misora repeated the word before she started to chuckle. What good does vision do you if you can't fight your opponent the moment it's affected? You were doomed from the very start. Futsu's scowl deepened as he made hand signs, boil style, steam rising. Futsu opened his mouth, causing a rush of hot steam to escape and surround his body. The steam expanded, pushing back the mist. Within a few seconds, the mist had been dissipated from the battlefield. Misora and the Shimo genin, however, were nowhere to be seen. What? His eyes widened. Where are they? How did she disappear? Water style, water hammer. Before Futsu could turn around, Misora appeared behind him, her scythe now completely encased in water, which had taken the shape of a hammer. Misora slammed the water hammer into the back of Futsu's head with enough brute force that the man fell to the ground immediately. Misora bent down to check his vitals immediately. Once she had confirmed he was alive, the water around her scythe evaporated and she quickly attached it to the holster on her back. I'm not one to leave a target alive, but hopefully the Raikage will be able to get some information out of this guy. Misora grumbled to herself. She then turned to her right. The Shimo genin was to her side, her two unconscious teammates still safely with her. The Kunoichi was staring up at Misora with a mixture of awe and fear. You aren't going to kill me yourself, are you? The Kunoichi asked. That's ludicrous. Misora snorted as she placed a chakra restraining seal on Futsu's body. I'm taking this man back to the Raikage so he can obtain any info he needs. The Shimo genin bit her lip nervously, so. Kirigakure isn't attacking Shinobi then. Misora's eyes widened momentarily before she turned her attention back to Futsu, so, you thought this man was from Kiri. I mean that's what he said. And he's wearing the Kirigakure uniform. The Shimo genin insisted. Ah. Misora was quiet for a moment before she turned her attention to the Shimo Kunoichi. May I ask your name? Why Yukihana? She stated, looking downward. Fujiwara Yukihana. Fujiwara-san. Misora bowed her head as she made a hand sign, creating two water clones. A smile developed on her face as she looked back the girl. I promise you that Kiri is here to help you. My clones and I will escort you back to safety and to receive medical treatment. We haven't found our key yet though. The girl, Yukihana, looked at her teammate's condition for a moment before she shook her head. No, we need it. Their health is more important than this stupid exam. Please. Help us get back. Misora's smile widened as she picked up Futsu's unconscious body. Follow me. Upon hearing those words, the water clones picked up the two unconscious Shimo genin. They, alongside the original Misora and Yukihana, hurried off towards the exit of Raun Fields. Swift style, shadowless flight. Amuda disappeared in a blur as he rushed over to each individual genin, knocking them up in the air and proceeded to strike at each of them. He moved quickly, from genin to genin, keeping them all airborne as he wailed on each of them. None of the six could properly respond as Amuda continued to beat down on each of them. Seconds passed by and all six were knocked down, creating makeshift craters from on the cloud ground. Like getting hit by a building. Kanji groaned as he tried to pull himself up. He's learned his lesson. He's not letting us get even an inch on him. Tsunmasa looked out to his fellow Konoha genin. He made a gesture with his hands, causing 5 Kikaicho to leave his body and fly over to each of the other genin. Amuda looked out at the genin for a moment as he clapped his hands together, generating a large amount of electricity in his hands. As he split his hands apart, he created thunderbolts in his hands that resembled arrows. Lighting style, thunderclap arrow. Amuda rapidly tossed lightning arrows at each of the genin as they struggled to pull themselves up. The lightning arrows collided with their heads, completely piercing their heads and electrocuting their bodies entirely. Within seconds, all 6 genin were completely still, with smoke sizzling from their dead bodies. There. Done. Amuda sighed. I should have done that faster. Amuda stopped channeling chakra into his hands and the lighting subsided. He then walked over to the first body, the body of Katsumi. He looked down on her sizzling body, a frown on his face. I'm simply following orders. I hope that the afterlife is peaceful for you, if there even is one. He said, sighing. Multi-coordinated light formation. Amuda's eyes widened as the seals on the ground appeared once again and illuminated. Within seconds, he was unable to move his body. How? He hissed. Within seconds, the images of the sizzling Konoha genin's bodies faded away. Kazuo, Tsunemasa, and Yuna were revealed, holding the same hand sign as they held Amuda down with their light formation. I got to say, Tsunemasa, that was an excellent genjutsu. Yuna said, grinning at her teammate. The Abarame nodded his head, parasitic insect illusion jutsu. Kurane-sensei helped me invent it to dash. Oi, just focus on holding him down. Kazuo hissed. He turned his head towards Team 9. Finish him off while we hold him down. We can't hold him down for too long. Got it. Katsumi spoke up for her team as she ran through hand signs, Earth Style, Earth Dragon. Lightning Style, Thunderbolt. Earth Style, Rock Gun. Water Style, Gunshot. Another giant Earth Dragon rose from the clouds directly underneath Amuda. Simultaneously, Kanji held out his right hand and released a massive discharge of lighting. Hanabi held out her hand and launched forward multiple stones that rushed forward like bullets, and Hebihiro spat out a deluge of water. The multiple elemental ninjutsu flew forward directly at the man. Before they connected, however, Amuda managed to break free from the light formation, causing the jutsu to fade. The strain of having the jutsu broken once again caused Kazuo, Tsunemasa, and Yuna to fall to the ground on their knees. Having now freed himself, Amuda disappeared in a blur, causing the jutsu flying his way to miss him. No. Katsumi bit down on her lip. That's dash. Her words died on her lips as Amuda elbowed her on the head, knocking her into the ground hard. He then quickly rushed over to Kanji and Hanabi, doing the same. In an instant, all 6 genin were now down on the ground once again. This has been a rather surprising fight, but it's over. He shook his head. The end result of each surprise has always been the same. It's time to just finally end this. Amuda disappeared in an instant, like a blur. Katsumi felt his presence behind her, but she was unable to pull herself up in time. No. It can't end like this. She bit down on her lip, instinctively bracing for death. Just as Amuda was about to strike at her neck and end the fight, an adamantine sealing chain appeared and encircled his waist before his attack could connect. What? He hissed as he turned his head. Katsumi's eyes widened as she focused on the chain. Naruto-sensei. Not quite. Wrong. Uzumaki. Jumping right behind Amuda was both Uzumaki Karen and Dode. The adamantine sealing chain was connected to Karen's right hand, who tightened her grip on the chains. Hanabi's eyes were glued on the red-haired shinobi. That's Naruto-sensei's cousin. How dare you? Entering the Reihun fields during the Chunin exams, wearing a Kumigakure uniform, trying to kill Genin. Dode seethed as he cracked his knuckles. Who the fuck do you think you are? Amuda said nothing, only struggling to resist. To his surprise, the chain around his waist was holding him back. None of his efforts to break through were enough. Not going to talk now, huh? Well, guess you can answer for your shit to the Raikage himself. Karen said as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a kunao with a sealing tag on it. The Uzumaki tossed the kunao at Amuda's body. The Oya's hero agent tried to struggle and run, but the adamantine chain continued to hold him in place. The kunao managed to connect with his chest, causing him to hiss in pain. Fuinjutsu, sleep paralysis jutsu. The seal on the kunao started to glow a white color for a second before it faded away, turning into a fine white powder that spread over Amuda's body. In a moment, Amuda's struggling started to wane. Seconds passed by until his struggling finally came to a complete stop as he drifted off into sleep. Kazuo's eyes widened for a moment. She took him out like that so effortlessly. Alright, so he's going to be out for a couple of hours. Karen said as she applied a chakra sealing tag on Amuta's body. Plenty of time to get him back to the outpost and get him tied up and ready for interrogation. Dode nodded his head as he picked up Amuta's sleeping body. Ideally, the other two were caught as well. One of those three will give us information. I'm sure of it. Karen nodded her head. She then turned her attention to the Konoha genin. A smile developed on her lips. Hey, you six are okay, right? Other than the physical and chakra exhaustion, and the mental scarring of nearly being killed. I suppose we are okay. Tsunemasa answered. Ah. Yeah. Dumb question. Karen admitted, shaking her head. Well, Dode and I are here to help. Let's get you all back to the outpost so that Way Medical can take care of you. You all look like you need it still. Thanks, but we need to find the exit on our own. Kazuo spoke up, shaking his head. We can take it from Dash. You were just attacked by someone who illegally entered Rayun Fields and you and your team sustained heavy injuries. Dode interrupted, scowling. I don't take responsibility for injuries from the elements or other teams, but this I am taking responsibility for. You six listen to Uzumaki-san and I. You are all coming back with us to Cloud 9 Outpost. Do not think about the exams for now, your health is more important than that. Kazuo closed his mouth and looked downward. None of the Konoha genin had any verbal response to give to the man. With silent nods of approval, the group followed Karen and Dode towards the exit. Chapter 108, Planning. Upon returning to the Cloud 9 outpost, bringing all injured genin to the medical units, and imprisoning the 3 Oya's hero agents, Dode sent out an aide to go alert the Raikage about what had transpired in Rayun Fields. Within an hour, he had arrived. On the 3rd floor of the outpost was a small debriefing room. He entered the room and took a seat at the desk, with both Mabi and Darui at his side. Dode stood directly in front of him, who gave him a verbal report about the attacks on the genin in the 2nd exam. Naruto, Karen, and Misora stood by his side. After the report was finished, he shook his head, a scowl deep on his face. Are these 3 assailants still unconscious? He asked. They are. They'll be asleep for a full day. Karen spoke up. I used a fuinjutsu on the one Dode-san that and I apprehended that will keep him unconscious for a day. Upon arriving back here, I administered the same seals to the other 2. However, those seals can be removed, and they can be woken up earlier if you wish to interrogate them right away. He nodded his head in acknowledgement. I appreciate that. He then turned his attention to Dode. Are you certain these 3 are with Akatsuki? I cannot confirm that yet, but I feel it is the most likely circumstance. Dode answered. They're dressed in Kirigakuer, Iwaigakuer, and Kyumigakuer uniforms, but I can confirm that the man from Kyumo is no one that works here. As can I. Mabi noted. I looked at the man's unconscious form upon arrival. He's no one we have on our register. And likewise, I will confirm that the boil release user is no one from Kirigakuer. Misora added. You said one of them had the Kekkei Genkai boil release. Darui asked. Misora nodded her head. I see. I also fought a guy with a Kekkei Genkai. Naruto said, the asshole pretending to be an IWA shinobi had lava release. In addition, the Konoha genin we escorted back mentioned that the shinobi we apprehended had the swift release. Dode added. Mabi frowned in response, these may not be Akatsuki agents, then. Perhaps this is the work of an Oya's hero. And who? Naruto repeated, tilting his head. An Oya's hero is a wandering arms dealer who deals in shinobi with Kekkei Genkai. Darui answered, pocketing his hands. He keeps them under his control through means we have yet to confirm, but he uses them as weapons, renting them out for anyone who can pay well enough. Controls them. Naruto scowled in response. One rogue shinobi with a Kekkei Genkai could have been a coincidence, but all 3 with the same objective is a pattern. Mabi noted. He's got to be the source of the attacks. Actually, that more than likely links this to Akatsuki. Misora spoke up. I would assume if Akatsuki intended on causing chaos, they would probably send tools unrelated to them. It would be logical to assume they would rather not use their own assets in case of an accident that could have costed them. I'd agree with that. He said, his scowl deepening. Oya's hero is definitely a client they'd get involved with. Which means, we can look forward to more of his agents probably being involved with the upcoming invasion. The man snorted. Hell, maybe the arms dealer himself will show his head and actually fight with Akatsuki. He slammed his right fist into the desk, cracking it instantly. I'd enjoy killing that bastard myself. So, what's our plan from here? Naruto asked. The Raikage looked back to Naruto. First, I'll find out what I can from these bastards. Once I get any info I can, I'll make my mind on when and how to kill them. Mabi cleared her throat. The Raikage turned to look his assistant in the eye for a moment before he nodded. He took in a deep breath before turning back to Naruto. But the plan is still the same. No doubt Akatsuki had these shinobi dressed the way they were in order to create internal chaos between the villages leading up to the third exam. Their plan should still be the same. Therefore, that's what we are still preparing for. He answered. Once the second exam ends and the third exam is announced, B and Yujito will escort you to Shimigame Island so you may begin your training. Are the other Jinchuriki here yet? Naruto asked. As far as I am aware, Yotakata-san arrived yesterday. The rest should arrive shortly. Mabi answered. Yotakata is here. The Uzumaki's eyes widened. Darui nodded his head. He's already on Shimigame Island, awaiting the rest of you. Yotakata. A grin developed on Naruto's face. It had been 3 years since he had seen him, and while Yotakata had written to him twice, he still had not gotten a chance to respond to any of his letters. Yotakata and Hotaru were never in one place for too long. Finally, I'll get to see you again and hear what you've been up to. For now, though, we wait. He declared. Wait until I hear more information from these rogue assailants. Once I dig out something from them, we'll make a more focused plan. The room nodded their heads in agreement. With no further discussion necessary, the meeting was disbanded. The genin teams that had been attacked required hours of medical treatment to appropriately treat the burns and wounds that they had all received. The Shimogakure team and Kumogakure team were going to require overnight treatment still in order to fully recover. Konohagakure Team 6, while expected to be released before midnight, would still require a few more hours. Team 9, however, were discharged shortly after sunset. One of the medics escorted the group to their lodging for the remaining days. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of their Jonin sensei, who was meditating in the center of the room. Once they entered the room, Naruto opened his eyes and pulled himself up from the ground. Are you all okay? He asked. We're fine. Kanji said, sighing. Still sore, but could be worse. A lot worse. Hanabi admitted, looking downward. Naruto frowned in response. I know about the assailants that entered Rayun Fields. To think one of those bastards managed to find you guys. He grit his teeth as his hands tightened. I'm sorry. Katsumi frowned back in response. There's nothing to be sorry about, Naruto-sensei. No, there is. Naruto shook his head. I could have been training you 3 better. I should have taught you more so that way, you would have been able to kick his ass. What? Kanji choked, his eyes widening. Naruto-sensei, the training you gave us is the only reason we even survived at all. He's right. Hanabi nodded her head. That man would have killed both us and Team 6 if it wasn't for your teaching. Naruto was quiet for a moment. His genin all shared a look with one another before Katsumi took a step forward, a small smile developing on her face. She locked her eyes with her Jonin sensei for a moment. Naruto-sensei, we knew what we were getting involved in when we agreed to come here with you and Kumo. So this is just an example of what's to come. She said. So, don't beat yourself over this. We're fine thanks to your teaching. Naruto's eyes widened. Before he knew it, the civilian-born Kunoichi pulled him into a tight hug. Seriously? Thank you. She said. Before he could even respond, Kanji and Hanabi took a step forward and joined the hug. Naruto's eyes widened even further as they moved from each of his students before he returned the hug, a smile growing on his face and his eyes started to water up. Heh, sorry for making you all try to make me feel better. Naruto said, shaking his head as he tried to dry his tears a bit. You guys are the best students I could have ever asked for. A few seconds passed by before Team 9 broke their hug. As they entered the room, Hanabi's right hand went to her pocket. She felt the key that the group had found in the second exam still in her pocket and pulled it out. I don't mean to bring the mood down again, but what's going to happen with the exams? Hanabi asked. We technically never found the exit on our own, which is one of the components of the exam. Dode said he'd handle that with you all, but I know that you, Team 6, and the Kumo team that's receiving medical attention will be allowed to pass on to the third exam. Naruto said. After all, you all had keys and it was still the third day. He's giving your teams the benefit of the doubt that you would have found the exit before the time limit so as not to punish you for having to deal with shinobi out of your power scale. So, we'll make it to the third exam, then. Kanji noted, his hand going to his chin in thought. Yes. Naruto stated. A sigh escaped his lips. Speaking of training a bit ago, I suppose I should update you on the status of your training. What about it? Katsumi asked. Well, if you remember, I told you that I'm going to be training with the other Jinchuriki in order to make sure that I master this Biju mode thing. And apparently, they're going to have me training in some super top secret location to Kumo that outsiders normally are never supposed to go to. Naruto said, sighing again. I think I might be able to convince B to let me get you guys to come at some point, but at least for the first couple of days, I'll probably have to be separated from you all. Ah. That makes sense. Hanabi nodded her head, a small smile developing on her lips. You need to train as well. Actually, your training is probably infinitely more important than ours. Yeah, you'll be taking on Akatsuki agents more directly. Katsumi added. But I'm not going to leave you three to your own devices. Naruto stated. I have an idea on how I want you all to train, as well as who I want to train you three. You do? Kanji's eyebrow rose. I've already got it mostly worked out. We'll arrange a meeting with them once the training period officially starts, but I'm sure you three will do great and get even stronger. Naruto replied, grinning back at his students. Okay, now I'm really curious. Katsumi admitted, chuckling slightly. Who do you have working with us? Naruto's grin seemed to widen even further. Okay, so, have you three ever heard of Mount Mayaboku? Alright, let's set up camp for now. Shino suggested, looking up at the moon. We should be arriving in Kumigakure by tomorrow night at the pace we are going. Shino, Ino, Koji, Sasuke, and Fu had continued to move at a rapid pace since leaving Konohagakure. The group had decided to set up their camp for the night close to the Kaminari no Kuni border, having finally arrived in the country. So, I'm just asking for clarification, are we taking Fu to this secret island place that she's training at? Or to Kumo? Koji asked. To Kumo. Ino spoke up. Some guy should be meeting us at the village and should take her there. We'll be then staying in Kumo until the Akatsuki invasion. Sasuke's hands tightened at her statement, but he did not say anything in response. The Fu escort team fell into a silence as they started to set up their campsite. Fu and Sasuke both elected to bring hunt and bring back something that the group could eat while the former members of Team 10 set up tents in a campfire. I'm not too familiar with wild animals here. You think we'll actually find something like a boar or something, or do we need to fish? Fu asked. HN. Sasuke mumbled under his breath. Fu pursed her lips for a second before she shrugged her shoulders. Fish sounds fine. Might be simpler to just do that anyway. HN. Fu turned her head to face the Uchiha, her eyebrow raised. She then walked closer to him, waving her hand in his face. Yo, are you even listening? Sasuke blinked for a second. Were you talking? Yes. I was. The Jinchuriki sighed. You're not usually spacey like this, Sasuke. What's up? Nothing. He answered. Just looking forward to us getting to Kumo already. Ah. She nodded her head. Yeah, I am too. She tightened her hands into fists. I'm ready to finally get started with my training. Sasuke's eyes focused on the girl. The plan is still to use you all to lure Akatsuki's leader and main agents to a fight, correct? As far as I'm aware, yeah. Fu nodded her head. That's why it's important that I finally figure out how to control this power. She took in a deep breath as she looked upward towards the moon. Finally feel like the Jinchuriki I was meant to be. You'll be training with B and Yujito, who were able to enter Biju mode. I'm certain you will master it. Sasuke said. Fu's mind focused on her training battle with Yujito and B, and then it flashed to her fight against Kido and Majire. A frown developed on her lips as she recalled losing control of herself to the Nanabi's overwhelming chakra, but she shook her head, pushing the thoughts back. A determined expression developed on her face as she nodded her face. The two shinobi remained quiet as they walked over to the nearest lake they could find. Upon arriving, Fu turned her head to face Sasuke, a curious expression on her face. So, any particular reason you are excited to get to Kumo? Fu asked. Not particularly. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. The Nanabi Jinchuriki rolled her eyes. Well, you're excited about something. Or anxious, I guess. Sasuke remained quiet for a moment, staring at the lake's water. After a few seconds, he finally sighed and looked up towards the moon. I'm expecting to see my brother. He answered. Fu's eyes softened. You mean Jiraiya's spy, right? I forgot you were briefed about that after Itaka's appearance. Sasuke sighed again. Yes. Itaka told me that he would be here in Kumo, and while I am aware he can't blow his cover, I'm hoping to still meet up with him, even if once. I still have so many questions about everything, questions only he can answer. That, and you just want to see him again, don't you? She asked. Sasuke bit his lip in response, looking away. A small, sad smile developed on Fu's lips. She sat down by the lake and patted the ground next to her. Sasuke took the seat next to her. The two shinobi then laid down, staring up at the stars. I know that everything with what happened to your family is complicated and shit, but if you can take advantage of him still being here, you should. Fu stated. I know that. Sasuke shook his head. But still, even knowing everything about what really happened, it feels weird to think about him. After all these years of believing he was this heartless murderer, suddenly changing my perception is difficult, even if the new perception is the truth. Well, at least you know he loves you. In my mind, that's good enough. Fu said, her eyes looking downward. 'Cause I don't even have that with my own family. The moment the Nanabi was sealed inside me, my parents ditched me. They didn't want anything to do with a demon child. Sasuke turned to look at the Jinchuriki. Are they still around? They are. A snort escaped Fu as a scowl developed on her lips. Before I left for Konoha from Taki, Shibuki thought I should know that my parents survived the attack on the village. As if I'd care. Do you intend on facing them again someday? Sasuke asked. Maybe. She shook her head, but not yet. Once I obtain full control of my Biju, I might. I want to look them in the eye and shove it in their faces that I am not the demon they thought I was. I want them to look me in the eye and acknowledge me as a person. And then. A sigh then escaped the Jinchuriki's lips. I don't know after that. Sasuke nodded his head. I understand. I really don't know what's going to happen with my relationship with Itaka once the Akatsuki is defeated. He sighed, turning back to the moon. Guess we just got to wait and see what happens. Fu hummed in response, yeah. Guess so. The two were silent for a while as they focused back on the lake. Once they caught enough fish for their group to eat, they started to walk back to camp. Fu's eyes were focused on the Uchiha during the walk. Upon arrival at the camp, Sasuke finally turned back to the Jinchuriki, his eyebrow raised. Yes. He asked. Things will be okay. For both of us. She said confidently, a smirk on her face. I know that. Heh. A smirk developed on Sasuke's face as he turned away again. Didn't need to hear you say that. But thanks anyway. After finishing his interrogation of the three assailants, he called forth a few of the foreign Jonin sensei present at the Cloud9 outpost. The Raikage sat down at his desk in the office on the third floor, with Darui, Mabi, and Dode standing by his side. Standing in front was Naruto, Anko, Ebisu, Temari, Misora, Risho, and Karin. The assailants are just as they were expected, they were Oya's hero agents. He declared. More so, I cracked one of them to reveal that they were contracted by Akatsuki. A scowl then developed on his face. However, they were useless after that. They could not confirm Oyashiro's location, nor could they even confirm if any Akatsuki agents were present in Kaminari no Kuni. Hell, they couldn't even say anything about Akatsuki, only that it was the name of Oyashiro's current client. If you want, you can give me a chance to work with them. Anko offered, cracking her knuckles. I'm pretty good at getting info out of assholes who conveniently don't know information. He shook of his head, not necessary. I am qualified in the field as well, and I can tell a genuine I don't know from a false one. The three bastards we caught don't know shit about the Akatsuki. Unsurprising. Misora shook her head. Oya's hero is an intelligent man to have avoided getting caught by the major shinobi villages up to this point, and Akatsuki is equally elusive. I doubt these agents were provided any meaningful information. But at least we have enough to confirm that Akatsuki is the problem. And that they are already trying to target things in Kumo. Naruto stated. The one thing I was able to bring out was their objective. They were instructed to murder Genin and eventually get seen leaving Rayun fields dressed in their foreign uniforms. The goal was to create unrest between the villages. He stated. His scowl deepened as he slammed his fist into the desk, causing it to crack in half and causing wood chips to scatter. They killed 3 Kumo Genin teams and 1 Kiri team for that alone. These fuckers will regret the day they crossed my village. The foreign shinobi were silent for a moment as they stared at the remains of what used to be the Raikage's desk. They then turned their attention back to the man, who was breathing heavily, trying to calm down. Raikage-sama, how do you wish to move forward? Mabi asked. Oya's hero will figure out soon that his assailants have been captured, and he will surely report that back to the Akatsuki. The Raikage took in another deep breath. He was quiet for 30 seconds until he finally calmed down and looked back to his assistant. It is best to make them think that the plan worked to some degree. I will execute the 2 Oya's hero bastards that are dressed in Kiri and IWA uniforms and will act as if we believe they were actually Kiri and IWA shinobi respectively. He stated. And this information will be spread throughout Kumo. You want the people here to be suspicious of Kirigakuer and Uegakuer. Risho raised his eyebrow. Could that not cause more problems? What if some of your citizens try attacking us? They won't. The villagers will not do anything without my say. Especially not right now. The Raikage shook his head. Besides, there will also be credible rumors going around about our involvement. Ah. Temari hummed, bringing her hand to her chin. Is this why you want to keep the one that was posing as a Kumo agent alive? The Raikage nodded his head, correct. I am going to acknowledge that there was a Kumo rogue agent, but I will not execute him and simply imprison him so that way I can question him further. In doing so, hopefully there will rile up some general suspicions about Kumo's actions. Ultimately speaking, everyone is going to be suspicious of everyone then, huh? Naruto noted, frowning. The truth will get revealed closer to the exam date, but it is better this way, at least for the time being. If Akatsuki thinks their plan worked, they will still follow it. And we can still handle them once the invasion begins. He stated. That makes sense. Ebisu nodded his head. Our plans for the 3rd exam will be finalized soon. Darui noted. We just need to wait a little longer as we wait for the last bit of information to be reported back. Naruto's mind immediately flashed to Itaki and the conversation he had with Sasuke and Jiraiya. His mind then switched to Teiwa. His hands tightened. Teiwa, you better be alright. Moving on, Darui cleared his throat. We'll update you all with necessary information when it becomes relevant. For now, simply keep a general sense of suspicion in public when discussing or around foreign shinobi. Help give off the illusion that Akatsuki's dull attempt to sow distrust worked. And train yourselves. And your genin teams. Dode stated sharply, crossing his arms. The violence will only grow worse over time. Make sure you all are prepared for whatever else Akatsuki has planned. Understood. The Jonin all said in near unison. As Shino had predicted, after one more day of travel, the Fu escort squad arrived at the gates of Kyumigakuer. The group moved up the mountain path, past the clouds, until they reached the gates to the village. Upon arriving at the gates, they were greeted by 3 Kyumigakuer shinobi. 2 of them were standing adjacent to the gates. The third, a man with tawny brown skin, spiky black hair, dark brown eyes, and a green mark above his nose, stood in front of the gates. Upon seeing the Konohagakuer shinobi, he took a step forward. "We have been expecting you all," the man said, his eyes focusing on Fu. "You are the Nanabe Jinchuriki, correct?" "I am." Fu nodded, her eyebrow raised slightly. "Are you the one who is supposed to escort me to Shimigame Island?" "Correct." The man nodded his head. "I am Motoi and I am the shinobi that is permanently stationed on the island to guard and protect it. As such, I will escort you there. We will leave at once." "At once? As in right now?" Ino asked. She looked up to the moon before looking back to the Kyumo Jonin. "Wouldn't you rather leave in the morning? We've been traveling all day and Fu needs rest." "Rest sounds nice, but unfortunately, we don't want to waste time and alert anyone. After all, it's not like Raikage-sama told many people that the Nanabe Jinchuriki was coming after all." Motoi noted, shaking his head. He then turned his attention back to Fu. "We'll rest when we get to the island, if that is all right." "It's fine." Fu nodded her head. "Let's head out." "Fu." The Jinchuriki turned her head to come face to face with Shino. "Good luck." "Heh." She grinned back, rubbing the brim of her nose. "Thanks, Shino." "Stay safe, all right," Koji said, smiling. "We're all back here when you get done." Ino added. "I know. I'll be safe. And we'll be excited to see you all again." Fu nodded her head, smiling back at the other 2 former members of Team 10. Fu's eyes then moved to Suzuki. The 2 did not speak to each other, they simply nodded their heads at one another before they broke eye contact. With their farewells having been made, Motoi and Fu hurried off, heading away from the village. Shino, Koji, Ino, and Suzuki were then escorted into the village. "Now, all I have to do is wait for you, Itaki." Suzuki's eyes narrowed. The 5 days for the second exam had come to a close. At the beginning of the next day, 8 genin teams stood in a large auditorium room, all 3 Konohagakuer genin teams, Kyumigakuer's Team 26, Kurigakuer's Team Misora, Iwagakuer's Team Risho, Tsunagakuer's Team Tamari, and Kusagakuer's Team Karen. Each of the genin continued to look around at one another, sizing each other up. The 8 jonin glanced at one another for a moment before they turned their attention to the center of the auditorium. Standing at the center behind a podium stood Dode. To his right was E, who was dressed in the Raikage attire. "I must congratulate all of you upon completing the second exam," Dode declared. "I have been a proctor for these exams for over a decade, and I have never seen this many teams pass the exam. Regardless of whether you obtain the rank of Chunin, you all have earned my respect." The genin all beamed in response. Naruto turned back to his team, noting the grins on each of their faces, which caused him to grin back. "Yup, that's my team, damn it." Dode bowed his head as he stepped away from the podium. He walked over, taking his place. He crossed his arms as his eyes moved from person to person. "The third exam will be occurring in 1 month exactly. You will all be able to use this time to prepare for it, and I suggest you do," the Raikage declared sharply. "Your promotion to Chunin is based solely on how you perform there and not on your efforts in the first 2 exams, so you will need to make sure that you are capable and ready for it. It is possible all of you could be promoted, but it is also possible that none of you are deemed worthy." All 8 teams of genin nodded their heads simultaneously. "I will now allow your proctors to speak to you on the nature of the third exam," the Raikage stated sharply. On cue, 2 shinobi appeared in a blur, using the Shunshin to arrive. Standing directly in front of the Raikage's podium were Nii Yujito and Killer B. Yo! Say! Ho! B shouted, taking a step forward. It's time to dash. B. Yujito hissed, glaring at the Jinchuriki. We agreed that you weren't going to wrap our introduction. Killer B shook his head, don't put words in my mouth, I said no such thing. If Miss Yujito wants to lie, then she'll face the killer sting. Music is my soul and I'll never stop. When I'm finished here, you'll never forget this Bob. Silence filled the air for a moment as the genin stared in shock at the two proctors, more specifically at Killer B. I forgot about that shit. Oh my god. Katsumi rolled her eyes as she shook her head. A man whose raps are even worse than Kanji's puns. Hey, it's B. Kanji grinned. I'd really like to see what he thinks of some of my jokes. I'm sure he'd like them. B. Yujito. Naruto smirked at the two of them. Yujito still seemed to be preoccupied with B's rapping, but Killer B looked over towards Naruto and winked at him, which Naruto quickly returned. Good to see you too. Ahem. The Raikage cleared his throat, getting the attention of the two Jinchuriki. Why don't you two introduce yourselves properly so we can get these genin prepared for what's to come? Of course. Yujito bowed her head before she turned her attention to the group. My name is Nii Yujito, a jonin of Kyumigakur. Killer B took another step forward, flexing his right arm. The name's Killer B, the one and only dash. We are your proctors. Yujito interrupted, elbowing her fellow Jinchuriki. The man shook his head, a frown developing on his face, but the blonde-haired woman ignored him. The third exam will begin in exactly 1 month and it will be a tournament-style competition, with teams competing against one another. As a team. Kano Amaru spoke up, raising his eyebrow. Not as individuals. Killer B nodded his head, you'll fight as a team, to obtain your Chunin dream. The tournament pits squad against squad, hope you like those odds. The winners move on and the losers take a seat, to watch the next match and see which team will be beat. Yujito shook her head for a moment before she turned back to the genin teams, if I can have one representative from each team walk forward. She pulled out a small brown bag that had an emblem of a cat's head on it. You'll draw numbers to see which team will fight who. When you come up though, please introduce yourself to me, give me your team members' names, and your Jonin sensei's name. The first person that walked up was Kazuo. He walked directly up to Yujito and bowed his head, I'm Uzuki Kazuo. My squad mates are Abaramate Tsunmasa and Ranjaku Yuna and we are currently under the direction of Mitarashi Anko. Yujito nodded her head as she held out the bag. Kazuo reached in and pulled out a slip of paper before walking away. I'm Terumi Kinotaki. The short, brown-haired Kiri Shinobi said as he walked forward and took his paper. Squad mates are Arakawa Ika and Urashima Fumihiro. We are under Kawada Misora. Nibi. No clan name. My teammates are Urasai and Teranei, again, no clan names. Nibi stated as he moved towards Yujito and reached in for his paper. We are under the Jonin, Tango. The name's Kanbutsu. Asuna Genin, a boy with umber brown skin, long, wavy black hair, and brown eyes, announced. My team consists of Tokage and Shinkiro. We are the only Suna team to have advanced to this stage of the exams and we are under the care of Tamari. I'm Geikawi. My teammates are Sato Kyakoku and Shira Ishinishi. An Iwa Kunoichi, a girl with beige-colored skin, short, white hair, and blue eyes, spoke up as she walked forward. Our Jonin sensei is Kurogane Risho. I am Sarutobi Kano Amaru, grandson of the Sandaime Hokage and future Rokudaime Hokage. Kano Amaru declared as he walked up to Yujito and reached in for his paper. My teammates are Ise Udon and Kazamatsuri Mogi. Our Jonin sensei is Ebisu sensei. Kono Meitake. Meitake stated as she moved to Yujito. Teammates are Kobayashi Ayaka and Fukuoka Gonta. Yujito watched the kunoichi reach into the bag. Her eyebrow raised, and your Jonin sensei. Uzumaki Karen. The Kusa Genin said as she turned away, back to her team. Karen frowned in response, but did not say anything. Team 9 looked at one another for a moment. Hanabi's and Kanji's eyes both focused on Katsumi, who shrugged her shoulders and walked forward. I'm a new Katsumi. My teammates are Yamanaka Kanji and Hyuga Hanabi. Uzumaki Naruto is our sensei. Yujito watched the brown-haired Kunoichi take her slip of paper. A few seconds passed before she turned her attention to the group. Now, please read off your numbers. 4. Kazuo read out loud. 1. Kinotaki stated. As the genin started to read off names, Killer B pulled out a sheet of paper and began to write names down. 7. Nibi read off. 3. Kanbatasu spoke up. 2. Aoi noted, her eyes turning to the Kiri shinobi. 6. Kano Amaru read. 8. Meitake stated as she crumpled up her paper. 5. Katsumi stated. We heard you all loud and clear. Now, let's find out which matches will appear. B declared as he showed the paper. All that matters in this moment, is for you to memorize the name of your opponents. Match 1, Team Misora vs. Team Risho. Match 2, Team Tamari vs. Team Anko. Match 3, Team Naruto vs. Team Ebisu. Match 4, Team Tango vs. Team Karen. Match 5, winner of Match 1 vs. Winner of Match 2. Match 6, winner of Match 3 vs. Winner of Match 4. Match 7, winner of Match 5 vs. Winner of Match 6. Oh damn. We're fighting Kano Amaru's team first. Katsumi's eyes moved to Team 6. Mogi and Udon looked uneasy, but Kano Amaru's eyes were focused, glaring at her. A scowl developed on Katsumi's face. Oh, it's on. About time I get the chance to kick your ass and pull the stick out of it. Kano Amaru-kun. Hanabi frowned. So there's a realistic chance we'll get to fight that team from Konoha. Meitake realized, her eyes narrowing in on Team 9. A lot of interesting match UPS. But when's the invasion going to happen? Naruto wondered as he shook his head. I doubt they'll attack near the beginning. They'll probably try something in the semi-final rounds. Those are the match UPS. Remember them well and prepare for battle in exactly 1 month's time. Yujito announced. Her eyes then narrowed on Naruto, who looked up to face his fellow blonde Jinchuriki. A grin developed on her face as she cracked her knuckles. It's training time. So, these are your students, Naruto-chan. Shortly after the genin teams were dismissed, Naruto arranged for him and his genin team to be reverse summoned to Mount Myaboku. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the Toad clan elders, Fyokazaku and Shima. Yup. Naruto nodded his head as he gestured towards his team. This is Inu Katsumi, Yamanaka Kanji, and Hyuga Hanabi. Hey. Katsumi waved her hand a little awkwardly at the two toads. Nice to meet you. It is an honor, Fyokazaku-sama and Shima-sama. Hanabi bowed her head. Naruto-sensei has told us a lot about you. How polite. Shima chuckled in response. And he has? Well, that's rather sweet of him. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly in response. The pleasure is all ours. Fyokazaku's words died on his throat as his eyes narrowed in on the snake around Hanabi's neck. And what about the snake with ya? My name's Hebai Hiro. The snake mumbled, looking away from Fyokazaku's piercing glance. You're one of Manda's tadpoles, Aaron Shaw. The elder toad noted. Huh. Naruto blinked as he focused in on the small snake. You're the son of the boss snake. I am. Hebai Hiro nodded his head. Is that a problem? I can leave if it is. Hanabi shook her head in response. I'd rather he stay. He can stay. The toad and snake clans don't get along well, but he's a young one. That has nothing to do with his generation. Besides, Naruto-chan already told us about him. He just neglected to mention who his pops was. Fyokazaku grumbled, turning to glare back at Naruto. Don't look at me. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I didn't know that. If it's any consolation, Fyokazaku-sama, I don't have a relationship with my father at all. Hebai Hiro admitted. I won't say anything about how you train Hanabi or teammates. I won't even say anything to him. You promise, child? Shima spoke up, her eyes narrowing. Hanabi shook her head, he stays with me the entire time. He wouldn't. Naruto frowned in response. The Uzumaki had made attempts to get to know the little snake confidant of Hanabi, but he remained reserved regardless of any attempts to talk with him. If possible, he seemingly got more distant. It was becoming more and more apparent that Naruto actually knew very little about the snake. I'll fix. Later, though. But I'll fix that. Mark my words, Hebihiro. He told himself. All right. We'll trust you. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hebihiro-chan. Shima smiled at the snake. The snake bowed his head before he curled back around Hanabi, returning to his position as her makeshift scarf. Regardless, I don't know what Naruto-chan has told any of ya, but we'll be trainin' with ya for a bit. Fukazaku spoke up as the elder toad crossed his arms. None of ya are signin' the toad contract just yet or anythin', Naruto-chan hasn't worked out a deal with Gamabunta-chan for that kinda thing. However, you'll find Ma and I are fair teachers and have a lot we can work with you on. We're trained in a variety of jutsu and can definitely help build up your muscle mass and overall strength. Plus, we have a lot more toads here who can work on a lot of different things individually for each of you. We'll make this training very worthwhile. Shima added. I mean, Naruto-sensei has vouched for you all. Kanji stated, looking at the Jonin. Think we can trust him and know you all won't screw us over. Oh yeah. They'll whip you three into good shape. Trust me. Naruto stated, grinning. Although I'm still gonna try and get my way over here whenever I can to check in on you. And if I can get permission, I'll try and take you three back with me to this island place too. That'd be really nice and all, but remember Naruto-sensei, you have a duty to master your Biju mode. Hanabi stated. Focus on that first and foremost. She's right. Katsumi nodded her head. Don't worry about us at all. You do you and focus on that. No. I will. Naruto said. The blonde looked downward for a second before looking back up to his team with slightly red eyes and an even larger grin than before. I know you'll do great here. You're the best team I could have ever asked for and I can't wait to see what kick-ass shinobi you'll become. Naruto took a step forward and pulled his genin into a tight group hug, one they all quickly returned. Kinda over the top, ain't it? Fukazaku whispered to his wife. I think they're kinda cute. They care about one another. Shima whispered back, staring to glare at her husband. I wish you'd hug me like that more often. He nearly croaked in response, I do. When the group broke their hug, Naruto waved goodbye to his team as Shima began to escort them deeper into Mount Myaboku to show them the area. Fukazaku was about to follow them, but he stopped as he turned his head to face Naruto. Naruto-chan, before you go, there's something you need to do. He told him. Huh? Naruto blinked in response. Whatcha mean? Fukazaku opened his mouth and let out a rhythmic croak. The sound vibrated throughout Mount Myaboku for a moment before the area turned silent once more. The two sat there in that silence for a minute before a black and orange toad with black circular marking on its body jumped into the clearing. Naruto-chan, I'd like you to meet Jirotora. Fukazaku stated, chuckling. This toad is a scroll toad and is contractually obligated to work with you, based on the seal assigned to him by your father. Huh? Naruto blinked again as he focused on the toad. Nice to meet you. What did Pa mean there? The toad, Jirotora, crossed his arms. As a scroll toad, it is possible for any of our summoners to summon me to entrust a secret to that they can seal into my body. Your father summoned and did just that. Jirotora then extended his abdomen, revealing a scroll. The scroll unsealed itself, revealing a seal that resembled the 8 trigrams seal on Naruto's body. This is the secret he sealed into my body, the key to your seal. The, what? Naruto's eyes widened. A key? To my seal. Minato-chan thought it was best to lock the Kyuubi's chakra especially inside your body, Naruto-chan. You've been able to access it in chunks, more than I think Minato-chan had intended, actually, but if you intend on using all of the fox's chakra, you are going to need the seal unlocked. Fukazaku stated. Naruto was quiet for a moment. A key? There was a key to my cell. It did make sense to the blonde. While he felt his mindscape could be cluttered in a mess, he never really understood exactly why Kurama was locked behind a cage. Even when he entered Yagura's mindscape, there was still a cage present around the fox. I understand. Naruto nodded his head. I would like the key, as I begin to fully master the Kyuubi's chakra. Great. Fukazaku smiled back at Naruto. Okay then, Naruto-chan. Open your mouth so that way Jirotora can enter your body. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, what's going to happen? At the gates to Kumogakure, Yujito, Killer Bee, Anko, and Karen stood by the exit, waiting. As the sun began to set over the village, Naruto walked over to the group. Looks like you're here, right on time. To start our journey to Shimigami to help you reach your prime. Bee's rapping stopped as the Hakubi Jinchuriki took in the shape of the Uzumaki. Hey, are you okay? Naruto was walking with a stumble to his step, gripping on his stomach and a dazed look on his face. He took a few seconds to adjust to the presence of the other shinobi before he nodded his head at Bee's question. Let's just say I ate something I shouldn't have, and we'll leave it at. A shiver went down his spine. Damn those toads. You ate like shit? Knowing we were going to travel? Of all the irresponsible. Yujito's voice began to trail off before she shook her head. Are you in good enough condition to travel? I don't want to waste time stopping on the way if you are going to have to vomit going up there. No. I'll be fine. He shook his head. He took in a deep breath, fighting back against his pains, before he finally was able to look his fellow blonde Jinchuriki in the eye. I promise. I'll be okay. Yujito frowned in response. She reached into her bag and pulled out a black candy stick and held it out to the blonde. What's that? Naruto asked. Ever heard of black licorice? It's a food from an island up north of the elemental nations. It helps with stomach pain. Yujito stated. She then pushed the licorice forward to Naruto. Eat it. Is. Naruto's eyes narrowed on it, his stomach dropping again. Is it even edible? Yujito's eye twitched. Just eat it, damn it. The Uzumaki yelped and he instinctively reached out and grabbed it. Yes ma'am. Killer Bee shook his head, chuckling at the two. Turns out Miss Yujito is rather kind. Good-natured and good looks, she's rather fine. B, if you rap a single time on this journey to Shimigami Island, I'm going to rip out your tongue and feed it to Madatabi. So if you value your lovely voice, I'd recommend you shut up for the next couple of hours. Yujito hissed. B immediately stopped laughing, which caused the blonde to turn her attention back to Naruto. So, how are you feeling? Naruto swallowed the last bit of the licorice, frowning. That tasted like shit, you know. I don't give a fuck how it tastes, as long as it keeps your stomach calm. Yujito rolled her eyes before she turned back to the exit. Anyway, we've wasted enough time as it is. Let's hurry up already. Yo. Bee's words died as he noticed the glare Yujito was giving him. He cleared his throat for a moment before he turned to Naruto, biting down on his lip. She's right. The other Jinchuriki should arrive no later than tomorrow, so let's get you there as fast as we can. Hell yeah. Let's do it. Naruto grinned. The Uzumaki turned away from the Jinchuriki to face the other two present, fist turning to Anko. I'll be working on Sage Mode any chance I get that I'm not working with Kurene's brats, so I'll hopefully not lag too far behind you. Anko declared. You better master this Biju mode. Damn right I will. Naruto nodded his head. The former Jonin sensei and student hugged each other for a few seconds before they broke their hug. Naruto then turned his attention towards his cousin, who was looking downward. Kinda wish you weren't doing this. We just ran into each other again after so long. And the last thing I really want to do right now is spend a lot of alone time with my students. She admitted. Is everything okay there? Naruto asked, frowning slightly. I keep noticing hostility between that one girl on your team and you. With Meitake. Yeah, she's not a fan of me. Never has been, although it's gotten worse since we got here. Karen admitted with a sigh. But whatever. Ayaka and Gonta are sweet, and in the end, It's my job to teach them and make sure they're ready and protected. Naruto's frown deepened for a second. He knew there had to be more that Karen was not telling him about her relationship with Meitake, but he shook his head, ignoring it. His frown turned back into a smile as he held out his hands. You're a good Jonin-sensei, all right? Don't think otherwise. Oh, trust me, I don't. I'm a badass, you know. Karen snorted. Naruto chuckled back, oh I know. The two cousins shared a hug with one another before they broke apart. Naruto then walked to his fellow Jinchuriki. Waving goodbye one last time to Anko and Karen, Naruto followed Yujito and Killer Bee out of the village and towards Shimigame Island to finally accomplish what he felt like he was destined to do, perfect his ability to channel Kurama's chakra and become the perfect Jinchuriki he was always meant to be. Chapter 109, The 9 Jinchuriki. Here you all go. 3 bowls of miso ramen. Toki declared as he laid out 3 bowls of ramen. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu all bowed their heads in response as they quickly began to eat their bowls. Within a few minutes, the bowls were completely emptied and the trio asked the ramen chef for another round. Another round already? Ayame giggled as she took the bowls for her father. Are you all trying to make up for Naruto while he's gone? I mean, you all ordered miso ramen instead of your normal orders as well. Something like that. Shikamaru admitted with a chuckle. As the server took the bowls away, the 3 friends turned to one another. It's been a bit since we actually went out and did something like this. Hinata noted, a smile on her face. We've all been so busy with our training, we haven't gone out and relaxed at all. Shikamaru snorted in response, I just had a talk with my mom about a week ago about that exact topic. Most likely for justifiable reasons. Dosu commented, shaking his head. You two have been exhausting yourselves in preparation for this Kumigakure mission of yours. I understand the reasoning, but it is rather unhealthy what you two have been doing. And you also are sounding like mom. Shikamaru sighed. But yeah, I know. I've just been so focused on making sure everything goes well. There's a good chance this is the most important mission of our lives. Your lives. Dosu corrected, scowling slightly. I must admit I am somewhat disappointed that Hokage-sama did not request for me to join you all there. I don't know why. Hinata shook her head, frowning. I know Jiraiya-sama is worried about bringing a large group and drawing too much attention to ourselves, but I also think you have the right skill set for this type of mission. There's got to be a reason, so try not to let yourself think too much about it. Hopefully, everything will just work out in the end. Shikamaru stated. Ideally, yes. Dosu sighed, if Misora sent her genin team to Kumo, would you please give her my regards? Ah. So that's what's bugging you. Shikamaru's eyes softened slightly as a sympathetic smile developed on his face. Hinata placed her right hand comfortingly on Dosu's shoulder. I'm sorry, Dosu. It's fine. Dosu sighed once again. It is somewhat of an annoyance, though, that you and Naruto are able to see each other so frequently. He then turned his head to Shikamaru, and how you and Kurotsuki have been able to keep in contact, even recently seeing one another when we were in IWA, but it's been well over a year since I've last seen Misora. I'm sure once this Kumo mission is over with, we'll be a hell of a lot more peaceful. So hopefully you'll be able to go visit her soon. Shikamaru said. That would also be ideal. The Takubetsu Jonin grumbled, crossing his arms. But I suppose this is just me being childish. In the end, all that matters is that your Kumo is a success. It will. Hinata's eyes narrowed, Kumo will not fall. We'll make sure of that. Dosu chuckled to himself as he turned to face her. You say that with such confidence, I almost have to assume that you're correct. Hinata smiled back. She then blushed a little bit as she rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Also, it's going to be my first mission as a snake sage, so I have to do a good job. Heh. Shikamaru snorted once again, you're telling me there. I'm apparently the first human to actively become a slug sage, so I need to do a good job or risk Katsuyu's disappointment. A shiver went down his spine. She's sweet and kind and all, but she can get really scary when she's in a bad mood. Dosu shook his head, still chuckling, summoning clans seem stressful. You don't even know the half of it. Hinata shook her head, frowning. There's a lot of pressure with them. A lot of rules that need to be followed. Her mind went to Manda and his obvious aggression and hostility towards her before moving to the White Snake Sage and her indifference to Kabuto's actions. Her frown deepened. There's a lot to do to maintain your place in their clan. It can sometimes suck. You probably have it worse than me, but I definitely understand that. Shikamaru shook his head. Still though, it makes us so stronger. And we need to be as strong as possible to make sure we pull this mission and save as many lives as possible. Hinata was about to add to Shikamaru's comments, but she stopped herself as Tuka came back and dropped off 3 more bowls of miso ramen for each of them. We just mentioned that we were finally having a break and all, and then we bring up this topic. We need to stop that and try and enjoy what time we have. Hinata said, smiling as she picked up her chopsticks and poked at her ramen noodles. True. We can change the topic and keep things a little lighter. Shikamaru nodded his head, chuckling, as he grabbed his own chopsticks. He then turned his head to Dosu. Well, got anything you want to say? What about? Dosu asked. Shikamaru ate a chunk of his noodles before responding, something TNI related. Come on, some weird shit's gotta been going on recently. Hinata giggled in response, Anko-sensei always did have the best stories. You got to have something like one of hers. Dosu rubbed his chin for a moment as a thought entered his head. Have you heard of a shinobi named Kazuma? He used to be part of the 12 guardian ninja that report to the daimyo. Shikamaru shook his head. All I know about the 12 guardian ninja is that Sarutobi Asuma used to be a member of that group. That's all I know as well. Hinata added. Well, you at least know one of the variables. Under an alias named Furudo, Kazuma led a 4-man squad in some attempt to overthrow Konoha and assassinate Hokage-sama, but the plan failed and he was apprehended by Asuma, Shino, Sakura, Ino, and Koji. Dosu explained. The other members were killed, but Shino apparently convinced Asuma to take Kazuma back to Konoha so he can be interrogated about any other attempts on the Hokage. That was about 2 months ago. The old man is currently rotting away in Ibiki Teiko's personal cell. 2 months ago. Shikamaru blinked in response. Why? Does he have any information that's really valuable? No, he's been probed. We are confident he knows nothing. But Kazuma has apparently kept his composure and hasn't broken to any of Ibiki Teiko's methods. So, Ibiki Teiko is keeping him in his TNI cell and continuously visits him once or twice a day to try and break his composure. Dosu noted with a snort. He won't even let any other TNI shinobi try or permit Kazuma to be moved to a prison more fitting for his crimes. He has to be the one to break him. It's a matter of pride now. Wow. Hinata shook her head. That almost sounds childish for someone like Ibiki-san. Dosu chuckled in response. Trust me, it is. Shikamaru and Hinata were quiet as they listened to Dosu continue with stories from TNI while they dined on ramen. It was a needed respite for what they knew was about to come. Naruto groaned as he looked out to the sea. After leaving Kumo, Naruto, B, and Yujito continued until they reached a small port alongside the Kaminari Sea. They then set sail away, heading towards the west. Upon getting on the boat, Naruto hurried over to the side and continued to watch the waters, eagerly awaiting the sight of the island. His eagerness was quickly replaced with an overwhelming sensation of queasiness. Are you still sick, Naruto-san? Yujito asked as she walked over to Naruto. Do you need more licorice? No. Please no. He shook his head. I'm just still getting used to being on the water. I'm not used to being on boats. The only time I had ever been on one was going to Anfumizu no Kuni during the Kiri Civil War. Interesting. But you'd get used to the back and forth pull of the waters if you go on more boats. Yujito noted as she looked over towards the sea. A smile developed on her face. Honestly, I could live on one of these things. The thought of never getting off the boat nearly caused Naruto to throw up. Seriously. Of course. I love the sounds of the sea and the relaxing ebb and flow of the water. Yujito noted. Plus there's plenty of fish to catch. Her eyebrow rose slightly. By the way, tomorrow, every Jinchuriki should be arriving. I intend on preparing sushi for everyone. Do you have a preference for what fish I use? Or other ingredients? Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. I haven't had a lot of sushi, so I don't know all the types and shit, so make it however you want. Yujito frowned. How boring, but very well. I'll just make something simple for you. Got a party going on and you didn't invite B? Well, I'm crashing it anyway, so let's make it 3. Before Naruto and Yujito could even respond, Killer B rushed over to their side, his arms going around their necks. Naruto winced at the sudden impact, but Yujito seemed more annoyed than surprised. B, what did I tell you about rapping on the way to the island? She asked. I heard what you said and now I dare you to try, but Killer B needs his music or else he might cry. B replied, grinning. He then turned his head to Naruto. Well, number 9, if you're done talking about the menu, are you ready to meet good old Genbu? Genbu? Naruto's eyebrow raised. Shimigame Island. Yujito clarified. The island, as the name suggests, is an island turtle. Its name is Genbu. Wait, what? So this place is an actual island turtle? Naruto's eyes widened. Those exist? I thought they were only a myth. No, they're real. The Nibi Jinchuriki chuckled in response, a rarity, yes, but still real. I come here often to train. And I have a home on the island. So when I need a vacation, I can go to the highland. B declared. Yujito rolled her eyes in response, highland? There's no mountains on Genbu to make anywhere a highland. Don't force your shitty raps like that. So, an island turtle, huh? Naruto spoke up. What's it like? Can it talk? Genbu doesn't speak, but you will know what's on its mind. It's a gentle, loving giant that's really kind. Killer B replied. Ah. Well, that's good at least. Naruto replied, smiling. So, what's the island like overall then? Yujito closed her eyes for a second, trying to think of a point of reference that the Konoha shinobi would understand. You know the Forest of Death back in your village? It's similar to that. Naruto's eyes widened. In what way? You mean like just a heavily forested area, or are you talking about wildlife? Both. She replied, chuckling. Lots of giant bugs and animals, along with some really heavily forests that make up the spikes on Genbu's shell. I see. The Uzumaki shivered in response. Hey, the animals are cool, just don't be a fool. And the island is safe, especially my place. B announced. As is the Waterfall of Truth and the Tailed Beast Temple. We'll be safe and have plenty of time to train. Yujito declared. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Waterfall of Truth? Tailed Beast Temple. B shook his head. When the time is time, we will explain. Because if we have to say it twice, it's gonna be a pain. Once we're all together, you'll know about the plan and then we can do what we can. Alright, I get it. I'll wait. Naruto shook his head. So, how far away are we from the island? Yujito smirked in response. Why don't you look back over the horizon once more? Naruto's eyebrow raised as he turned his attention back to the sea. His eyes widened. In the distance, he saw an island that was rapidly approaching. As they sailed closer, he noticed the presence of tall trees that almost resembled spikes. He could also see large birds and butterflies flying to and from the island. Naruto's eyes widened as they turned from creature to creature. His eyes then turned towards the sea, where he thought he saw the faintest image of a squid before it completely submerged itself under the waters. We'll disembark momentarily. Yujito announced. Now, without further ado, welcome to Genbu. Woo, woo. B hollered. The Uzumaki quietly nodded his head as he turned back to the approaching island. The 3 Jinchuriki disembarked from their boat peacefully and took their first steps on the island. Naruto's eyes focused on the massive trees throughout the island, taking in the nature around him. Impressed, huh? Yujito asked. She took in a deep breath before a smirk developed on her face. The air is so crisp. It feels like the perfect escape from everything else around the world. Naruto nodded his head dumbly as he continued to look around at all the plants around him. He closed his eyes for a second as he began to channel nature energy around him. Yo, number 9, you feeling fine? Killer Bee asked as he stared at the Uzumaki. You're spacing out, what's that about? Naruto was quiet for another minute until he finished channeling nature energy and entered Sage Mode. Upon entering Sage Mode, he was immediately overwhelmed. He could feel all the life on the island. He could feel the overwhelming strength of every tree and could sense the presence of all the larger-than-normal animals and bugs scattered across the island. He could even feel the island itself. Using Sage Mode, he could sense the body and the head of the island turtle, Genbu. He could sense the age, wisdom, strength, and gentleness coming from the turtle's face just from its chakra and the nature energy running through its body. A wide smile developed on Naruto's face as he took in a deep breath. Man, this place just feels great. Killer Bee responded by breaking out into a grin. Looks like you understand. You're never gonna find somewhere more peaceful than this land. Naruto nodded his head in response. He was about to finish channeling natural energy when he noticed the presence of 3 familiar figures approaching. Coming down to the smile somehow widened as he finally left Sage Mode and turned towards the path up the island. Fu! He shouted. As if on cue, the Taki shinobi appeared in sight from the distance. She grinned in response as she continued to rush forward until she reached the 3 Jinchuriki, immediately giving Naruto a high five. How the hell did you sense me already? I was trying to mask my presence, she said. Sage Mode. Naruto replied with a chuckle. How have you been? Journey up here good. Good. It was peaceful. A bit too peaceful, she said, shrugging her shoulders. She then turned to face B. She cleared her throat before she spoke up to him. It's been a while, number 8, so hopefully things have been great. It's about time you showed your face. Now we can turn up the energy here in this place. A massive grin covered Killer Bee's face as he jumped towards her and hugged her tightly, which caused her to yelp. So Miss Number 7 can bust out a rhyme. Well, I must say, it's about damn time. Finally got a buddy that knows how to jam. You and me are gonna have some fun, ma'am. Fu remained still for a moment as she let B continue to hug her. When the Hakusabi Jinchuriki finally let go, she smiled back at him. I'm a poet, not a rapper, but I've been trying to learn. And with a bit more practice, it'll be your respect that I earn. B nodded his head in response. You already got it, but go ahead and practice with me. Doing it more and more will be the key, and pretty soon, you'll be the best rapper you can be. As the 2 Jinchuriki continued to rap back and forth at one another, Yujito stared at the 2 of them with horror in her eyes. Oh god, there's 2 of them. She then noticed the excitement in Naruto's eyes, which caused her horror to grow further. Kill them. Burn them both with fire before it spreads to him too. Well, you all seem to be having a lively time, I suppose. The 4 Jinchuriki turned their heads back to the path up the island in time to see Yotakata and Hotaru walking down to greet them. Yotakata! Naruto shouted as he rushed over to the wandering shinobi and pulled him into a hug. Yotakata winced in response to the hug, but returned it, smiling back at him. It's good to see you again, Naruto. How have you been? Oi, I didn't get a running hug when you saw me. Fu called out, rolling her eyes. Yeah, 'cause I saw you like 2 weeks ago. I haven't seen Yotakata in years. Naruto replied before turning back to the Rokubai Jinchuriki. I'm doing good. What's the last letter you got from me again? Did you know I'm a Jonin sensei? Oh, so you're a sensei now too, huh? Hotaru spoke up, giggling. Naruto broke his hug with Yotakata and turned his attention to his fellow blonde and smiled. I am. How are you by the way, Hotaru? Great. She said, grinning. Yotakata-sensei and I have seen so many cool places all over the elemental nations. And I've grown a lot stronger too. I actually will be helping out in the invasion this time, unlike back in Kirigakure or when I was waiting for you all back in Kibo village. Really? Naruto asked as he turned back to Yotakata, a chuckle escaping his lips, and it seems you've been embracing your role as Hotaru's sensei, haven't you? That's debatable. Yotakata shook his head, a slight reddish tint developing on his cheeks. This caused both Naruto and Hotaru to laugh. which in turn darkened his cheeks slightly. I'm actually surprised to see you here, Hotaru. Naruto admitted, rubbing the back of his head. I asked the Raikage if I could bring my students out here so I could train them for the third exam and he refused. She's here because I pulled some strings. Managed to sneak her here under my wings. Killer Bee stated as he walked over. You snuck her onto the island? Naruto asked, his eyes widening. Technically, I did. Yujito spoke up, shaking her head. I'm the one who pulled it off. She then cleared her throat. Anyway, let's keep talking when we get back to the residence. Yeah, I'll get to show y'all my place, come on, let's race. B shouted as he ran off up the path. Oh, you're on. Fu called out as she rushed behind him. Hey. Wait for me. Naruto shouted as he started to follow around. Within just a second, the three Jinchuriki were no longer in sight. Yotakata, Hotaru, and Yujito all stood still for a moment at the path before they shook their heads. Those three really have a lot of energy, huh? Hotaru noted with a chuckle. Too much energy. Yujito shook her head. She took in a deep breath before turning to face Yotakata. Thank you for being an actual adult and not some hyperactive child in the body of an adult. Yotakata chuckled in response as he, Hotaru, and Yujito walked down the path at a much more relaxed pace. B's residence on Shimigame Island was quite extensive. It was a mansion made from wood from the island's trees and painted black and white from the Haxabee's ink. The mansion had multiple large rooms, with enough bedrooms to accommodate 12 people without requiring people to share rooms. There was also various rooms to keep guests entertained, such as a music room that was filled with traditional and modern instruments and a large auditorium which B said serves as his private concert hall. The five Jinchuriki and Hotaru all took seats at the dining table in B's extravagant kitchen. The group all focused on Yotakata and Hotaru, who were sharing stories of their travels. So, you all were in Oni no Kuni? Yujito asked, her eyebrow raised slightly. I've always been curious to visit the self-proclaimed land of demons, but I have never had the opportunity to go. Well, it's nice and all, but we ended up going there at a bad time. Yotakata sighed. We got wrapped up in some homicidal cultist trying to resurrect an evil demon. Huh. Naruto blinked in response, evil demon. Correct. Yotakata nodded his head. We were in the wrong place at the wrong time, once again, and we got roped into acting bodyguard to the high priestess of the country, Shin. Roped into? Hotaru repeated, frowning. Yotakata-sensei, we were paid very well for helping. Plus we did a really good thing. It would have been horrible if we just let that demon cause havoc around the world. I suppose. Yotakata said, chuckling. Plus it gave Hotaru a chance to actually put some of her lessons to good use. Thanks. Hotaru's smile returned and a small pinkish tone to her cheeks developed. A knowing smirk developed on Naruto's face as he noticed that Hotaru was staring directly at Yotakata, her blush darkening slightly, guessing they still aren't together yet. Wonder how long that's gonna take. Gotta admit, number 6, I'm a little jealous of these trips. B admitted, bro's been treating me like some clown, and got me on lockdown. You can't leave Kumo? Naruto asked, his eyebrows raised. Yujito shook her head, not really. Raikage-sama's been paranoid about something happening to B, so he's got him pretty much under supervision at all times when at Kumo. B's only allowed to do some missions in Kaminari no Kuni, but no further than that and not without a whole squad with him. A sigh escaped B's lips, that's why it felt like I hit jackpot in a casino, when bro told me about the trip to Shimo. That was the first time he put aside his fears, and let me the village for the first time in years. Ah. I feel that. Fu looked down slightly. That was what my life was like for a while. I wasn't permitted to leave Takigakure until just a little bit ago. Shibuki didn't want anything to happen to me. That doesn't even sound like living to me. Yotakata said, frowning. His eyes moved to the window, looking out at the moon in the sky. If I was forced to stay cooped up in Kiri, I would have probably killed myself. Yotakata-sensei. Hotaru scowled as she slapped his shoulder, don't make comments like that. Sorry. Yotakata frowned at his student before he turned his head to the other Jinchuriki, but I do mean it. I'm not the kind of person who can just stay down somewhere. Once I got my first taste of the world outside of Mizu no Kuni, I needed to see more. Naruto nodded his head, freedom's important dash. He was interrupted by the sound of a door opening. The group remained quiet as they heard two sets of footsteps. A smirk developed on B's face. Yo Motoi, you got another with you? Tell us who, he asked. As B had predicted, Motoi walked into the room. He cleared his throat as he gestured behind him, revealing a young man dressed head to toe in a Kirigakure or Hunter Nin's uniform, wearing an umbu mask over his face. Our Sanbai Jinchuriki has arrived, Motoi stated. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the man. As quick as he opened his mouth, he bit down on his lip hard, drawing blood. He shook his head before speaking. Why yo, Kamui. Naruto had almost forgotten that, to the world, Yagura was supposed to be considered dead. The Kiri-Umbu agent standing in front of him was the Yondaime Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, but the man was now going by the name Kamui. Yotakata eyed Naruto, noticing the near slip-up, and shook his head, almost blew it there, Naruto. If Yagura didn't kill you for that, Mei for sure would have. Uzumaki Naruto. Yagura spoke up, seemingly smiling behind his mask. It has been quite some time. He then turned his head to face Yotakata, and it's been quite some time since I've seen you as well, Yotakata. I trust you have been doing well. I have. Yotakata nodded his head, smiling to the man. How are you? How have things been in Kirigakure? Things in Kirigakure have been peaceful. Yagura answered. Our Godaime Mizukage has done an outstanding job keeping Kiri united. We are ushering in a new wave of peace throughout the village, as well as Mizu no Kuni as a whole. Kamui-san, yes. Yujito spoke up. The masked man turned his attention. Feel free to relax. No need to keep yourself in your mask and armor. Ah. Of course. Yagura nodded his head as he took off his mask. Instead of his normal, youngish face, his face had short black hair with a finely groomed black beard, brown eyes, and a sharp jawline. Habit of mine to always keep it on. You never know when you need to be fully equipped and ready for battle. Both Naruto and Yotakata did a double take at the sight of Kamui's face. Man, he looks nothing like himself. Naruto mentally whistled in approval. I remember Mei once mentioning that Yagura used to be self-conscious about his young, boyish looks. Yotakata recalled, chuckling to himself, was this illusion designed with that in mind? I understand that, but try and relax. Yujito said, smiling at the man. While our training shall be stressful, the environment here shall be peaceful. You heard Miss 2, don't be so blue. B said as he walked up to Yagura and held out his fist, we're all family here, Mr. 3, how about some tea? The Sanbai Jinchuriki smiled back in response as he held out his hand, tea sounds lovely. That's rather hospitable of you. The two Jinchuriki were still for a moment. B stared at Yagura's open hand while Yagura seemed to not pay attention to B's fist. Who goes in for a handshake when someone offered you a fist bump? Fu shook her head, chuckling. Is this guy for real? I won't shake your hand, that greeting's too bland. B declared, gesturing towards his fist, do a fist bump, you chump. Oh. Yagura shook his head for a moment before he extended his fist outward, my apologies. As the two fist bumped, a wave of emotions rushed through their bodies. Yagura felt a warmness emanating from B. He could sense a genuine loyalty, kindness, and sincerity coming from the Kumo shinobi. Killer B, however, was almost overwhelmed by the conflicting emotions escaping Yagura's body. While he felt a kindness and gentleness coming from the Kirigakure Jinchuriki, he could also feel a rush of dark thoughts. He could feel such a strong sensation of sorrow, guilt, and self-hatred. B had met many people before that felt such emotions before, but never had he met a single person whose self-hatred was so strong and prevalent like Kamui's. It was an overpowering that felt suffocating. As the two Jinchuriki broke their fist bump, they both stared at the fists for a brief moment before they turned to face one another. I'm not quite certain how you did that, but I must say, You do seem like a rather sincere individual. Yagura stated, smiling back. I'm sure you and I will get along swimmingly. Why yeah. I'm sure we will. B replied, unable to think of rhymes at the moment. You seem like a great guy, but you have those thoughts in your head? All the time. I would have killed myself by now if I were in your shoes. He shook his head, pushing them to the side. So, you still interested in that tea? Of course. Yagura nodded his head in response. I appreciate that. Allow me. Motoi spoke up as he moved to a cupboard to pull out a kettle. The Jinchuriki spent the rest of the night chatting with one another, reacquainting with one another and getting to know each other. Coffee? Or sake? Oya's hero questioned. Sake. Haydn stated, crossing his arms. And it better not be cheap shit. Kabuto was quiet as he stared back at Oya's hero. The arms dealer had agreed to meet with them at a small inn in Kaminari no Kuni that doubled as a bounty station. The three men sat alone in a small private room that was reserved for an Oya's hero. Oya's hero snapped his finger and an attendant rushed in, holding a bottle of sake. He delivered the bottle to Haydn, who promptly took a drink. Haydn grinned as he took another drink. Damn, this is good. How much did this bottle cost? He asked. More than what some minor shinobi villages make yearly. Oya's hero answered with a smile on his face, his eyes closed. I only keep the finest of bottles for my clients. He then turned his attention to Kabuto, his eyebrow raising, and you? Coffee or sake? I'm not fond of either, actually. Kabuto admitted, adjusting his glasses. See, that's the thing, you're my client. Oya's hero stated sharply, crossing his arms. And I only discuss business over a drink. Kabuto frowned in response, coffee, then. As the attendant walked out to get the coffee, Kabuto looked at the other three individuals in the room. Standing by the door was a tall young man with cream-colored skin, long green hair, and yellow eyes, with a scar underneath his left eye. He wore a sleeveless gray shirt and gray pants with black stockings and wore a red headband. Next to him was a young woman with pale skin and short, neck-length, spiky blonde hair and violet eyes. She was short, almost appearing like a child, and wore a pink kimono-like shirt over a black sleeveless undershirt, gray pants, and black fingerless gloves. She also had a brown pouch around her waist and hand bandages on her arms and legs. To her right was a taller young woman with pale skin. She had light brown eyes and long brown hair that was straight on one side and in a braid on the other side. She wore a pink kimono, like the other girl next to her, with red mesh armor underneath it and violet baggy pants. The three stood still, staring intently at Kabuto and Haydn. The former right hand of Orochimaru looked at the two with a raised eyebrow. Those are some of your bodyguards, yes? He asked. They are. They're my best of the bunch. Oya's hero stated, grinning. Naoki, Chino, and Yakumo. You won't find a more deadly trio anywhere. They're easily my most valuable assets. Kabuto's eyes were still focused on the bodyguards. He noticed both Naoki and Chino tense up ever so slightly at Oyashiro's language, and noticed Chino tighten her hands ever so slightly, but the two remained still and focused, composed individuals, it seems. But not composed enough. They seem to genuinely despise you, Oya's hero, as they should. His eyes then moved to the third bodyguard, Yakumo. She simply stared at him with no visible emotion on her face. She seems different though. Something seems off about her. The attendant came in and delivered Kabuto a cup of coffee. He quickly took a sip of it, which caused Oya's hero to smile. He raised his own cup of coffee and took a large drink from it. On the topic of my assets, I found out that I'm not getting the ones I sent into Kumo back. Karyu and Futsu are dead and Amuda apparently is in prison in Kumo. Oya's hero noted, his smile turning into a frown. Not sure if it's cost-effective or not to try and bust out Amuda. Either way, your leader's gonna have to pay double for all three. Kinda pathetic of them to die like that, huh? Haydn snorted. Weren't they just supposed to kill some stupid genin? How'd they fuck up there? Most likely some jonin got involved. I doubt they were able to entirely mask their presence. Kabuto commented. His mind flashed to Uzumaki Naruto and their fight at the Lightning Memorial. A scowl developed on his face as he took another sip of coffee. I'm sure there's a few capable ones there that could have been problematic for them. Doesn't really matter how it happened, all that matters is that I'm left with less resources. Oya's hero spoke up, shaking his head. Karyo can be replaced relatively easy since lava release bastard children aren't too hard to find and integrate into my possessions, but boil release and swift release are difficult. Especially boil release, since Kirigakure is starting to care about their bloodlines again and the Mizukage herself has the Demkeki Genkai. A smirk then developed on his face as he rubbed the back of his head, but I did hear there's a Terumi here in the Chunin exams. Perhaps when this invasion of yours goes off, I can kill his squad and kidnap the bastard. Rough him up a bit and drug him, then I might be able to make him a bodyguard when he's broken and subservient. Damn. Haiden whistled in response, you're a fucked up dude, you know that. Oyashiro's frown returned as the man shook his head, I'm just a businessman who knows what my market is and I need to make sure I have my assets in stock for clients, such as your little organization. An image of Danzo flashed in Kabuto's heads. Memories of the man's root agents escorting him away from the Konohagakure orphanage rushed into his mind, which then transitioned into his own memories of his training en route. Kabuto bit down on his lip, resisting the urge to scowl. This man's motivations may be different, but he is the same. He's just another Danzo, a man who thinks he's a lot smarter than he actually is. Ahem. Oya's hero coughed, pulling Kabuto out of his thoughts. Let's move on to your business. After all, you and I spoke that one night about making a contract, yes. I did. Kabuto nodded his head. I want access to blood samples of your Kekii Genkai. Because you wish to integrate them into your body, yes. Oya's hero asked. Kabuto nodded his head, I have a couple I can offer relatively easily. The swift, lava, and boil releases from those three men. He then brought his hands to his chin, I also have a Kingamo clan bodyguard, if you want his samples. I do not need lava release or any Kingamo samples, but I'd happily take boil release and swift release samples. Kabuto answered. The mention to the Kingamo clan brought Kidomaru, a shinobi loyal to Orochimaru who passed away during the Otosuna invasion, to the forefront of Kabuto's mind. Kidomaru's spider arms and his web-based ninjutsu were all derived from the Kingamo clan. I have his samples. I really should integrate his DNA into my body while I'm thinking about it. Any other Kekii Genkai samples you'd be willing to give me? Kabuto asked. At the moment? No. But I'd be more than willing to discuss other types of Kekii Genkai after the invasion. Oya's hero stated, grinning. Provided, of course, you wish to pursue being my client. I do. Kabuto nodded his head. What payment do you want? How much Ryo do you need? None. Oya's hero said, his grin widening. Money is the main goal, but there's more than one way I can obtain that. What I want is your research. He took a final sip from his coffee cup before he finished it and set it down on the ground before he continued speaking, I want you to show me how to integrate Kekii Genkai into my body. Oh. Kabuto's eyebrow rose. You jealous of him or some shit? Haiden asked. Can't figure out yourself, so you want someone else to do the work for you? Admittedly, yes. Oya's hero answered, shrugging his shoulders. I'm a cautious man. I'd like to be able to have different tools to keep myself safe, and what better tools than Kekii Genkai, especially given how many samples I have access to. He then turned his attention back to Kabuto, so, do we have a deal? Kabuto was quiet for a moment. His eyes moved from Oya's hero to the three bodyguards standing by the entrance to the room, before they settled back again on Oya's hero. Doing the necessary modifications to your body for this to work would take some time. How about we make a compromise? Kabuto asked, adjusting his glasses. I pay you however much money you desire in exchange for the blood samples for boil and swift release. Then, once the exam is over, I'll make the necessary body modifications for you in exchange for more Kekii Genkai samples. Sure. Fine by me. Oya's hero nodded his head, I'm a patient man, I can wait for that. So long as I get my hands on the basis of your research, I'll do it. You, of all people, will never lay a hand on my research. Kabuto mentally hissed in response. However, a smile developed on the Akatsuki member's face as he held out his hand to Oyashiro. So, it's a deal, then. Oyashiro reached out and shook Kabuto's hand. Yes sir. We have a deal. You ready for this, Hinata? Shikamaru asked. Of course. Hinata said. The two arrived at the gates of Konohagakure just as the sun began to rise. Jiraiya stood in front, dressed in the Hokage's robes and wearing the hat. They then turned their attention to the other shinobi at the gates. I think everyone's here already. Shikamaru noted, crossing his arms. I see Tsunade-sama, Kakashi, Sakura, Kiba, Lee, Tenten, Niji, Guy, Masakado, and Susumu. Hinata nodded her head. I also see Homura-sensei and Koharu-sensei. And that Yojao-san is here as well, and her eyes then focused on another shinobi in the area, walking towards them. Wait, is that Iruka-sensei? Yo, Hinata. Shikamaru. Iruka called out to them, smiling. So you all were assigned as well, huh? You're going to Kumo? Shikamaru asked, his eyes widening. You weren't at the last meeting, Iruka-sensei, so it's kinda a surprise to see you here. Hopefully not an unwelcome, though. The Chunin laughed, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. From my understanding of it, though, Hokage-sama increased the numbers marginally by 7 more shinobi. Just to cover a few more holes in our defense. I'm here because I have recently begun studying Fuinjutsu marginally and I will try and help combat this Edo Tensei jutsu that's going around, but the others are here for more apparent reasons. Both Hinata and Shikamaru turned their attention to the group of shinobi around them. In the squad, they did see a few more shinobi that they recognized. Hyaga Hayashi, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Shizoan, and Tenzo were all present. Father's here. Hinata's eyes widened. 7? There's only 6 extras. Shikamaru noted, crossing his arms. His eyes narrowed on the Yamanaka clan head and Akimichi clan head before they widened in realization. Wait, then does that mean? Shikamaru, why are you so stressed already? The mission hasn't even started. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Iruka turned their heads to see Narashikaku approaching them, his hands in his pocket. Shikamaru took a step forward, facing his dad. Not stressed, just surprised, I guess. He admitted. Didn't think Hokage-sama would add someone like you to the mission so last minute. His eyes then moved from Shikaku back to the Hokage, then to Koharu and Homura, to Masakado, and then finally on Tsunade. We'll be traveling with the Hokage, the second remaining Sunin and most notorious medic our village has produced, the 2 advisors to the Sandaime Hokage, the last Azukage, and our Jonin commander. And we got a collection of clan heads. This is a really high-profile group of shinobi on rank alone. Is that alright for us to travel like this? Hokage-sama received a report from one of Naruto's toads a few nights ago, letting him know that there is going to be some artificial tension in Kumo. So, he's going to capitalize on it and bring a few more high-profile shinobi alongside. Akatsuki won't think anything of it, if they even notice. Shikaku stated. All that matters is they get defeated here once and for all. We're not taking any risks about it. I suppose that all makes sense. Shikamaru nodded his head in understanding. A smirk then developed on his face. You know, Dad, this is the first time we've ever been on a mission together. That it is. Shikaku nodded back with a similar smirk. I'm actually looking forward to that. Can't wait to finally see all that you're capable of, Shikamaru. As Shikaku and Shikamaru continued to speak, Hinata walked forward into the crowd towards her father. Hayashi was standing by himself, his eyes closed in deep thought. As Hinata finally reached his side, he opened his eyes and looked at her. I wasn't aware you were on this mission, father. Hinata said. I understand that you were probably a late addition to the list, but I am surprised you never mentioned anything. We never saw much of one another these past few days. Most likely because we have both been training. Hayashi replied, crossing his arms. Nevertheless, we are here together. To come to the aid of our enemy. Hinata frowned in response. Kumo's not the enemy, Akatsuki is. I understand that, but Kumo is no ally. Hayashi said, shaking his head. His eyes narrowed as he turned his head to the village gates, but now, it matters not. I'll do the mission Hokage-sama has assigned to me. And hopefully when this is completed, I will be able to get the closure I need. Before Hinata could question her father about that, the gates to the village opened. Once they were fully opened, Jiraiya cleared his throat, drawing attention to him. While I understand that many of you probably have conflicted feelings about Kumogakure as a village, this is potentially a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the potentially greatest threat to peace in our lifetimes. Remember that moving forward. Jiraiya stated sharply. Now, let's get a move on. With those words, the squad of Konoha shinobi proceeded to leave the village. The next day came quickly on Shimigame Island. Upon waking up, the Jinchuriki present and Hotaru were greeted by a freshly cooked breakfast prepared by Yujito and Yotakata. Upon finishing it, the group was free to do whatever they pleased. Killer Bee and Fu went to Bee's music studio in order to practice their rhymes and write a new song and poem respectively. Yotakata, Hotaru, and Yujito stayed around the kitchen, continuing to chat about places they had been. Naruto and Kamui, however, went for a walk together through the wilderness together. The forest here is rather calm. Yagura stated, his eyes focusing in on a large dragonfly, 1/2 the size of his body, that flew right above them. It's especially surprising considering the creatures that make this place home. It's strangely comforting being here. Yeah, everything here is just filled with this powerful, infectious energy. It's exhilarating, you know. Naruto said as he took in a deep breath. Yujito said this place was like the forest of death, but this is nothing like that. That's where your village has its second stage of the Chunin exams, yes? Yagura asked. Naruto nodded his head. In Kirigakure, our second exam is usually held in Genjutsu's estate, or as it's mostly referred to, the swamp of the underworld. The Uzumaki tilted his head slightly, isn't that the name of a jutsu? Shikamaru I think knows that one. It's a jutsu yes, but it's also the nickname of that land. Yagura said with a chuckle. The swamp of the underworld is a 35-kilometer estate that the Nidame Mizukage, Hojiki Genjutsu, owned and was donated to the village's use in his will after his death. It's a rather nice mansion that he owned prior to become Mizukage, but the area is surrounded by a thick swampland filled with plenty of dangerous alligators, snakes, piranhas, and other dangerous marine creatures. It was only natural that it was converted into a prime location for a survival exam. Forest of Death? Cloud Graveyard. Swamp of the Underworld. Naruto said these names with a laugh. Man, why does every village have be some deadly and serious when it comes to nicknaming their exam locations? Yagura chuckled in response, I suppose that the leadership of all shinobi villages share melodramatic tendencies. The two Jinchuriki continued to walk through the forests on Shimigame Island, making small talk. After a few minutes of walking, Yagura stopped in his tracks and took a look around the environment around him. Noticing the Sanbai Jinchuriki had stopped, Naruto turned to look at him. You alright? He asked. Yagura nodded his head, I am. I'm just thinking. I must confess, this is a lot more relaxed than I was expecting. I was anticipating us to start work on training with our respective Biju mode immediately. From what B and Yujito said earlier, they only want to explain things once and want all of us to help each other. So, training is on hold until tomorrow, since apparently the last 3 Jinchuriki are supposed to arrive today. Naruto said with a shrug. That is logical, however it just seems off to think we are just resting for now. Yagura said. However, I guess that will change coming tomorrow. Do you even need this training, by the way? Naruto asked. I mean, aren't you a perfect Jinchuriki already? Yagura was. Kamui isn't. The former Yondaime Mizukage said with a sigh. However, I might benefit from relearning fundamentals. I have been having difficulty maintaining Biju mode. Naruto tilted his head. Why? Per what Isabure has told me, my mind has allowed more darkness to enter its head since regaining my consciousness. Yagura answered, shaking his head. While I can enter Biju mode, I will easily lose control of it after a short period of time. I will be unable to properly use it until I am able to squash my inner darkness once more, which I suppose is where this training will come into place. Understood. Naruto said, frowning. Come to think of it, Kurama said I had an inner darkness too. His frown deepened. What darkness do I have? And it is something I'm really going to easily beat. He took in a deep breath as he shook those thoughts away, putting a smile back on his face. Well, I'm glad you're here anyway, Kamui. It's dash. Naruto, no one is around us. Yagura interrupted, a smile on his face. Please. Call me Yagura. I miss hearing my name. Okay. Naruto's smile widened. I'm glad to have you here, Yagura. I'm glad to be here. The man nodded. And I am prepared to get my revenge on the man who used me to nearly tear Kirigakure and Mizu no Kuni apart. A scowl developed on Yagura's face as he cracked his knuckles. This has been one of the few things that have kept me going. I need to ensure that monster perishes. I will do everything in my power to make sure that he is sent straight down to hell where he belongs. Naruto's mind flashed back to the Uchiha Madara figment he and Kurama fought in Yagura's subconscious. His hands tightened as he nodded his head, a look of determination in his eyes. We'll get our revenge together. We'll kill Madara once and for all. Naruto stated. Yagura nodded his head, that we shall. Naruto and Yagura grew quiet as they continued to walk through the forest. More minutes passed by until they reached the path towards the dock. Yagura's eyes moved to the sea to take in the view of the water. His eyebrow then raised at the sight of an approaching boat. It appears we have more company. Yagura noted. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened. The two Jinchuriki rushed down the path towards the dock. By the time they arrived, the boat had anchored. Motoi walked off the boat, stretching his arms. God, what trip is this now? Trip 4 now in the past 5 days? I never do so much sailing. He grumbled. Our apologies for the inconvenience. Naruto's eyes widened further as a grin developed on his face. Han-nii. As Naruto had predicted, Han walked off the boat. The Uzumaki rushed past Motoi and hurried over to Han, hugging the man tightly. Han's eyes widened momentarily before he quickly returned the hug. It's been a long time, Naruto. How have you been, little brother? Han asked. Naruto's grin widened. We got a lot to catch up on. I have to tell you all about Sage Mode and how my Genin team is kicking so much ass, and dash. Hey, what's this? I don't even get a, hey old man, how are you? Or even a glance. Naruto broke his hug with Han and turned his head at the sound of the sarcastic-sounding voice. Trailing behind Han off the boat stood Rashi. Sorry. Didn't see you, old man. Naruto stated, a grin developing on his face. How are ya, Rashi? Rashi's eyes narrowed, a confident grin developing on his face as he held out his right hand and tightened it into a fist. Doing good. Ready to get this training started and, after over 40 years of trying, finally tame the goddamn Yonbai. You all aren't tired yet, are ya? Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi all breathed heavily in response. The 3 genin of Team 9 stood in the middle of a field on Mount Myaboku, breathing heavily. Fukazaku and Shima stood across them, looking at the genin intently. Of course we are. Katsumi called out, rubbing her head of the sweat. You're fucking ruthless. I hope you haven't forgotten that you're not just training for an exam. Maybe in those cases we'd lighten the load, but you are training to survive an invasion as well. So, unfortunately speaking, we aren't going to hold back for this. Shima said, crossing her arms. Right, Pa. Right, Ma. Now, where were we? Fukazaku turned his head to the genin. How about I show ya kids something Naruto-chan created? Sage art, water style, water bomb parade. Fukazaku spat out a large ball of water that flew in the air towards the genin. Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi jumped away, avoiding the attack. Just as they jumped, however, the orb detonated, creating a barrage of tinier water balls that flew towards them. Whoa! Kanji's eyes widened as he continued to jump back. Naruto-sensei invented this jutsu. The 3 genin continued to duck and dodge, avoiding the water balls, which seemingly never ended. After nearly 2 minutes of straight dodging, the water orbs finally subsided. The 3 genin all collapsed onto the ground. Yeah, got good reflexes, tadpoles, but yeah, still need more work. Fukazaku shook his head. I guarantee yeah, there's lots of people yeah will be fighting during the invasion that will overwhelm yeah if I can't avoid those blasts without getting winded. We're. Hanabi bit down on her lip, looking back at the toads. We're trying. Then keep it up. Shima stated. By the time we're done with you 3, your endurance, reaction time, agility, and strength will be so much far advanced you'll stun all you have to fight. Fukazaku nodded his head in response before he jumped into the air, Sage Art, Earth Style, Rock Blast. Upon making contact with the ground once again, thousands of rocks all around Katsumi's, Kanji's, and Hanabi's body rose into the air, forming a circular formation around them that trapped them inside. We're still going? Kanji asked, gritting his teeth. We stop when we tell Ya to. Or when Ya fall unconscious. Whichever's first. Fukazaku replied with a chuckle. Now, back to work tadpoles. Katsumi, Kanji, and Hanabi all forced themselves up and proceeded to move around as fast as they could, avoiding the barrage of rocks. As they tried, smaller stones and pebbles managed to hit at their body, causing small bruises and cuts. This is hell. Katsumi grumbled as she ducked, avoiding a larger rock from hitting her head. I never imagined the toads to be this serious of trainers. Hebihiro whispered into Hanabi's ear. The snakes of my clan always said the toads were too soft. That's clearly misinformation. And Naruto-sensei's already trained with them like this. Hanabi mentioned as she got smacked hard by a rock in her arm. She winced in pain. And no, even worse. He did this with them while training with Senjutsu. Makes you wonder how hard Naruto-sensei's current training is going. Kanji added, sidestepping to avoid getting pelted by rocks. It's probably already horrible already. Ah. Naruto sighed as he took a sip of his cup of tea. Thanks Han-nii. It tastes amazing. Han smiled behind his mask in response, I'm glad it tastes good. After he and Rashi got on the island and were greeted by Naruto, they were joined by Kamui and were escorted back to B's residence. Once there, they were properly introduced to the others present, bringing the total Jinchuriki up to 8. Upon arrival, Han immediately offered tea to everyone. Naruto, are you sure that's safe to drink? Fu asked, her eyes narrowing on the cup in his hands. There's a lot of steam pouring out of that thing. Naruto's eyes focused on his own cup. I mean, Han-nii does make some really hot tea, and this one is kinda hot, but he's definitely made hotter before. We can drink this one. Hot tea. Rashi repeated the phrase with a snort as he took a long sip. If you want my opinion, this tea is cold. Han's eyebrow twitched. Rashi, I have to take in the interests of the others around us, and I have unfortunately learned that most individuals do not take their tea as hot as you and I prefer. Ah, so you did make this a little cooler than usual, huh? Naruto nodded his head as he took another sip of the tea. Well, I like it. This is the right temperature, you know. Seemingly in response to Naruto's confirmation, Fu, Yotakata, Hotaru, Yagura, B, and Yujito took a sip of their tea. Ah. What the hell? Instantly, Hotaru and Fu jumped out of their seats and barreled towards B's sink and started to force water down their throats. I have no thoughts, that shit was too hot. B hissed, seemingly struggling to speak. A few more seconds passed before he pulled himself out of his chair and rushed to the sink. Oi, out of the way. Hey, don't cut in line. Fu nearly growled as B shoved her out of the way to get to the sink. My kitchen, my rules. My water. B shouted back as he started to chug water from the nozzle. This. Yagura was shaking as he held onto the teacup. He turned to face Han with a forced smile, tears falling from his eyes without any sign of stopping. Thanks for the tea. It's delicious. He then slowly set the teacup down before he stood up and calmly walked to the sink. I just need to wash it down with something. Geez. You guys are acting like it's the hottest thing ever. It's not that bad. Right, Yotakata. Naruto turned his attention to the table towards Yotakata. His eyes then widened. Yotakata. The Rokubai Jinchuriki was knocked out, his head lying on the table and his teacup knocked over, which created burn marks on the table. Ahem. Han cleared his throat. I did not intend on causing anyone any pain, as I made my tea a little cooler than usual. My apologies. Damn, that was good. Han's, Rashi's, and Naruto's eyes focused on Yujito, who had finished her cup entirely. She sighed in satisfaction before turning towards the Gobi Jinchuriki, a smirk on her face. You. Han's eyes widened for a moment. You enjoyed it? Yujito nodded her head. How do you prepare that? I'd love to make a pot of tea like that. Most of the leaves come from Tsuki no Kuni, but I'm sure you could import them here. Han replied. I could show you sometime during this month, if you would like. I would. The Nibi Jinchuriki stated as she walked over to Han. But for now, would it be alright if I pour myself a cup? A smile developed on Han's face behind his mask as he nodded. Drink as much as you'd like. Huh. Well shit. Rashi laughed, shaking his head. Been a long time since I've seen someone enjoy Han's tea like that. Yujito poured herself another cup of tea while she, Han, Rashi, and Naruto got into a discussion about tea and other food while the others in the room continued to suffer, trying to find some way to calm down their tongues. They should be arriving soon. Kabuto noted, adjusting his glasses. The Akatsuki agent was dressed in civilian attire, sitting alone on a bench in a park in a civilian village 40 kilometers away from Kyumigakure. Kabuto's eyes focused on the various civilians running around. His eyes focused on a young, russet brown-skinned boy with short, spiky black hair and glasses who was running ahead of his mother, who was dressed in all white and wore a similar pair of glasses to her child. A sad smile developed on his face as he observed the two for a few seconds before he returned to focusing on the area in general. Kabuto-san, yes. The former right hand of Orochimaru turned around in time to see the three Oya's hero bodyguards, Chino, Naoki, and Yakumo, all walking towards him. He pulled himself up and turned to face the three of them, his eyebrows raised. I'm a bit surprised to see all three of you. Kabuto admitted, his hand going to Akunao. I'd assume Oya's hero would only send one person to deliver the DNA samples. You are someone who is openly interested in Kekkai Genkai. Oya's hero wants to make sure you don't kill the deliverer to acquire their bloodline. Naoki explained. Therefore, all three of us are here. If you were planning on trying something, you will find it next to impossible against all of us. Trust me, I wasn't planning anything. Kabuto said, his hand letting go of the kunao and his hands going above his head in defense. I promise, I'm not a bad guy. Chino hummed to herself. Kabuto's eyes narrowed on her, noticing the suspicious glare she was giving him behind her attempt at appearing carefree. Whatever you say, Kabuto-san. Let's just get this over with though, huh? Yakumo wordlessly walked over and pulled out 2 sealing scrolls. She handed them to Kabuto, who quickly grabbed them. There's plenty of blood samples. You should be able to do whatever you need to from those alone. Naoki said. It would have been easier to have actual bodies to experiment with, but I'll take what I can. Kabuto said, smiling in response. You have my gratitude. Chino smiled in response. Per your contract with Oyashiro-san, we will back in precisely 1 week to collect the agreed Ryo payment for these. I trust you'll be able to earn the money, yes. The Akatsuki member nodded his head, of course. Then we will take our leave then. Naoki said as the 3 bodyguards turned to walk away. Hold on. Kabuto called out. The 3 stopped walking for a moment. If you do not mind me asking, why are you affiliated with Oya's hero? Was that an actual question? Naoki asked, a scowl developing on his face. We have no choice in the matter. We are Oyashiro's property. His tools to be used until we break. Then we will be replaced, just as quickly as he is already replacing Karyu and Futsu. Would you leave if offered any help? Kabuto asked. We are already planning on busting out, alongside a few other shinobi under his control. Chino answered sharply, crossing her arms. A sweet, Somewhat twisted smile developed on the young woman's face. I'm not certain how sincere you are being, Kabuto-san, but if you are offering help, we don't need it. Ah. Understood. Kabuto nodded his head in understanding, smiling back in response. Was just asking if you required help. The Akatsuki would be more than willing to give assistance. Don't joke. Chino rolled her eyes. Any group that willingly associates with monsters like Oya's hero are no better. She then glared back at the silver-haired man, you as well. You'd be no help to us. I wouldn't say that. We are only using any means necessary to reach our goal. Kabuto stated, adjusting his glasses. A goal I think you would be interested in. Oh. Chino's eyebrows rose slightly. What goal would that be? Peace, founded upon the destruction of all the major shinobi villages. Kabuto answered. Chino's and Naoka's eyes widened in response. Yakumo remained mostly with a neutral expression, but Kabuto noticed that the quiet bodyguard had finally had some type of reaction, her hands tightened into fists. Finally. Seems like I got their attention. Kabuto resisted the urge to grin. Your leader wishes to destroy the shinobi villages. Naoki asked. Yes. Kabuto nodded his head again. That's a foolish goal. Yakumo finally spoke up. It is impossible to do without a massive amount of numbers. That is why this invasion is so important. Kabuto replied. It will be the beginning of the end of the shinobi nations as the world knows it. His eyes then focused on the group. Would that be something that would interest any of you? The three bodyguards were quiet for a moment. A minute had passed by before Chino finally spoke, her eyes narrowing on Kabuto. All 5 of the major shinobi villages are responsible for destroying my clan. None of them have also done anything about these arms dealer types of people like Oya's hero. I would love to see the villages all rot. She answered. Naoki nodded his head in agreement. I'm glad to hear that. Kabuto replied with a smile. His eyes then focused on Yakumo. Is that anything you'd be interested in? It is impossible. She insisted. But would you be interested? He prodded. Yakumo was quiet for a moment again. A minute passed before she bit down on her lip hard, drawing blood. She looked at Kabuto for the first time with real emotion present in her eyes, hatred. The Sandaime Hokage tried to kill me because he feared my Kekkei Genkai was out of control, and in the process, killed my parents. I was held in house arrest until Oya's hero, having been tipped off about my existence, killed the Umbu agents guarding my manor and took me in as one of his agents. Yakumo answered. I would love nothing more than to help burn Konohagakure to the ground. The feeling is mutual. I have an invested interest in seeing Konoha burn. In all the villages really. Kabuto stated, grinning in response. I guess if you already have a plan lined up and don't require help breaking out of Oyashiro's help, then I won't offer. But when you all break out then, just know what Akatsuki's goal is. And we could always use the extra help to accomplish just that. He then turned away, waving towards the 3. But for now, I will see you later with Oyashiro's payment. The 3 bodyguards remained still, watching Kabuto's retreating figure. It took them a few seconds before they finally turned around, preparing to return to Oya's hero. Looks like I guess motivations correctly. Kabuto told himself, his grin widening. Perhaps it was presumptuous on his part, but he noticed a strong sense of nihilism from the 3 bodyguards, especially from Chino, and thought that they would be good acquisitions for Akatsuki. I suppose I can see what they ultimately decide later. There's still time before they most likely make a move on Oya's hero. Kabuto noted. His eyes then focused on the 2 scrolls in his hands. For now, time to focus on my research. The Kaze cage has arrived on the island. Motoya announced. Right on time. Yujito nodded her head in response. Sushi's done. The Nibijin Churiki had filled Killer Bee's table with a variety of sushi. Over 100 plates of yellowtail, snapper, tuna, squid, eel, crab, salmon, sea urchin, and amberjack sushi were all displayed neatly and ordained with different types of sauces laid out. Yujito-san, I am impressed. Yagura noted, looking out at all the plates. You did not have to do so much for us. It was no trouble at all, I'm quick when it comes to prepping sushi. And I like holding small gatherings like this and spoiling the guests. It's been a while since I got the chance. Yujito admitted, smirking. It all looks great, but we gotta wait. Kazekage-sama's about to step in, then we can all dig in. B. Reminded everyone. Everyone nodded their heads in response. Naruto grinned as he took a step forwards the entrance to the kitchen. A few minutes passed by before the final Jinchuriki walked in. Wearing a crimson long-sleeve coat and black trousers, with a gourd attached to his back, Gaara entered the room. Kazekage-sama. Yujito bowed her head. It's an honor to have you here. Yo. Gaara. Naruto called out as he closed the distance and hugged the Kazekage. Gaara smiled back, returning the brief hug. It's good to see you again, Naruto. Geez, what the hell? Fu's eyes widened as she focused on the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Everyone here has met Naruto before, huh? You get to have all these heartwarming meet ups with all of us. I suppose that is true. Yagura's eyes moved around the room, taking in all the Jinchuriki around him, before they focused on Naruto. Curious how, with all the different shinobi from different backgrounds and lifestyles, we all share a common connection to Uzumaki Naruto. A chuckle escaped the Sanbai Jinchuriki's lips as he took a step forward. As Naruto and Gaara broke their hug, he held out his hand to the red-headed shinobi. I am Kamui. It is an honor to be in the presence of a Jinchuriki Kage, Gaara-sama. I am sure you will be a brighter example of one compared to Kirigaku's Jinchuriki Mizukage. Please, just call me Gaara. No need for the formalities. Gaara shook his head. We are all the same, after all. Yeah, guess we are. Yotaka noted, shaking his head. This feels special. Rashi's eyes moved from Jinchuriki to Jinchuriki. I don't think there's ever been a point where this has happened. All 9 Jinchuriki, all in one room, and not to fight. All here to work together. After introductions were completed and everyone was acquainted with the Kazekage, the group all turned their attention to the sushi. Each Jinchuriki took plate after plate, quickly devouring Yujito's sushi. If I am to be honest, Yujito-san, I don't think I've ever tasted as fine quality sushi as I have from here. Han complimented as he grabbed another plate, this one with salmon. You are quite the chef. I second Han-san's statement. Yotaka added. Which is incredible, because I thought Mizu no Kuni is the place you go to get proper seafood. Hotaru added with a giggle. Who knew what you had to do to find the best sushi was get on an island turtle and find a nice Kumo shinobi to make it for you. Stop. You all are over-complimenting it. Yujito shook her head, frowning. It's starting to not feel sincere. What, can't take a few compliments? Fu asked, a grin developing on her face. Cat got your tongue. I hate you. Yujito replied, crossing her arms. B snorted in response, which caused the blonde Kunoichi to turn to face him, and I hate you too, B. After a few moments of group laughter, the room turned quiet again as everyone turned their attention to their plates. After 15 minutes, all of Yujito's hundreds of plates were neatly piled into stacks, having been completely finished. Man, I'm stuffed. Naruto sighed in relief, relaxing into his chair. I don't think I've ever eaten that much before, even when ramen was involved. His eyes then widened as he turned to face the Nibi Jinchuriki. Hey Yujito, you think you could make ramen some night? I don't take requests. Yujito scowled in response. I'll make what I make, if you don't like it, make something else. I think that's code for she doesn't know how to make ramen. Fu said with a snort. Yujito glared in response, which only caused Fu to laugh more. A few seconds passed before the Nibi Jinchuriki's gaze lightened and she turned to the group. Well, I'm glad you all enjoyed. And I hope you enjoyed this relaxing moment. Unfortunately, it's going to end tomorrow, as we need to get to work on our training. She stated. What exactly type of training is it going to be? Yotaka asked. How exactly are we supposed to train our Biju mode? Tomorrow, you'll learn at the Waterfall of Truth. Make sure you're ready and don't be uncouth. B stated. Naruto crossed his arms and closed his eyes in thought. What's this Waterfall of Truth place? It's a peculiar location on Genbu. Yujito answered. Her eyes then moved across from Jinchuriki to Jinchuriki. I am going to guess that the reason you all cannot control the power of your Biju is due to either internal issues you have with yourself or issues you have with the Biju itself. Potentially both. Being at the waterfall will help you address those issues. Address how, exactly? Yotakata asked, eyes narrowing. B cleared his throat, drawing attention back to him. You'll be facing off against your inner darkness. Inner darkness. Hotaru spoke up, her eyes focusing on Yotakata. What do you mean by that? Everyone has some degree of darkness in their hearts. It doesn't inherently make them evil, but there's something that's holding everything back. Something that's dragging you down, you know. B continued to explain as his hand went to one of his 7 swords. Maybe it's something fundamental about your personality you need to correct. Or maybe it's all based on something you've done. Or something that happened to you. It changes based on the person. But there's something in you hearts that you need to fight and accept. The room went quiet for a second as the 7 other Jinchuriki turned away, focusing inwardly. Inner darkness, huh? Yagura shook his head, taking in a deep breath. I got plenty of that to deal with, don't I? Is it even possible to vanquish it all? Something that happened to us could have caused it. Yotakata's mind flashed back to the day where his old master, Haru Same, tried to kill him and extract the Rokubai from him. His hands tightened. Even after all this time, you're still affecting me, aren't you, sensei? Humph. Once I deal with this darkness, I can finally put the last influence you put on my life to bed and finally be done with you. My darkness, the things holding me back. Han grit his teeth, remembering the day of the Yamanotsuke incident, where he lost control of the Gobi. I'm stronger now. I must. I need to. Han took in a deep breath and clapped his hands together. Calm yourself, Han. It's been 17 years since then. You are stronger now. You are more logical. You won't fall victim to the Gobi's lies. You can do it. You must finally show that demon who is its container. I need to figure this out already. Fu cracked her knuckles. What's holding me back? Why can't I be the Jinchuriki I was supposed to be? I'll finally find that answer and, once I do, I'll smash this darkness out of my heart and tear it fucking shreds. Hypothetically, if this darkness is the result of the Biju, will we get to fight it? Rashi asked, his eyes narrowing. There's not a guarantee, but you may have to. Yujito answered. Hear that, Yanbai. Rashi replied, nearly growling internally. I'm going to pay you holding me back in my fight with Onaki. You best be prepared. A loud growl sounded throughout Rashi's mind. And, we'll be able to do this at this waterfall of truth? Gaara asked. B nodded his head. The waterfall reflects your true self, revealing to you the real you, so to speak. You'll be able to confront the inner you and face it. This stage may take a day or two, admittedly. Yujito admitted, looking downward. During my training, it took me 3 days to fully accept the real version of myself and overcome it. For you all, it could take even longer. Or it could only be 1 day. She then looked back up to the rest of the Jinchuriki. That's why we are all doing this together. And why you all need to be ready for anything tomorrow. The other 7 Jinchuriki nodded their heads in determination. After dinner and the discussion was finished, all the Jinchuriki hurried to their room to go get sleep. They knew they were going to have a long day tomorrow and they needed to make sure they were mentally prepared. As Naruto laid down in bed, his eyes focused on the ceiling of his bedroom. Within a second, the bedroom vanished and the blonde found himself inside his own mindscape. Kurama, you've been quiet for a while. Naruto spoke, frowning. Is there any reason for it? No. The fox shook his head. Deal with your darkness yourself, Naruto. It's something only you can face. I understand that. I'll do what I can. Naruto nodded his head. After that, though, it seems like I have to face you. Is that something that has to be done with a fight? Kurama was quiet for a moment. The Kyuubi's eyes focused on his Jinchuriki, taking in his appearance for a moment. We'll see. Kurama replied. That's cryptic. Naruto's frown deepened. His hands tightened into fists as he looked back at the fox, but know this, Kurama, if it really is something you feel like I need to do, to fight you to earn the right to use your power to its fullest, then I'll do it. And I won't lose. His mind flashed back to the village of Konoha before flashing to Kumo, then flashing to an image of the Akatsuki. I refuse to lose. Not with these stakes. With that declaration, Naruto left his mindscape and returned to his room, attempting to go back asleep. In his mind, Kurama shook his head before he returned to sleep. Chapter 110, Waterfall of Truth. When Naruto woke up, it was 3 in the morning. The Uzumaki poked his head out at the window and stared at the moon and stars in the skies. He blinked in surprise before shaking his head. Woke up too early, I think. Naruto realized. He yawned as he stretched his arms upward. Training's at 7, so I probably could get another hour or 2 of sleep. The sound of a door opening interrupted his thoughts. Naruto's eyebrow rose slightly, someone else is awake already. He quickly hurried to the door and opened it before looking out into the hallway. At the edge of the hallway, going down the stairs of B's mansion was a tall man with a curly brown hair. The man appeared almost foreign to him at first, but a second later, recollection dawned on him. Han Nii. Naruto followed Han downstairs. A few seconds passed until Han finally arrived in the kitchen. He took out a scroll and ink pen from a pocket. Upon taking a seat, he glanced up to the doorway of the room, his eyes focusing on Naruto. Can't sleep as well? He asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head for a moment, sorta. What's up, Han Nii? At the current moment, it's pointless trying to sleep, so I might as well be productive with my time and currently work on some projects of mine. He replied as he opened his scroll. Naruto frowned in response but said nothing. He walked over to the man and looked down at the scroll. Depicted on the scroll was a detailed image of a giant horse with a dolphin's head and 5 tails charging at a mountain. Naruto could see the tails of the horse were smashing into the ground and could see tremors being depicted. He could also see pools leaking on the ground and throughout the mountain that, despite their black coloring, reminded him way too much of blood. This is that scene, right? Naruto asked, turning his attention back to the Iwa shinobi. Of the Tsukino-yama incident. Han was quiet for a moment as he continued to draw onto the scroll. He added a moon into the sky that appeared to be dripping blood as well onto the battle scene. He then moved on to adoring the sky with stars. Nearly 30 minutes passed by as Naruto continued to watch Han draw. Han did not address Naruto as he continued to add stars. He then turned his pen downward, drawing shinobi on the ground, running away from the horse. If I were to be fully honest, Naruto, I did not actually intend on coming. Han spoke, not looking up from his drawing. When Kurotsuka mentioned this training to me, I initially refused. Naruto's frown deepened. Why? For selfish, childish reasons. Han answered. Humans were not the only thing I resented, you know? I believe I was very clear of that when we first met back at Tenchi Bridge. Yeah. You implied you hated demons too. Naruto replied, frowning at his own word choice. So, you still have a bad relationship with the Gobi? He shook his head. We have no relationship, and I wish to keep it that way. His eyes narrowed as he drew a deceased shinobi underneath one of the horse's hooves. He then started to draw a puddle of blood. I have no desire to better acquaint myself with a creature that took advantage of my mental state at its convenience in order to haphazardly slaughter the people around me. Naruto was quiet as Han continued to work on his piece. A few more minutes passed by until the Uzumaki had an idea of what he wanted to say. What changed your mind then? He asked. Well, Rashi definitely wanted to come. He wants to finally tame and punish the Yonbai. And he definitely tried to persuade me to the same with the Gobi. Han replied with a sigh. He finally set the pen down and turned to face his surrogate little brother. But I suppose the reason I'm here is to finally move on past this experience. I know I should theoretically be stronger than I am, but my refusal to use any of the Bijuu's power past what I am used to is holding me back. I need to move on, for Iwa's sake and my own sake. I see. Naruto nodded his head. The Uzumaki looked down at the drawing one more time before he turned his attention to Han, a small smile developing on his face. The fact that you came here though for that reason though shows that you're ready to do just that, Han nii. Naruto told him. I wonder. Han shook his head, looking down at his scroll. Reality doesn't bend to your wants so easily. Just because I wish to move on does not mean I will. Especially since I am sure there is more to this training than we realize. I mean, yeah. Of course. Just wanting something is never enough. Naruto shook his head as he placed a hand on Han's shoulder. The IWA shinobi turned his attention to him. But you're not just wanting it, you're willing to work for it. And that's how I know you'll accomplish it, you know. Heh. Han chuckled in response, a small smile developing on his face. Not certain I share your optimism, Naruto, but it is appreciated. Naruto's eyes focused on Han's face for a moment, which caused his own smile to widen. You know, Han nii, you only take off your mask to eat. I don't think I've ever seen your smile like that. It's nice. The Gobi Jinchuriki's chuckling turned into laughter, his smile widening. A smile is a smile, Naruto. I doubt it's any nicer than anyone else's. No way. The Uzumaki shook his head. You need to look at a mirror, then you'll see what I mean. Han continued to laugh in response. Naruto finally took a seat next to him at the table and the two surrogate brothers proceeded to talk and catch up on life. And, as their talking continued, Han's own worries started to become alleviated. For the first time since he arrived on the island, Han felt ready to face his inner darkness and the Gobi. As the sun began to rise over Kumogakure, Sasuke walked down the streets, taking in the villagers around him. He noticed all the regular villagers walking down the streets to their jobs. He saw shinobi walking from the gates of the village, arriving from missions. With each passing person, Sasuke took in their appearances, but he could not find who he was looking for. Itachi wouldn't be here already, would he? It's possible, but this might be a waste of time to look for him like this. Sasuke questioned. He then bit his lip as he shook his head. Maybe it's a waste entirely. Itachi might not be possible to meet up with, I might need to wait for him to come to me. Sasuke continued to walk around. He saw a group of musicians setting up in an alleyway. As he walked past them, he heard the sound of a loud note being played on the flute. Sasuke's eyes widened in response as the world around him began to change. Instead of the alleyway, Sasuke received a vision of a small bookshop with no one present. He saw a sign in front of the shop, revealing the name Yama Books. As quick as the image entered his head, it vanished, returning back to normal. That. Sasuke's fists tightened as he shook his head. That must have been her. Sasuke hurried away from the alleyway and moved down the streets of Kumogakure. Minutes passed until he reached the location in his vision, Yama Books. He walked inside the building and noticed a small, rustic building painted with a bronzish-brown coloration. Inside the building were two people, an elderly, bald, umber-brown-skinned man standing behind a counter, and a young woman with red hair that Sasuke recognized, who was looking at a book. The Uchiha walked over towards her. Looks like you got the genjutsu, huh? Teiwa asked as she flipped through a page in the book. I did. Sasuke nodded his head. For a second, Sasuke's eyes moved back to the shopkeeper. Teiwa, noticing the look, shook her head as she closed her book and put it away. No need to be paranoid. The shopkeeper here is one of my contacts in the village, one of the ones I inherited from Jiraiya. Teiwa told him. Talk freely here, old man Yama won't say shit to anyone. Humph. The man scowled behind his counter. Yama would also prefer to not be called old. Yeah. Teiwa rolled her eyes before turning back to Sasuke. I'm assuming you're here because of the invasion, and you're looking for Itachi before it all happens, aren't you? Her eyes narrowed, trying to kill him before shit goes down, huh? He shook his head. I am trying to find him, but not to kill him. I need to speak with him more about the truth. Huh? The Uzumaki blinked in response. So Sasuke knows then, huh? Itachi told him the truth, huh? A smirk developed on her lips as she crossed her arms. About damn time he listened to me. Sasuke's eyebrow raised slightly. I've been telling him recently he should try talking to you. Taewya replied. It's been eating him up to keep everything a secret from you, so I've been telling to finally get his shit together. Looks like he finally did. I see. Sasuke nodded his head in understanding before a small smile developed on his face. I appreciate that, then. Thank you. Heh. Her smirk widened for a second before she shook her head. Anyway, that doesn't change the fact that you're looking for him. Don't try to find him. He'll let you know when he's able to meet up. Sasuke frowned in response. What do you mean? You'll see a crow when he's ready. That's when you'll know it's time to go out looking for him. Taewya answered. But until then, he won't even suggest he's nearby. He needs to be careful to not get found out by any of the other Akatsuki agents. Got it. The Uchiha nodded his head. So, I take it you're waiting for his crow. Yes. I'm killing time by contacting all my other contacts in the village and Kaminari no Kuni in general, but I am waiting on him. She said. He's supposed to have one final report to give me, detailing the last-minute plans of the invasion. I need to get them and run them by Jiraiya. Gotcha. Sasuke said. A sigh escaped his lips as he looked at the Uzumaki. Can I ask you a favor? A snort escaped her lips. Don't ask all meekly and shit. I know you're going to ask if you can come with me to meet with Itachi. Yeah, that's fine. Her eyes then narrowed on him. Just don't draw unnecessary attention to yourself right now, though, okay? Sasuke's eyes narrowed back. I won't. After a brief breakfast, Yujito and Killer Bee Gaara led their fellow Jinchuriki out into the wilderness around Bee's mansion. A few minutes of peaceful walking led the nine to a large lake with a waterfall pouring onto it from the mountain above. At the center of the lake was a large stone island and the waterfall poured directly onto it. Despite that, though, the stone island was not submerged under the water. Duty calls, welcome to the falls. Bee shouted. Gaara, Yagura, Rashi, Han, Yotakata, Fu, and Naruto all stared intently at the waterfall. As they continued to stare at it, Fu's eyes narrowed as she saw an image of something behind the waterfall. Is there a building behind there or something? She asked. Those who reveal spoilers don't go to heaven, so keep that to yourself, Miss Seven. Be warned. What he's trying to say, Yujito started, rolling her eyes, is that there is indeed a temple behind the waterfall, however that's not relevant yet. The first stage of your training is going to be the waterfall itself. You'll be meditating on the stone platform. Meditating? Rashi asked. Is this some special type of water that impacts our cognition? Yotakata asked. And, through meditation, it's able to reflect this inner darkness you were referring to. That's a relatively astute deduction. Yujito nodded her head, smiling. Yes, the water is special. We aren't certain how, but we suspect it might be something to do with nature energy. Or perhaps the water was blessed by the Rakuto Sennin himself years ago. Regardless, meditating in the center like that will grant the person a glimpse into their mindscape and reflect the truest corner of who you are. You'll see what you're trying to hide, and you must be ready or else you'll die. Bee added, crossing his arms. Your Biju will destroy you if they sense the darkness in you heart, so you'll have to stop that part. They would destroy us? But why would the Biju care, though? Han asked, frowning. Would the Biju not desire for this darkness as it makes us more susceptible to their influence? That's a misconception, they're not out to try and take over our bodies or some shit. Yujito replied, shaking her head. Han's frown deepened, which only caused her to sigh. However, I guess each Jinchuriki's experience with them may be different. In any case, they'll rip you to shreds if you face them with your darkness. You'll need to defeat it here. And this is going to be a mental fight? Yagura asked. Could be a fight. Or it could be a simple talk and an acceptance. Whatever way it takes for you to lose your darkness. Yujito shrugged her shoulders. Fu crossed her arms. Well, that's a vague answer. A scowl developed on the Nibi Jinchuriki's face. Look, I'm just explaining it to you all based on how I understand it. This experience is different for each person. If you got a problem, then figure it out yourself. I do have a question. Gaara spoke up, bringing his hand to his chin. Are we doing this one at a time, or together? Does that platform look big enough for a whole group? Yujito asked with a slight eye roll. No, we'll be doing this in increments. 2 of you can maybe fit on it at once, so we might try going in pairs. If we go in pairs, would we not see what our partner is going through? Gaara questioned. And potentially help them in their own fight with their darkness. It won't work that way, cause you'll be fighting your own prey. B replied. This would be a breeze if you could see what your partner sees. You need to fight it alone, so your spiritual development can be honed. So our own darkness will be kept a secret from the others. Yagura noted, rubbing his chin. That's a relief. We need to keep going until we defeat our darkness, right? He asked. B shook his head. If you can't defeat your darkness right away, you'll move to the back and wait another day. And another Jinchuriki will take you place, to see their darkness face to face. This experience could take an invariable amount of time. You may finish this today, or it could take you multiple days. That's why it's imperative we start this right away. Yujito spoke up. Do any of you have questions before we begin? The 7 non-Kyumo Jinchuriki shook their heads, their eyes focusing on the waterfall. A few seconds passed by before Killer Bee and Yujito nodded their heads and gestured towards the stone island. Is there anyone who desires to go first then? Yujito asked. We need 2 volunteers. I would like to go first. The remaining 8 Jinchuriki turned to face Gaara, who took a step forward. Count me in as well. Rashi stated as he walked forward, cracking his knuckles. If you're both ready, take your spots and get in formation, in order to become the best ninja of your nations. Channel all your fight and get ready for a fight, alright. B told them. Gaara and Rashi nodded their heads as they walked on the island's water before arriving in the middle of the island. Whenever you're ready, Kazekage-sama, Rashi-san. Yujito spoke up. Naruto's eyes narrowed on the redheads. Good luck Gaara and old man Rashi. Gaara smiled back in response slightly while Rashi looked back and gave the blonde a thumbs up. He then turned his attention to Han, who was staring intently at him. Good luck. Han nodded his head. Rashi nodded back before he turned his attention back to the island. Both he and Gaara took a seat on the platform and got into a lotus pose. The 2 men then took a deep breath before they closed their eyes. As quick as Gaara had begun his meditation, the other Jinchuriki around him disappeared. Within seconds, he was now alone in the area, remaining in his position on the stone island. The only sensory feeling he could feel was the sound of the waterfall crashing down on the lake. The peace and silence remained for a full minute before it was finally broken by a loud, demonic-sounding voice. Have you come to face me, Kazekage-sama? Gaara's eyes opened. He tensed up as he pulled himself out of his meditation pose. An almost exact replica of Gaara, who was looking downward, walked out of the waterfall. The man slowly walked on the lake until he, too, was standing on top of the stone island. The Gaara replica then looked upwards, staring at him with black eyes with red pupils. That's it, huh? Gaara's eyes narrowed. This is how my darkness manifests. It resembles me, at least, however. He then took a deeper look at his reflection. He noticed that it was staring back at him with a smug look on his face and a wide grin on his face. It's more expressive than me. In an unnatural way. Can't speak, Kazekage-sama? Dark Gaara asked again. Suppose that's to be expected. Mindless demons don't speak, after all. Mindless demon? Gaara asked. Ah, so you can talk. Dark Gaara noted, shaking his head. And yes, a mindless demon. That is what you are. You may think because you're a leader now that you've successfully hidden who you really are to the people around you, making them think you've changed, but you're never going to hide it from me. I know who you really are. Because you are me. Gaara's eyes narrowed on his reflection. Exactly. Dark Gaara's grin widened. Because I am that demon that you try so hard to hide from the people around you. We are the ones who killed Mother and Yoshimaru and everyone else that got in our way. Dark Gaara's gourd popped open and dark red-colored sand flowed out of it. Gaara's own gourd opened and released his own sand. The 2 sand blasts collided with one another, causing them to scatter. "Why is your sand coated red like that?" Gaara asked. "That's not a natural color. Is that supposed to intimidate me or something? Is it working?" Dark Gaara laughed loudly in response as he crossed his arms, "But no, I assure, this sand is entirely natural. It's red as a result of all those we have killed together. Our sand will forever be stained with the blood of all the innocents we buried in our sand coffin." He then extended his right hand forward, which quickly became encased in the dark red sand. "Why don't you examine it a little closer?" "Sand shuriken." Dark Gaara swung his hands forward, causing shuriken to fly forward from his arms outward at the real Gaara. Gaara quickly clapped his hands, causing sand to form from underneath the island and creating a barricade akin to arms. His eyes then watched as the sand shuriken fell apart, dripping on the island as blood droplets. "My sand is forever stained." Gaara mentally repeated the words in his head, his eyes widening. His hands tightened into fists. "That, he is right and I have done unspeakable, unforgivable things, but you seem rather defiant looking." Dark Gaara spoke up, drawing attention back to himself. "Let me guess, are you about to blame all those deaths on Shukaku? Blame it on Mother whispering into your ear to kill." He laughed in response as he crouched downward and charged forward. "Don't make me laugh with that bullshit. You and I both know that's not how that worked at all." As the reflection charged forward at Gaara, red sand manifested in his right hand, forming into a makeshift sword of sand. The real Gaara clapped his hands together, forming a circular barrier of sand around his body. Dark Gaara slashed at the barrier, but was not able to cut through it. The barrier then extended forward, taking the shape of Shukaku's arm, but Dark Gaara jumped away in time to avoid it. Using our unstoppable defense, he noted as the blood sand sword began to change shape as more sand from his gourd became concentrated in his right arm. "Well, let's see how it faces our unstoppable offense." Ultimately hard absolute attack, Spear of Shukaku. Within seconds, the blood sand had been completely transformed into a giant halberd that was dripping blood. Dark Gaara gripped it tightly in his hands before he threw it directly at Gaara's sand barrier. Upon contact, the sand barrier shattered instantly. "That's..." Gaara's eyes widened in horror as he started to jump. Before he could get away, however, the spear collided with his left leg, embedding itself. Gaara hissed in pain as he started to bleed heavily. Ack! The blood sand spear broke apart, turning into pillars of sand that flung themselves at Gaara. The Kaze Cage clapped his hands together, causing a small platform of sand to develop under his feet that flew into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. He then flew directly above Dark Gaara and clapped his hands together. Sand hail. Underneath Gaara's sand platform, large boulder-shaped balls of sand fell down directly on top of Dark Gaara. As the boulders were about to make contact with his body, more blood sand poured from the reflection's gourd, forming a circular barrier around his body. While the boulders managed to shake the barrier and create cracks, none of them fully pierced it. "His defense is as strong as mine. His offense is strong as mine. This literally is fighting a reflection, we're evenly matched." Gaara realized, biting his lip. "It really is a good copy of me, physically. But mentally speaking, is that really based on me?" The blood sand barrier fell apart, revealing Dark Gaara, who appeared to be completely unharmed. A grin developed on his face as he pointed directly at the sky. "Were you just thinking about we are evenly matched, Kazekage-sama?" Dark Gaara asked. Gaara's eyes widened in response, which only caused the reflection to laugh loudly and maniacally. "I am you. I know how your mind works. And no, we are not evenly matched. You want to know why? Because you are a coward who runs away from who you are and what you have done, whereas I have embraced the killer that I have always been." His grin widened as his laughter grew louder and louder. "I can come at you with the same bloodthirsty determination we always had, whereas all you can do right now is run away and cower. This." Gaara's eyes narrowed on the man in front of him. "This is really who I was, huh? Back then, back before the invasion on Konoha. I was this monster." A shiver went down Gaara's back as his eyes continued to focus on his reflection, trying to think of a plan. He's right. While our abilities are matched, he's inherently more aggressive than I am. A one-on-one fight like this will end with him winning. But I can't let this thing kill me. Gaara grit his teeth. I am no longer the man I was back then. I will reject his existence finally and move on. Hey, what's wrong with the Kaze cage? Fu asked, frowning. As the 7 waiting Jinchuriki looked outward to the stone island, they noticed that Gaara's left leg was starting to bleed heavily. Despite the bleeding, the man did not move and continued to remain in his meditative position. He's currently engaging with his darkness, it seems, and it damaged him. Yujito noted. He needs to be careful handling it. Wait, these battles with our darkness can actually harm us in reality? Yotakata asked, his eyebrows raising. I was under the impression these battles were entirely mental. It is all a mental fight, yes, which is why we aren't seeing him engage his darkness. However, anything that occurs in that mindscape will affect reality. She explained. Could we die in these fights? Han asked. You shouldn't die, since you can say bye and try again another time. Killer B noted. If push comes to shove, they'll make like a dove, they'll fly away for a break and come back another time to defeat their fake. Naruto's eyes narrowed on Gaara's body. You better be alright, Gaara. Well, look who finally showed up. Rashi opened his eyes at the sound of the voice and stood up. Standing directly in the middle of the lake was another version of himself, staring at him with black eyes with red pupils. His other self cracked his knuckles as he took a step forward. So, you're my inner darkness, huh? Rashi asked, cracking his knuckles as well. Just get out of my way. Once I'm done smashing through you, I'll be able to take one step closer to facing that blasted Yonbai and finally tame him. You realize that the Yonbai has a name, yes? Son Goku. Dark Rashi noted, shaking his head. Course you wouldn't recognize it, though. You don't recognize anything other than yourself. What's that? Rashi's eyes narrowed. Let me start back over a second, I'm not your inner darkness. I am you. The real you. I know you better than you know yourself. Dark Rashi stated sharply. I know that we are a stubborn, selfish man who puts no value in the people around us until it's too late. Selfish? Rashi grit his teeth as he clapped his hands together, lava style, dragon's breath. Rashi opened his mouth and breathed out a massive stream of lava. At the same time, Dark Rashi released a nearly identical stream of lava. The two oncoming attacks collided with another, creating smoke throughout the battlefield. The two lava blasts continued to force themselves on one another until they hardened. So, you got my techniques too, huh? Rashi noted, a scowl on his face. And about the same power level as me too. I am you. Anything you can do, I can do back. Dark Rashi replied, crossing his arms. Fighting me is the equivalent of fighting air, it's a waste of our time. But I'm sure you'll keep wasting our time and try and fight at me once more. Rashi's fists tightened for a second. They then became encased in lava. I don't give a fuck if you're my darkness or not, you don't know a damn thing about me. The Jinchuriki snarled. You're only a creation of the Demyonbai. So step aside so I can fight your creator. With those words, Rashi charged forward at the reflection. It shook his head as he got into a defensive position, lava surrounding his own fists. Son Goku did not create me. You birthed me all on your own, by refusing to recognize the truth about who you really are. Dark Rashi replied as he charged forward. Immediately, the two men jumped at each other, their lava-covered fists colliding against the other. Are you going to hide up in the sky all day, Kazekage-sama? Dark Gaara shouted as he clapped his hands together. Because if that's how you wish to play, then I'll be happy to chase you down so that your blood can rain down on this island. A platform of red sand developed underneath Dark Gaara's feet. Within a few seconds, the reflection was lifted into the air, coming face to face with his counterpart. Red sand flew from Dark Gaara's gourd, flying directly at his opponent. Gaara maneuvered his platform, narrowly avoiding the columns of sand heading his way. He then flew to his right, throwing sand shuriken directly at his reflection. Dark Gaara crossed his arms, causing the red sand to form a blockade that prevented the sand shuriken from connecting. You've gone quiet again, Kazekage-sama. Is something bothering you? Dark Gaara questioned with a laugh. Is coming face to face with who you really are that troubling to you? You're not who I am. Gaara stated, his eyes narrowing as he clapped his hands together before he extended his right palm, Sand Coffin. The sand shuriken that had embedded itself into Dark Gaara's sand blockade rapidly expanded, forming a large orb that had encased his reflection. Upon seeing the orb, the Kaze Cage closed his right hand, Sand Burial. Gaara's sand orb had collapsed on itself, crushing everything inside. The sand then fell apart, causing blood to start pouring onto the ground. As the blood began to pour out onto the ground, loud voices began to shriek throughout the battlefield. What are you doing? Please. We're both from Suna. Please don't. Stay away. I don't want to die. I'll do anything. Please, just don't kill me. Please, spare us. Just take the scrolls and let us live. What the? Gaara's eyes widened for a moment as he felt a strong pulsation through his body. He fell to his knees, gripping his head. He closed his eyes for a moment. An image then appeared in his mind, an image of his uncle lying near death, revealing the explosive tags he was wearing underneath his Sunagakuer flak jacket. Why Yashamaru? Gaara whispered the name. This is it. Please die. He heard his uncle whisper as the explosive tags in his vision started to light up. Gaara's eyes opened up, returning him to his battle. He then jumped backwards, narrowly avoiding the grip of arms made from blood-colored sand. I was hoping to actually ensnare you in the sand coffin. But either way, I'm glad you managed to do it. Surely that brought back some memories. Dark Gaara's voice sounded throughout the area. Before Gaara could react, his inner darkness appeared directly behind him, as if completely unharmed. Gaara's eyes widened, which only caused Dark Gaara to laugh even louder. Surprised to see me? You wouldn't be able to kill me so easily, you won't be able to kill me at all. What? Gaara hissed slightly, his eyes focusing on the piles of blood sand that were still on the island where Dark Gaara was. Those voices just now, why were they dash? Have you forgotten them? Can you even picture their faces? Dar Gaara taunted. Or are they just memories buried in the deepest corners of your mind, cause you refuse to acknowledge what you are? Refuse to acknowledge. Gaara repeated the phrase in his head, a scowl developing on his face. Go ahead. Prove me wrong. Dark Gaara replied, crossing his arms. Tell me the names of any of the people whose voices you heard other than Yashamaru. And then tell me why you killed them. Gaara's eyes lowered slightly. A frown developed on his face as he tried to put a picture to the voices. I heard the voice of one of the genin Kankuro, Temeri, and I encountered in the Forest of Death, but I never learned their names. And do you recall why you killed her? And her teammates? Dark Gaara continued to laugh loudly. They already gave you their scrolls, why did you kill them all? Gaara gripped tightly on his forehead, where the love kanji was etched onto his skin. Shukaku demanded it. Mother, the Ichibai, it needed blood and dash. His darkness's laughter grew louder and louder. Just because your precious mother was whispering sweet nothings into your ear doesn't change what happened and why you did it. Don't try and hide from the fact that you enjoyed every last second of your slaughters. Enjoyed? Gaara stiffened slightly before he shook his head. I am not that man anymore dash. Yes. You are. Dark Gaara shouted, his laughter coming to a halt as he held out right hand. I am the proof that you still are. Dark red sand began to fill the reflection's hand until they formed into another spear of Shukaku. Dark Gaara gripped it tightly as he prepared to throw. Proof. Gaara shook his head slightly. Another pulsation rushed through his head, causing him to hiss in pain as he fell to the ground, feeling them even harder than before. It must be right. I really am dash. But you have grown strong. Your mother would be so proud of you. Gaara's eyes widened as a new image appeared in his mind, an image of his father and their fight in the skies above Sunagakuer. You're Kaze Cage now, you've done so much despite all that I have done to you. More of Raza's body began to fall apart. His voice became slower, it was as if he was struggling to speak. Live, Gaara. Live, the life of happiness, that I deprived you of the life you deserved. Father. Gaara repeated the word. As quick as the image entered his mind, it was replaced with an image of Naruto, Han, and Roshi, standing directly over him in the forests of Konoha after they managed to defeat Shukaku. Naruto took a step forward towards Gaara, who did not react towards his movement. This promoted Naruto to take another step towards him. Gaara, it's not too late for you. You can find those precious people in your life. There are people out there for you to care about and to care about you. You're not Shukaku and you're not a demon, you're Gaara. And I know you can show everybody that. Naruto. Gaara's eyes narrowed as he finally removed his hands from his head. You are right. It was not too late for me to change. Just as it's not too late for me now to face myself. Gaara slowly pulled himself off the ground just in time to see Dark Gaara standing directly in front of him, pressing the spear of Shukaku directly against his chest. A malicious grin developed on his reflection's face. Well, you're moving again. Are you going to actually fight back? Or are you going to keep cowering? He taunted. Neither. Gaara shook his head, biting his lip. I acknowledge you. Dark Gaara's eyes widened in response. What? All this time, ever since that invasion, I have been running. I've been running away from you. Gaara admitted, looking down at his hands. I had done so many horrible things. I killed indiscriminately, even fellow villagers in Suna who meant me no harm. I killed innocents. And nothing will ever change that. I was a monster. Gaara shook his head, his eyes focusing on the blood sand pile. No, I still am that monster. Because nothing I can do will ever change that fact. Everything I did with my own volition. You're right. Dark Gaara nearly stuttered as his grip on the spear loosened. Nothing will ever change that, so just stop trying to hide already. I'm not hiding. Gaara replied. He reached out for the bloody spear from the counterpart. The two then struggled as they fought over it. What I was doing was hiding from it. I was so focused on becoming the best person I could be that I refused to acknowledge who I was. I could not face the monster I was, so I buried it. I buried it deep in my mind while I focused on building social relationships and being a person for the first time in my life. You buried me? Dark Gaara corrected, a frown developing on his face. Hid me away. You wouldn't let me out. You acted as if I wasn't even there. The frown quickly turned into a scowl as he struggled harder to pull the spear away. It pissed me the fuck off. How you could do all those disgusting, monstrous acts and then act as if you were a completely different person. No one will ever forget who you are. Who we are. You're right, no one has ever forgotten who I am. Gaara replied sharply, maintaining his grip on the spear. They've seen the change in me and accepted me, despite my past. Because they believe in who I am now, taking even my history into consideration. The Kazekage then pulled sharply on his spear, and it's time I give myself the same luxury. With a final, forceful movement, Gaara managed to pull the spear of Shukaku away from Dark Gaara. The darkness fell to the floor on his knees, looking downward as Gaara gripped the bloody spear in his hands. You say that now, but you're just going to ignore me. He spoke softly, refusing to look up. Again. Ignore your past while you try and work on your improvements. You'll continue to pretend to be this perfect leader. You'll continue living your lie. I will not. I will strive to be the best I can be, but I will take responsibility for the actions I have done. Gaara replied. Gripping the spear in his left hand, he reached out to his darkness with his right hand, gripping its shoulder. I won't ignore you any longer. I will not hide from my past. Upon saying those words, Dark Gaara faded away, turning into dust. And with his disappearance, Gaara's whole world began to shake. Look, the Kazekige's starting to stir. Number 1 overcame his darkness is what I infer. B declared. As B had stated, Gaara opened his eyes and moved, pulling himself out of his meditative pose. The Kazekage looked down at his hands for a moment before they tightened into fists. My darkness, as crude as it was right. I had been running away from my past, refusing to acknowledge it. I cannot allow that anymore. He told himself. That's an insult to all who I murdered back then. I must not hide from the truth. Gaara. Naruto called out. How'd it go? The Ichibai Jinchuriki finally turned away from his hands and faced the remaining Jinchuriki. He blinked in confusion, seemingly forgetting that the others had been there, before a smile developed on his face as he walked over to them, moving over the water. It went well. I defeated it. Gaara stated. All right. Naruto clapped his hands together. As the Kaze cage touched land again and joined the remaining Jinchuriki, Naruto placed his right around Gaara's shoulders. Knew you could. Good job. Heh. Gaara smirked in response as he nodded his head. Thank you. You actually helped me there. Huh. The Uzumaki blinked as he broke apart from him. I did. It should be expected that, as a cage-level shinobi, you would pass this test quickly. Yujito spoke up, drawing attention to her. Good job, Kazekage-sama. The first one is done, and he has won. Now, let's check, who's next? Killer Bee asked. I would like to go. Yotakata spoke up, taking a step forward. So, you're next, Yotakata-san? Yujito asked. The man nodded his head. Very well then. If you would please take the Kazekage's old spot next to Rashi-san. Yotakata nodded his head. As he walked over to the spot, he turned to face the Kaze cage. If you do not mind me asking, how was your experience facing your darkness? Is there anything you feel we should know? Gaara crossed his arms in response. I would say dash. The fights against the darkness are personal, ya fool. Don't use other people's examples as a standard, ya fool. B stated loudly. Yagura's eyebrow rose slightly. Did he just rhyme, fool with fool? My apologies. I suppose I shouldn't answer, then. Gaara said, shaking his head. No, it's fine. Didn't hurt to ask. Yotakata shrugged his shoulders before turning back to the island. I will find out the information for myself in just a moment. Han's eyes narrowed on Yotakata for a second before they focused in on Rashi, who was still in his meditative pose. Rashi. I hope you are managing in your own fight. Rashi and Dark Rashi punched one another with their lava-encased fists, knocking the other back onto the water behind the island. Rashi breathed heavily as he stared back at his inner darkness, which only smirked back at him with no signs of being winded. Well? Ready to call it quits yet? Dark Rashi asked. Never. The Iwa Jonin hissed. You're in my way. Dark Rashi shook his head. See, that was a rhetorical question. I know how this is going to go. You're never going to give up. And that's precisely the problem with you. Rashi grit his teeth as he ran through hand signs, which his counterpart quickly replicated. Lava style, scorching rocks jutsu. Lava style, scorching rocks jutsu. Both the original and reflection spat out a barrage of lava rocks from their mouths that collided with one another. The rocks exploded upon impact, causing the smoldering lava rocks to scatter onto the island and onto the water. See, I can and will follow up on every move you make. You're just that predictable. Dark Rashi noted, his smirk widening. I don't even have to try. You'll tire yourself out at some point, and only then will I actually have to go forward and make the finishing blow. But for now, all I need to do is just sit back and wait for you to exhaust yourself. I'm not that predictable. Rashi shouted back as he clapped his hands. Lava style, eruption. The water underneath Dark Rashi's body opened up and a giant lava plume erupted, like a volcano. Within seconds, the body was completely encased in the lava. Rashi then ran through 3 hand signs, causing the lava to instantly harden. Heh. Rashi grinned, victory dash. Before Rashi could finish his sentence, the hardened lava began to crack before volcanic rock was scattered all around the lake. Dark Rashi emerged from the rubble, its body completely encased in lava-like armor. Again, predictable. You know your own reaction time, you would have been able to create lava armor that fast. Why would you assume I wouldn't be able to? Dark Rashi asked. Rashi grit his teeth in response. That was a mistake. Something you're an expert in. Something you've had nearly 70 years of experience of doing. Dark Rashi noted. The Yonbai Jinchuriki's eyes narrowed. What was that? The reflection shook his head, laughing. You know, you're considered a rare one for Jinchuriki. Son Goku was sealed inside you later in life, when you were already a young man. Perhaps that is why you reject its presence so much and why you blame it for everything wrong that happened in your life. You long for days past where you were just Kinryu Arashi. No. I don't. Rashi's teeth grinding grew louder. I don't miss being Kinryu Arashi. I discarded that name willingly when I found out the clan was full of assholes, who take too much pride in their honor and reputation. The reception I got after the Yonbai was sealed in me was just the nail in the coffin. Pride? Are you listening to yourself? Dark Rashi's laughter grew louder and louder. I suppose then you are an ideal Kinryu shinobi, minus the sex life. There's not a single more proud shinobi out there in the world than you, Rashi. Rashi's anger, while still prevalent, lightened slightly as he looked at his inner darkness with raised eyebrows. What do you mean by that? Nothing is your fault. Ever. Dark Rashi said, rolling his eyes. Be it your former clan, or Uegaku as an institution, or Son Goku, or even your old age, whenever something doesn't go according, you always find something else to blame it on. That's not true. Rashi shook his head, scowling. I take responsibilities for all my mistakes. I own up to them and live with them. And I never forget a single one. An image immediately appeared in Rashi's mind, of the Yama no Osu fight, where he fought alongside Oniki against Suzumibaki and Mew. He then remembered waking up from his unconsciousness after the fight was over to learn about how Suzumibaki killed his childhood best friend. He grit his teeth as he cracked his knuckles, lava starting to form once again around his body. Don't you dare suggest I don't take responsibility. He growled. You're thinking of Oniki right now, aren't you? Dark Rashi predicted. Rashi tensed slightly, which caused the reflection to smirk in response. You claim you take responsibility, but don't you also blame your Biju for not helping you as you pleaded it for more chakra? That is still my responsibility. Rashi shouted back. As a Jinchuriki, I should have been able to force the Yonbai to give me its chakra. That was a mistake on my part that I will own up to and live with the consequences for the rest of my life. Ah, there's your pride acting up again. Dark Rashi noted, its smirk widening again. You know its name. I even just said it a little bit ago. Repeat after me, son. Goku. I don't give a fuck what that stupid ape calls itself. Rashi growled. And I don't give a fuck what you have to say. You're in the way of me trying to rectify my biggest failure in life. I will master this Biju mode and be the Jinchuriki I was supposed to be. And you. Rashi charged forward, his lava armor forming around his entire body. You're just the last obstacle standing in the way of my goal. Am I, though? Dark Rashi asked as its lava armor formed around his body. Well then, try as hard as you want to break me. You'll find out what happens when a seemingly unstoppable offense collides with an actual unmovable defense. As quick as Yotakata had sat down on the island and entered the lotus position, the Jinchuriki around him vanished. The man was left all alone on the island, the only sound being the crashing waterfall of truth. Seconds passed by and the sounds came to a stop as a figure appeared directly out of the waterfall. Yotakata opened his eyes in time to come face to face with a man who looked identical to him, only possessing black eyes with red pupils. So, that's it, huh? Yotakata noted as he reached into his pocket, pulling out his pipe. All I need to do is defeat it to end this. Water style, bubbles technique. Yotakata blew onto his pipe, releasing a flurry of bubbles outward directly at his reflection. Dark Yotakata pulled out a pipe of his own and blew downward, creating a bubble around his body. The bubble then floated upward right before Yotakata's attack could connect with it. As to be expected, this thing uses my techniques. Yotakata's thoughts ended as he noticed that his darkness was still floating away. Where do you think you're going? Yotakata blew downward with his pipe, creating a bubble of his own around his body that began to fly rapidly into the air. He then began to give chase to Dark Yotakata, who continued to float away. Why are you running? Yotakata shouted. We need to fight. Don't you wish to fight me? I don't want to fight, and neither do you. Dark Yotakata called out, yawning slightly. Just give up on chasing me and go back home. Oh, I guess I can't say that. The reflection shrugged its shoulders. You don't have a home. It's your own fault, though. So I guess go find the comfiest patch of dirt you can find and sleep there. Yotakata's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? I shouldn't have to explain that. You're supposed to be smart, right? Figure it out yourself and just leave me alone. Dark Yotakata replied as he moved to the corner of his bubble. A small hole developed in the bubble as the reflection stuck its head out slightly through it, acid scattering. Dark Yotakata spat out a massive stream of acid, almost resembling a river, that flew directly at Yotakata's bubble. The Rokubai Jinchuriki made a hand sign, causing his bubble to rise up just in time. The acid river underneath the bubble then spouted, creating an upward stream that flew directly at Yotakata's bubble. The bubble melted instantly and Yotakata began to freefall. Shit. He reached for his pipe and began to blow, water style, bubble hell. Yotakata breathed out a massive bubble that immediately imploded, knocking him further into the air and creating multiple tiny bubbles. Yotakata landed on one of his newly formed bubbles and began to jump from bubble to bubble, making his way through the air. You can't run from me. Yotakata declared sharply as his eyes narrowed on the retreating darkness. I can run away whenever I want. You should understand that better than anyone else. Dark Yotakata answered. The Rokubai Jinchuriki's eyes narrowed as he blew another large bubble, this time around himself. He was then back in the air, directly behind Dark Yotakata. What are you implying that I am running away from? He asked. Everything. His reflection replied, frowning. You act like this free-spirited, carefree man who wants to explore the world, but that's just you trying to convince yourself. Why don't you, for once in your entire life, be honest about the reason why you have to be this nomadic vagabond? I live the lifestyle I live because I enjoy it. I enjoy seeing the world and learning about all these new customs, and I enjoy doing it without the shackles of a shinobi lifestyle. Yotakata hissed as he got to the edge of his bubble and stuck his head out of it, acid scattering. Yotakata breathed out a corrosive stream of acid from his mouth that flew directly at Dark Yotakata's bubble. The acid connected before the reflection could get away, causing it to pop instantly and acid to drip onto the reflection. As the reflection began to plummet onto the lake below, Yotakata then brought his pipe to his mouth. Soap bubble slime. Yotakata blew out a series of bubbles from his pipe that connected with the lake's water, turning it a dark green color. When Dark Yotakata landed on top of the water, he found himself unable to move. He struggled, but the now contaminated water's grip on his feet was too strong to overcome. Ironic that you'd try and root me in a single place. Didn't you just say you'd kill yourself if you were forced to stay in one place? Dark Yotakata asked with a chuckle. Well, I guess that's what you're doing right now. Yotakata scowled as he blew onto his pipe, ink bubble explosion. Yotakata blew out a series of bubbles that connected with Dark Yotakata's body. Upon contact, the bubbles expanded, creating a large circle around the reflection. The bubble then turned black, completely concealing his reflection inside. Yotakata lifted his right finger, preparing to snap it and destroy the bubble, and, alongside it, his inner darkness inside, but before he could complete his jutsu, the black coloring of the bubble disappeared. The bubble turned clear, revealing Dark Yotakata, who was completely unharmed. The reflection then made a hand sign and his newly cleaned bubble started to fly up into the sky once again, joining Yotakata. Yotakata bit his lip for a second as his eyes narrowed. There was a passing thought in my head that it wouldn't be that easy, but I'm surprised you were able to convert my own jutsu into a tool of your own. I am you. We use the same ninjutsu style. Using ink bubble explosion, or exploding bubble, or any of those techniques is just a waste of time. Dark Yotakata replied with a yawn. So again, just leave me be. Yotakata shook his head. You know I can't do that. I need to move on and master this Biju mode, in order to prepare for this Akatsuki invasion. Why do you even care? Dark Yotakata prodded. Why don't you and Hotaru just go into hiding and wait it out? I'm sure in all your many years of traveling, you found somewhere that would be safe for you. I can't risk that. Yotakata, again, shook his head, plus, that's putting the lives of all the other Jinchuriki at risk. And again, why do you even care? Dark Yotakata asked the same question, frowning. You're an inherently selfish person, so why do you care if they die? As long as it isn't you, right? Selfish? Yotakata repeated the word, frowning. What makes you say that I'm selfish? Which of the many reasons would you prefer? His reflection asked, shrugging his shoulders. Would you like to discuss how you keep forcing Hotaru to move around the world, whether or not she even wants to? You dangle her training towards her and are simply forcing her to travel when you know that all of this, moving around, is getting tiring for her. A scowl developed on Yotakata's face. Hotaru and I have discussed this. She knows she can leave at any time, and she's already getting to the point where I can't teach her much more. Or would you rather discuss how you openly refused to join the Kirigakure Civil War because it wasn't your problem? Dark Yotakata interrupted. Yotakata's scowl deepened and, before he could open his mouth, his reflection continued to speak, and if you think telling me that you eventually picked a side will change that perception I have, then you're sadly mistaken. You waffled around for far too long and you know that you had a duty to get involved much earlier. Yotakata's eyes widened for a moment before he looked downward. That's dash. Or, how about we talk about the origin of your selfishness, how you allow what Harasame-sensei did to impact your relationship with Kirigakure and the rest of the world. Dark Yotakata continued. The Rokubai Jinchuriki looked upward, a scowl developing on his face. Harasame tried to extract the Rokubai and kill me. What are you implying? He did. And what does that have to do with the rest of Kirigakure? His inner darkness asked. Yotakata's eyes widened as his reflection continued to speak. Absolutely nothing. Harasame-sensei was an idiot and he made a mistake on his own. But you let the decision scar you so badly that you ran away from any reminder of him. From the student-sensei relationship as a concept, from Kirigakure, from any semblance of a healthy lifestyle, to be entirely honest. Yotakata looked down once again, unable to meet his reflection's eyes. It was painful being there. To be around anything related to him. So you ran away? Dark Yotakata said sharply, crossing his arms, and you continued to run away. So please, why don't you do what you're good at and just keep it up? With those words, Dark Yotakata's bubble began to rise up, taking the reflection further into the sky. Yotakata's bubble followed in pursuit. While he continued to chase after his inner darkness, however, Yotakata's mind had other issues on his mind. Is that right? Have I just been running away all this time? He questioned. Hey. We brought tea. The seven watching Jinchuriki turned their heads away from the waterfall of truth in time to see both Hotaru and Motoi walked towards them, carrying a large teapot and a tray of 9 teacups. They quickly rushed over to their side and placed the tray on a small rock formation by the lake. You didn't have to bring tea for us. That was really kind of you. Yagura said, smiling at the two. Well, Kamui-san, we wanted you all to have something while you're on break training. Hotaru replied, smiling back. Yagura's smile faltered ever so slightly at the name used, but the girl did not appear to notice. You are all on break, right? Yujito shrugged her shoulders. Well, the way we're doing this requires 2 Jinchuriki at a time. So the 7 of us can be considered to be on break, I suppose. Killer B ain't even working, so from my training I ain't shirking. B spoke up with a chuckle. We'll take some tea, now come take a seat by the tree. Sure, but first, let's serve the cups. Motoi stated. Motoi began pouting tea into 7 of the cups and Hotaru passed them out to each Jinchuriki. She gave a cup to Naruto, then Fu, then Killer B, then Gaara, followed by Yagura, and then Yujito. When she got to Han, she placed the cup down in front of him. As Han was about to reach for it, she shook her head, causing him to shrink backwards. She then made 5 hand signs. Fire style, Cinder Flames Jutsu. Hotaru breathed out a small steam of fire directly onto the tea, igniting it. There was now a tiny flame directly on top of the tea. Han's eyes widened in surprise. I beg your pardon. He stated. Well, I know you apparently like your tea hot, so I thought I might do you a little favor with that. Hotaru admitted, rubbing her head sheepishly. Han was silent for a moment as he took in the sight of the teacup, with a literal flame on the liquid. A few seconds passed by and Hotaru's face started to drop, a concerned look developing on her face. I didn't mess up, did I dash? Heh. Heh heh. Ha 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 ha. Han started to laugh loudly as he brought his hands to his face. He pulled down his face mask, showing off a large, infectious smile as he continued to laugh. And no, it's quite alright, Hotaru-san. I, really appreciate the effort. He grabbed his teacup and blew on the flame, extinguishing it immediately. His laughter finally quelled itself and his smile seemed to widen as he nodded his head. This is actually the perfect temperature for me. Thank you very much, Hotaru-san. Han stated. Hotaru grinned in response as she went back to rubbing the back of her head, and no, thank you. As the Jinchuriki all began to drink from their teacups, Hotaru's eyes moved to the two Jinchuriki still on the island platforms in the middle of the lake. She focused in on Yotakata and her hands tightened. How long have those two been out there? Motoi asked. Yotakata-san probably has been there for an hour now. Rashi-san, probably an hour and a half. Yujito shrugged her shoulders. An hour just like that, huh? Hotaru mumbled, her eyes narrowing on Yotakata. She then closed them as she brought her hands together. You got this, Yotakata-sensei. I know you can do it. Yotakata continued to chase after Dark Yotakata over and over, their bubbles continuously getting higher and higher. The Rokubai Jinchuriki continued to try and pop his inner darkness's bubble, but he managed to always either evade his opponent's attacks or managed to rebuild a bubble before the original could capture him. It was an eternal cat and mouse chase that was starting to physically and mentally exhaust Yotakata. There's no way I'll ever be able to catch it. Nothing I do ever is enough. It just keeps running. Yotakata bit down on his lip. Like me. A memory entered Yotakata's mind of him leaving Kirigakure in the night, bags over his shoulder. The only time he looked back towards the village was to check if he was being pursued only, he never once looked back at the village itself. More memories continued to flood his mind of his various attempts at avoiding both Kirigakure hunter ninjas and maze shinobi whenever they tried to recruit him for the resistance. Instance after instance, all over the elemental nations, flashed before his mind. Then, these memories began to contain Hotaru, who was struggling her hardest to not get caught or detected alongside Yotakata. It was right. Getting Hotaru involved in forcing her to be on the run like that was irresponsible. Yotakata shook his head. No, I never intended for Hotaru to come with me. I actively did not want her to be there. I wanted to get rid of her. She could have left at any time. She. A frown developed on his face as that train of thought came to an end. No. I knew she wasn't going to leave. It's why I even bothered to teach her ninjutsu in the first place. It really was irresponsible of me. All this time. Please. Yotakata shouted to his reflection as his bubble came to a halt, can we talk? On cue, Dark Yotakata's bubble came to a stop. He descended slightly until both the original and the reflection were at the same height as one another. You wish to talk? Dark Yotakata asked, his eyebrows raised. About what? I want to hear more. Of my cowardice. Of my selfishness. Yotakata admitted. He took in a deep breath before facing his darkness's eyes. I need to better understand myself. You need to understand yourself. Dark Yotakata repeated his words, blinking in confusion. You are not going to hide from reality. I'm through with it. I accept that I was selfish in how I treated Hotaru over these years. Yotakata answered, his fists tightening, and I intend on making it up for her. You are right. You should. Dark Yotakata nodded his head, a small smile developing on his face. You care for her. More than you ever will admit. I do. You're right. Yotakata nodded his head back. I will also admit my careless attitude towards the Kirigakure Civil War was disdainful. He then shook his head, even my attitude towards the incident in Oni no Kuni was pitiful. I cared more about the money and being left alone than helping Shinsan with her problems. I considered it a pain more than anything else. Dark Yotakata did not reply, simply staring at the man with crossed arms, his smile still on his face. And I have been running away from Kirigakure for the wrong reasons. Yotakata admitted, closing his eyes as tears started to form. I prefer the open roads, but that is not a reason to shirk on the duties I pledged to when I became a shinobi in the first place. I forsook my village due to my own pain from Harasame-sensei's betrayal, and that is not fair to Mei-san, who is willingly sacrificing a Kirigakure asset in the form of the Rokubai just to allow me to live the lifestyle I wish for. Yotakata took in a deep breath as he shook his head, wiping away his tears. You are right. You have been right this whole time. I have been selfish. Even now. I was here to receive this training in order to eliminate Akatsuki before they could come after me or my friends. You are right about my reasoning. His fists tightened further as his eyes narrowed on his reflection, but I promise you that I will work on this. I will become the shinobi I was supposed to be. Dark Yotakata's smile widened further. Within moments, his body slowly started to disappear, which caused Yotakata's eyes to widen. Then looks like it's about time I can finally stop running. Thank the gods for that. Dark Yotakata chuckled. Finally, Yotakata, we can settle down in one place and we can rest. And we can heal. With those words, Dark Yotakata vanished, turning into bright dust that blew forward in the air towards Yotakata's bubble. And immediately, the world around Yotakata vanished. Yotakata gasped loudly as he returned to reality, his eyes opening up. He took in a deep breath as his eyes took in the appearance of Rashi before turning back to the Waterfall of Truth, before moving on to the rest of the Jinchuriki. Mr. 6, welcome back. Care for a snack? Killer Bee asked, gesturing towards the tea. Judging from you look, you closed the book, and have a new outlook. Beat your darkness, yeah. Yotakata slowly walked over to the group, nodding his head. A small smile developed on his face. I believe I did. Hell yeah. Naruto cheered. Good job, Yotakata. Yeah, great job. Fu added, clapping. Yotakata's smile widened as he finally reached the ground. He then came face to face with Hotaru. Before he could say anything, Hotaru reached out to him, pulling him into a hug. Yotakata winced slightly at the impact. Yotakata-sensei, I'm so proud of you. I knew you could do it. She exclaimed, grinning. Hotaru. Thank you. Yotakata replied, returning the hug back. Hotaru's eyes widened at the feeling of Yotakata's arms around her. A small blush developed on her face as she tightened the hug. Heh. Yujito smiled at the sight of Yotakata and Hotaru before she shook her head and turned back to the remaining Jinchuriki. Well, that's 2 down. Who's the next volunteer? Me. Fu shouted, rushing forward. She pounded her fists together. I'd really like to go next, if that's okay. You seem pretty eager. Ready to show you're a major leaguer? B asked. Damn right I am. Fu nodded her head. I'm all fired up, watching the Kaze Cage and Yotakata come back and kick ass. Now I want in on the action. B laughed loudly in response before he pointed at the island. Fu immediately flew towards the island and took a seat next to Rashi. She then entered the lotus meditative position before she closed her eyes. She took in a deep breath. And then, her entire world disappeared. When Fu opened her eyes, she found herself alone on the island in the middle of the lake. None of the other Jinchuriki were present. Nothing was there. A few seconds passed by before the waterfall opened up. Fu turned her head towards it, ultimately to be greeted by the sight of a fine white powder that filled the entire area. That's my scaled sneak jutsu. Fu realized as she tensed up slightly, getting into position to fight. Yeah, my darkness must be here, and it's ready for a fight. Fu took in a deep breath before she exhaled, creating a gust of wind that blew away the white powder. Just as the powder was scattered away, a blur passed in Fu's vision. Before she could react properly, she was punched in the gut. She choked in response as she was sent flying back onto the water, rolling around on top of it for just a moment before she gathered her bearings. Her eyes then narrowed on the island. Now visible and standing on top of the island platform was her inner darkness. Dark Fu appeared identical to her, only having black eyes with red pupils as the only difference. She looked out at her original, a smug smirk developing on her face. Ah, look at that weakling. You even knew I was coming but couldn't do anything about, could you? She taunted, crossing her arms. How fucking predictable. What? Fu's eyes narrowed. You got one hit on me, that's it. She then tightened her hands, causing cocoon-like string to develop around her fists until they were completely encased. That's not gonna happen again, though. Dark Fu uncrossed her arms and dark green string developed around her own fists, forming cocoons around them. She then got into position as the original Fu flew towards her. Fu attempted to punch her counterpart in the face, but she managed to sidestep and avoid the attack. She then punched forward at Fu, who blocked with her cocoon fists. Wind style, drilling air bullets. Dark Fu spat out air bullets from her mouth directly at Fu's body. Unable to jump away, Fu moved her right hand to her face, blocking the bullets from connecting with her. The impact, however, pushed her back slightly. Dark Fu took advantage of the staggering and jumped at her and punched down. Fu was sent downwards, hitting the ground hard. Ugh. She hissed as she started to cough up blood. Not gonna happen again, huh? Dark Fu snorted as she then stomped on Fu's body, causing her to cough up more blood. You're weak. Very weak. Always have been, always will be. Hisan really wasted the Nanobi when he sealed him inside you. What was that? Fu grit her teeth as she used all her might to shove Dark Fu off her. She then pulled herself off the ground and jumped back, placing distance between the two. I was literally born because Taki needed a Jinchuriki. He didn't waste shit. Actually, he did. Because he surely did not realize you'd grow up to become this pathetic little weakling. Her reflection repeated, grinning. After all, what Nanobi Jinchuriki is unable to control the Bijuu's power when in version 2. What the fuck are you talking about? Fu's eyes narrowed as she clapped her hands together. You're the thing that's preventing me from using that power, damn it. Fu spat out a barrage of air bullets from her mouth, which Dark Fu replicated. The opposing air bullets collided with one another, causing wind to scatter throughout the battlefield and created waves throughout the lake. The wind also pushed back both the original and the counterpart off the island, causing them to now stand on top of the water. You do realize what the Nanobi is like, right? Of all 9 Jinchuriki, Komei is the friendliest. He doesn't have a bad bone in his body and has made 0 attempts to try and take control from you. You losing control is simply because of your own inability to handle a Bijuu's chakra. Dark Fu replied, grinning as she made hand signs, hence why it was a mistake to give you the Nanobi. Hence why you are weak. Dark Fu held out her hands, net-shaped prison. A series of green chakra threads, resembling spider webs, rocketed out of the reflection's palms. Fu clapped her hands together, causing red chakra to surround her body and her wings to develop on her back, as she flew up into the air. As she flew up, however, Dark Fu snapped a finger, causing one of the chakra threads of her net to detach and fly towards Fu. The thread grabbed onto Fu's leg. What? Her eyes widened as the thread tried to pull her down. Fu continued to fly, putting as much force as she could to resist it. I can do that with the net-shaped prison. Dark Fu laughed loudly in response, you have the potential to do so many things, you just don't realize it. Since you never think. Always distracted by your shitty pranks and your even shittier poems. She snapped her fingers as more threads detached and flew up at Fu, grabbing onto her neck. The Nanobi Jinchuriki gasped as she was forced to the ground despite all her attempts. Dark Fu's laughter grew only louder and louder. You're absolutely pathetic. Perhaps it's time you let a real Jinchuriki take over. Someone like me. What? Fu grit her teeth. She hissed in pain as the chakra threads finally forced her onto the water. They then began to apply more and more pressure, trying to cause her to sink into the water. As Fu continued to resist the pressure, she glared at her inner darkness. You. I get it. You're the monster that the people of Takigakure always thought I was. I guess that's one way to look at it. Dark Fu shrugged her shoulders. I prefer to look at it as I'm the version of you that you should have been. A grin developed on her face. I'm the version of you that would have showed Killer Bee what the Nanobi Jinchuriki could really do in that fight. I'm the version that would not have lost control against Madara and Kido and would have helped Naruto actually kill both of them, instead of letting one escape. Fu tried to retort, but the chakra threads continued to push on her. Her eyes widened as she was finally shoved under the water. Dark Fu cracked her knuckles in response as she continued to tighten her grip on her chakra threads, making sure to keep the original under the water. And once you're finally dead, I'll take over your body. And I'll get to be the Jinchuriki you were supposed to be. She stated sharply. Dark Fu grew quiet as she focused on maintaining her grip on Fu's body. Seconds passed by until she felt her chakra threads snap. Her eyes narrowed on the water. You can try and resist all you want, it's not going to stop the inevitable. The reflection hissed. You're at least 1,000 years too early to try and fight me. Before she could finish her sentence, the water underneath her feet opened up and Fu emerged, a cocoon-shaped horn on her head. Dark Fu tried to jump away in time, but Fu managed to impale her leg, causing the reflection to hiss in pain. Ugh! She growled in response as she punched at Fu's head. The hit was strong enough to force Fu off her, but it ripped the horn out of her wound. There was now a hole in Dark Fu's body. No blood dripped from the wound, but Dark Fu still appeared to be in pain from it. She glared at the original, a lucky hit. Doesn't change shit, though. Lucky, huh? Fu repeated the word with a smirk as she rubbed her cheek, still feeling the sting of Dark Fu's last attack. You know, Komei considers himself lucky. That's a good omen. Just a few more lucky hits, then, and I'll be done with you. Just try me. Dark Fu hissed in response. The two then charged at one another once again. Why is nothing working? Roshi grit his teeth. Both Roshi and Dark Roshi were forced away from one another, the lava armor around their bodies beginning to fall apart. Roshi was breathing heavily once again and burns were starting to develop on his body. Dark Roshi, in contrast, was still standing completely still, seemingly unfazed by the fight still. Every move that Roshi tried to use, Dark Roshi countered with the exact one. They got into a seemingly never-ending loop, going back and forth using the same jutsu. Nothing Roshi did was able to get through against his inner darkness. Seriously, what the hell is going on here? He grumbled aloud. Dark Roshi chuckled in response, are you finally realizing how foolish this whole fight is? I can do literally everything you can do. There's not a single thing you can do that I can't counter. You say that now, but something will break through. Roshi hissed in response. I just have to keep trying until I finally break through. Stubborn as always. You're really pissing me off. Dark Roshi shook his head, scowling. I'm tired of your bullshit. I was hoping you'd learn something by now, but you failed even that. A smirk then developed on his face as he made a hand sign, it's because you don't want to listen to me, huh? Would you listen to someone else? Transformation Jutsu. Dark Roshi disappeared in a poof of smoke. In his place stood the spitting image of Ryotenbin no Onaki. What? Roshi's eyes widened as he took a step back at the sight. A second passed before his eyes narrowed, a snarl escaping his lips. How dare you use the transformation jutsu to turn into Onaki? You have the fucking gall to take his appearance in front of me? I'll destroy you. Roshi opened his mouth and spat out a barrage of large lava rocks directly at Onaki. Before the rocks could connect, however, the man held out his right palm and caught the rocks in his hands. There you go again, Roshi. Still full of shit. Onaki stated, rolling his eyes. Guess you'll never change. You even sound like him. Roshi snorted. Drop the transformation and fight me normally, you coward. Coward. That's rich coming from you. Onaki snorted. You can't even face a transformation of your old friend. You're that ashamed of how that all went down, aren't you? That. Roshi's hands tightened into fists, yes. I am ashamed. Of how I let my best friend down when he needed me most. He picked me of all shinobi to fight at his side, and I wasn't able to help and he paid the ultimate price for it. I wasn't able to take the Yanbai's chakra when it mattered the most. I'll always live with that shame, for the rest of my life. He then snarled louder than before as he glared at the man in front of him, so yes, I'm not particularly happy about seeing you like that. You know, the reason Son Goku did not help you in our fight, Roshi, was for that reason alone. You never once showed him respect in your life, so why should he respect you when you come crawling to him like that? Oniki noted, shaking his head. It's pathetic, really. Pathetic, huh? Roshi repeated the word, his scowl deepening. I'll show you who the pathetic one really is. Roshi vanished, using the Shunshin to rush over behind his reflection. Oniki turned around in time and caught Roshi's fist. Roshi then used the jutsu once again, appearing directly above the man. He punched downward, but Oniki managed to turn around and catch his fist a second time. Do you want to get into what the youth today call a Shunshin battle? Oniki asked with a chuckle. We used to fight like that all the time as kids. Stop acting like you're him. Roshi grit his teeth as his other hand became encased in lava. You're not him. He punched forward, but his reflection managed to catch the lava-covered fist. A sizzling sound echoed throughout the lake, but the inner darkness did not appear fazed in the slightest. You remember those days, don't you, Roshi? Even back then, you were still a stubborn git. Oniki noted, shaking his head. Would never accept you were outclassed. Remember all those rematches you'd make us fight because you couldn't beat me? Quit talking. Roshi hissed as he struggled to overpower his reflection. You always just felt entitled to whatever the hell you wanted to do, whatever else be damned. Oniki repeated. Like how you'd start to wander away from IWA on missions. Shut up. Roshi roared. Ever considered what damage control you could have done in IWA to stop the Yama no Osu fiasco if you were there instead of just wandering? Oniki asked. I said shut up. Monkey flame release. Roshi opened up his mouth and a large, green flame rushed forward. His darkness jumped away in time, avoiding the flame. Roshi then turned his head to face Oniki and continued to spit out streams of green fire haphazardly around him. His reflection continued to move around, using the Shunshin to avoid the flames. A minute passed by before Roshi finally stopped with the fire. He started to breathe heavily as he looked around the battlefield for his opponent. He finally found Oniki, standing right behind him with a smirk on his face. This smirk, however, did not look like the smug smirk that Dark Roshi had during the entire fight. This one was identical to the one the real Oniki had whenever he and Roshi were spending time together, throughout the decades. You aren't tired already, old friend? Oniki asked, chuckling once again. How about we try that one more time? Maybe this time, you'll actually hit me. Roshi winced at the man's words and began to shake slightly. The memories that his inner darkness was forcing him to acknowledge were too painful for him to properly process. Please. No more. Roshi pleaded, looking away. Tears were starting to develop in his eyes. Please, undo the transformation. I can't take this anymore. You want me to go away again, Roshi? Oniki asked, a frown on his face. You realize that you're never going to see me again, right? Roshi shook his head again, more tears falling from his face. He finally looked back at his inner darkness as he tried to wipe away his. Why are you doing this to me? He asked. Oniki crossed his arms before a poof of smoke surrounded him. When the smoke cleared away, Dark Roshi now stood in his place, having undone the transformation jutsu. 'Cause you wouldn't listen otherwise. You weren't listening to anything I had to say before. Dark Roshi answered, his malicious smirk developing back on his face. But right now, you look like you'll be more open to listening. Roshi did not verbally reply, his quiet sobs were his only response. Dark Roshi continued to study the man for a few seconds before he burst out into loud laughter. Well, this really is a rare sight. The proud, stubborn Roshi, finally showing his age. Deep down, no matter your bravado and how hard you try to hide it, you are a broken old man. His reflection noted. Roshi could only sob in response. No matter what he tried to say or do, he could not stop his tears. Dark Roshi continued to laugh as he stared at his counterpart's crying form. Despite the opening to attack, however, the inner darkness made no attempt to try and strike at Roshi. He just continued to stare and laugh at him, as if waiting to see what Roshi was going to do, and if the man was ever going to stop crying. Net-shaped prison. Dark Fu held out her open palms, causing green chakra threads to rush forward like a giant net. Fu flew upwards, avoiding getting captured. The individual threads then snapped and detached before they flew into the air. Fu, however, continued to fly around, avoiding them. "You aren't going to get me with the same trick twice," she shouted at her darkness. "Humph." Dark Fu scowled in response as she clapped her hands. "There are plenty of other ways I can take you down. Just watch." The green chakra threads broke apart, turning into fine, white powder that illuminated the battlefield and created a bright light that temporarily blinded Fu. She hissed in pain as she tried to look out into the battlefield. "She converted the chakra threads into the powder from my scaled sneak jutsu, huh?" Fu bit down on her lip as her eyes began to focus on her inner darkness. "She really does have a better understanding of my techniques. I didn't even realize I could do half of this." Her words died on her lips as she noticed wings began to sprout from behind Dark Fu, in addition to red chakra that surrounded her body. Her eyes widened in horror. "Shit, I gotta get out of here." Fu flew even higher into the sky just as Dark Fu flapped her wings, causing all the white powder to ignite on fire. A giant, circular firestorm developed around the battlefield and completely encased the battlefield. The flames were so intense that the lake underneath started to evaporate. Within seconds, the water in the lake was gone. As the fires finally subsided, the waterfall of truth as the only source of water, crashing onto now empty lake, trying to refill it. The Nanabe Jinchuriki looked downward, her eyes widened at the damage of the last attack. She then focused on Dark Fu, who was flying directly towards her. She tensed up as she got into position to strike. "Impressed, aren't you?" she taunted. "If you'd let me take control, then the world would have a Nanabe Jinchuriki that will actually be able to stand up to the Akatsuki. The world already has that." Fu replied, scowling. "I already fought them off back in Takigakuer, and I'll do it again here." As Dark Fu reached Fu, she tried to punch her. Fu caught her fist before trying to punch her back, but her reflection managed to block with her left arm. The two were then caught into a stalemate, trying to overpower the other. "So this'll be just like Taki then? Then most of the people in Kumo will die in the process, just like last time?" Dark Fu asked with a smirk. Fu tensed up in response, which only caused her reflection to laugh. "Not like I give a shit though, and frankly, you don't either. You won't mind if a couple of shitty humans bit the dust, wouldn't you?" Fu glared back in response, "I don't want innocent people to die. Since when do you care about the lives of humans?" Dark Fu snorted in response. "You hate them, no matter how much you try and convince yourself otherwise. Just because you think you have found exceptions doesn't mean anything. It means everything." Fu shouted back. "I now know Hinata. And Shikamaru. And Anko. And Shino and his team. And Kanji. And Suzuki." The Takigakuer shinobi then applied more force and managed to shove Dark Fu back. Using the distance, she then flew forward, spinning in a circle. "Not all humans are bad." Takigakuer Hurricane. Before Fu could barrel into Dark Fu, her reflection held out her open palms once again. She then managed to hold Fu into place as Fu continued to try and crash into her. You know some humans good at keeping their facade up. So what?" Dark Fu asked. "You already know plenty who are garbage. The people of Takigakuer. Even mom and dad. What does that have to do with anything?" Fu snarled as more of the Nanabe's chakra surrounded her body, until she had all 7 tails of chakra. "So what if there's shitty humans? It doesn't take away from the good ones." With the extra trails of chakra, Fu began to push back Dark Fu and started to slam her body into her. The reflection hissed for a moment until red chakra surrounded her body as well, forming into her remaining 7 tails. With all of her tails present, she was able to finally push back once again on Fu and stop her attack. "No humans are good. The only good ones are just able to keep their mask on, as I said." Dark Fu shouted back. "All of them are shit. Don't you remember those delightful days alone on Kabutamushi Island, where you'd curse the humans who ignored you? Who hated you?" A grin developed on the reflection's face as it pushed back against Fu's Takigakuer Hurricane. What about the ones who tried to kill you? Do you remember all of that? Using her newly enhanced power, Dark Fu managed to force Fu out of her rotation, ending her jutsu. The Nanabe Jinchuriki's eyes widened as she was staggered in midair. Dark Fu grinned as she flew forward at her, extending her right foot outward. Dark Fu slammed her foot into Fu's stomach, causing Fu to choke out blood in response. Before Fu could be knocked too far back, the inner darkness reached out and grabbed her right arm. Bug bite. Dark Fu's teeth sharpened, turning into fangs. She then bit down on Fu's right arm, digging her teeth into her skin. Ack! Fu screamed in pain. Using her left hand, Fu delivered a powerful punch to Dark Fu, forcing the reflection to let go and knocking her away. Fu then reached out for her left right arm, gripping it slightly. Blood was pouring out from the wound. Her inner darkness managed to bite deeper than she was expecting. She looked forward back at Dark Fu, glaring at her. In case you forgot, that is what it feels like to be dying. Dark Fu noted, a grin on her face. The pain feels unbearable, doesn't it? And it's not going to stop there. Dying? That's a dramatic way to put it. Fu snorted in response, still gripping onto her right arm. This wound will heal up soon. Maybe in the real world, but not in this domain. In here, the healing the Nanabe gives you won't help you. The only powers that Biju can give you are ones you take and manage to control. Dark Fu stated before she started to laugh again. Something you are completely incapable of doing. You. Fu grit her teeth in response. I can win. I will defeat you. You can't defeat shit. Her inner darkness insisted, once I finish with you, I'll take over your body. Then I'll show the real world how a Jinchuriki is supposed to act. She cracked her knuckles, her grin widening. I'll get revenge on every last human who ever wronged us. I'll kill all who oppose us. I will do everything you ever once considered but were too chicken shit to try. This can't be the darkness in me, right? I was never like this. Fu questioned, a deep frown on her face. She took in the appearance of her deranged inner darkness. She closed her eyes as she tried to piece together memories together. Slowly but surely, Fu could recall incidents in her life that seemed to confirm her fears. Memories of her hating the residents of Takigakure. Memories of her pranks being designed, originally, as a minor form of revenge rather than out of a love for pranks and mischief. Memories of the dirty looks she would receive walking down the streets of Takigakure. Of how no villager could look her directly in the eye and how many mentioned how they could not wait for her to die on a mission, either unaware that she could hear them or uncaring of that fact. Memories of meeting her own parents for the first time in years and how they refused to even look at her. How her father kicked her out the second she stepped foot on their property and how her mother refused to recognize her as her child. Memories of her final mission in Takigakure prior to her self-confinement, where her squad mate tried to kill her. How she fought back and killed her in self-defense, and how the village resented her even further for it. How they seemed to fear her more. How even Shivuki, the one person in the village that treated her not like a monster, did nothing to help her and only made her feelings worse by forcing her to remain in Taki at all times. It is right. I hated humans. I still don't like the people of Taki. I still don't immediately trust people. Fu shook her head. I still hate them. More memories returned to Fu's mind. She recalled losing control of the Nanabe in her spar with Naruto against Killer Bee and Yujito. The memory then transitioned into her fight, again with Naruto, against Majire and Kido where she lost control of herself once more. She shook her head, her eyes starting to water. I really am a shitty Jinchuriki. I always have been. She told herself. Before her tears could start to fall, though, she began to hear voices. So, do you think they're good people, then? That good humans exist? Naruto asked. Naruto? Fu's eyes widened. Her mind then switched to different memories. Of Naruto trying to convince her that his friends were good humans. Of Anko defending her against two Takigakure citizens who were talking badly about her. Of Hinata listening to her talk about her mixed feelings about leaving Takigakure and how she offered to be there for if she ever needed help. Of bonding with Kanji on the way to Shimogakure, and him accidentally referring to her as his sibling. of Shino comforting her in the wake of the Danzo pursuit mission. Naruto, he was right. There are good humans. And they don't deserve my misguided hatred. Fu told herself. She shook her head and rubbed away at her eyes, getting rid of the small traces of water. And, if I was wrong about that, then I'm wrong about my weakness. I'm strong. I'm definitely strong. Her eyes then narrowed in on her inner darkness, a scowl developing on her face, and I know for a fact that I'm the monster that thing or anyone thinks I am. With those words, Fu began to channel even more of the Nanabe's chakra, which started to meld with her body. Whoa! Naruto's eyes widened. The 7 waiting Jinchuriki, Motoi, and Hotaru all focused on Fu's body. The Nanabe's body had become encased in red and black chakra that melded with her body, causing her to appear more animalistic. Despite remaining in her meditative position, Fu had entered version 2. How curious. Looks like Miss Seven's fight got serious. Killer Bee noted. She's using version 2 in her fight. Yagura asked. These fights with your darkness are all unique to the person. She must have gotten a more literal fight, so to speak. Yujito noted, shrugging her shoulders. She may need to use it in order to defeat it. Fu. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He knew that Fu could not handle version 2. He knew how much that fact bothered her and how insecure she was about it. Her using version 2 must make this a very serious situation for her. Come on, Fu. You can control the power. Naruto prayed to himself as he crossed his arms. You are a badass shinobi and Jinchuriki. You got this. Version 2. Dark Fu stiffened slightly. The inner darkness stared intently as Fu remained stationary midair. She watched the Jinchuriki take deep breaths before a smug grin developed on her face. You must really be desperate to defeat me, huh? Dark Fu taunted. You and I both know that you can't control that power. You won't be able to fight me like that, so save yourself the embarrassment and just stop channeling it. A snort then escaped the reflection's lips, unless you'd rather me take on a mindless beast instead. That'd be fine with me. It'll make things all the more easy for me once I beat you and take over your body. Fu did not reply to the reflection's words and continued to focus on her breathing. You are not weak. You are strong. You are meant to have this power. She repeated to herself. You are the Nanabe Jinchuriki and you were meant to be. This power is yours to control. Don't psyche yourself out. Dark Fu snorted at Fu's audible words. She opened her mouth, breathing out a spray of white powder that flew towards Fu's body. Whispering praise to yourself won't accomplish anything. You're still the same pathetic, spineless monster. The inner darkness stated. That's what you always have been and what you will die as. No. Fu shouted back, glaring at her reflection. She spoke with a volume and clarity to her voice that it took Dark Fu back slightly, causing the reflection to fly backwards momentarily. I have been telling myself that all these years. The one thing you were right about was that I used to think like that. I used to think badly of humans. I used to think badly of myself. I almost did believe I was the monster that I thought I was. But I'm not. A scowl developed on her face as her glare intensified. The monster they thought I was is you. And I'm going to finally rid myself of you once and for all. Then try, bitch. Dark Fu hissed as she flapped her wings. Immediately, the white powder in the air detonated, creating a massive firestorm that completely surrounded Fu's body. Heh. That takes care of that. Dark Fu thought, grinning. Version 2 or not, the sheer amount of flames will melt her down. Striking lance edge. Before Dark Fu could fly away, a strong force of wind rushed forward from the flames, scattering them. Fu, in her version 2 form, flew forward, a large pointed horn on her head. Dark Fu had no time to react in time. Fu's horn completely pierced her skin, going straight through her chest. Ayak! Dark Fu choked in response. Why you? The impact of the horn finished the fight. Dark Fu's body started to dissipate, turning into a bright-colored dust that flew through the air towards Fu. You won't be done with me? The inner darkness hissed, glaring at her counterpart. I am the real you. You will never get rid of me. No. I am done with you. Fu shook her head. I am done with projecting others' thoughts onto me. From this moment forward, I am simply the Kigaku no Fu, the Nanabi Jinchuriki. And you are just a figment of my imagination. With those words, Dark Fu fully disappeared. And with her disappearance, the world around Fu turned to black. Ah! Fu shouted as she returned to the real world. She breathed heavily as she took in the sight of the other Jinchuriki around her. She then looked at her reflection in the water, noting the appearance of version 2. I am here. I'm not losing control. She said quietly to herself. A grin developed on her face as she took in her appearance fully. I'm still in control. Fu. Are you alright? Yotakata called out. Fu turned her head back to the Jinchuriki. Her eyes focused on the Rokubai Jinchuriki before she nodded her head, grinning in response. I did it. I fucking did it. She exclaimed. Heh. Naruto grinned back as he gave her a thumbs up. I knew you could do it. And look at you. He gestured towards her body in general. You're controlling version 2. I am. I finally am. Fu cheered loudly. She flew through the air towards Naruto and gave him a tight hug, which he quickly returned. At first, Naruto was hugging tightly, his grin still present on his face. Then, his eyes started to widen and his smile started to wane. His breathing also started to become harder and harder. Fu, why you're still using version 2, see can you please hug a little softer? He pleaded. Huh? Oh. Oh. Fu immediately broke apart from him and stopped channeling Kome's chakra. She rubbed her head sheepishly in response. Whoops. Sorry about that. Well, congrats are in order for Fu and all, but we need to keep moving. Yujito spoke up, drawing attention to her. Which Jinchuriki wishes to go next? I'd like to. Naruto spoke up. Whoa, is Mr. 9 ready to go? Well, time to give us a show. Killer Bee exclaimed. Head forward and get ready, face your inner darkness and stay steady. Naruto nodded his head. He then walked forward to the island platform. He took his spot next to Rashi and got into position. His eyes moved from his fellow Jinchuriki before a serious expression developed on his face. It's time to face this inner darkness, finally. He told himself. Taking in a deep breath, Naruto entered the lotus position and closed his eyes. Then, the world around him disappeared. Check the description for the links to the author.